Welcome back to round 2, day 2 of the FIDE World Cup from the River Rio in Goa. It is elimination day, unless your match will end 1-1. Many players will either go home today or make it to the next round. I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, joined once again by Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko. Miro, who of the favorites is struggling so far?
Well, it's been a lot, and yeah, there's been quite a few surprises. Gukesh having an overwhelming position, yet failing to win, and that was the case with Anish, Giri, with Praggnanandhaa, yeah, you name it. It's quite a few favorites couldn't overcome the opposition in the first game.
Yeah,
however, yeah, the match consists of 2 games, so today is yet another chance.
Yeah, we've seen some wins. We've seen Keymer win, Erigaisi won, Wei Yi won with the move of the day. But so many of our stars are struggling a bit. So we'll cover that. And obviously, we will keep a close eye on Dr. Fausti. He drew against Vidit in his first game. Today, the second game, Fausti with the white pieces would be quite an upset. But we'll follow it for sure. For now, let us look at some impression from the first day of round 2. There we've seen a heavily guarded Praggnanandhaa trying to make his way to the playing hall. And we also saw impressions from El Clasico, Aronian who won a very nice game. Aronian, that is, against Aronian, putting him on the verge of round number 3. Levon Aronian, also the only 2-time winner we have in this field. No one else has won it yet, but for today we have some statistics. Which player played, how often, how far they made it. So we will learn new stuff. What else is there to cover? You're out there talking to the people. What's the gossip on the streets of Goa?
What's the gossip? Yeah, well, people are thrilled to make it as far as possible, of course, which you can imagine. Yeah, for those who've forgotten or just joining us, why are we playing here? It's the candidate spots. I mean, first and foremost, right? There is the title, the winner of the World Cup, but per se is not as big as making it to the candidates. So it's too early to talk about this, but eventually most of the top players, they are here to go to the semi-final. Then they wouldn't mind, like, I imagine, like, if round 2 or well, theoretically round 1. If you ask them, like, you make it all the way to the semi-final, you lose the semi-final match, but then you win the match for the 3rd place, and most of them will say yes.
Anybody would accept that, especially those who aren't qualified for the candidates yet. That's just math. We have, I don't know, 20 absolute top players here. Not everybody can win the tournament. And for the non-top players, it's also nice money maker if you can survive a few rounds. There is very decent money to be made here for non-elite players. For the talents, it's a chance to prove themselves. For Faustino Oro, it might be a chance to get his Grandmaster title if he makes it to the last 16. But as much narrative as we want to put on it. These guys are chess professionals. The schedule shows November is World Cup time, so if you qualified, you go to Goa. Here we see the prize fund. Those guys who are eliminated in round 1 made $3,500 mostly having to pay their own expenses and, of course, make his taxes. So we don't know what remains, but round 2 is already 7,000, and it adds up the further you go.
Right, and speaking of Oro and his opponent Vidit, this will be our poll of the day. Money for the winners, we've completely forgotten. I've completely forgotten. That is, place. Third place is not bad, but imagine winning the whole thing. It doubles.
It is even better. I did the math.
Right, so what I was telling about Oro and Vidit, we will discuss after we go to Charlize, to the playing hall. Let's see if the players are already there.
We are live in the playing hall, and I will tell you, it feels a little bit more tense today than yesterday because, of course, the top players came in super fresh for their game, and now that they have settled in, things are getting pretty serious, and they have to win their game unless they want to go to the tie breaks. Let's just ask Esel Narayan how he feels about his game. Hi, just to bother you real quick, how are you feeling for today?
I mean, it's going to be an exciting game, I think. He has the white pieces, so I'll see. I'll just focus on the game and try to play good moves.
Well, good luck. Thank you. Let's get back to the studio as game's about to begin. Also, by the way, before we do that, look at how many spectators we have today. You should have seen outside, but in the hall, it is filling up with people and fans from around the world, even schoolgirls here coming to meet their chess heroes. We hope that they will enjoy the show as much as you. Now, let's go back to the studio.
Tens of spectators in the playing hall. Should be mentioned, I do think there is more demand. They only let in like 20 at a time. Mir, I have to say, chess players, they're so professional in their answers, like they're before the game. People always say, I want to play good moves, I want to play good chess, I take it one game at a time. Say something. No, my strategy today is to make a draw, because then I'll crush him in rapid. The guy can't play rapid at all. We never hear that.
Show some character. Yeah, true that. And I think, I don't know who started the whole thing, but this been the answer for a long, long time. Yeah, I'm taking it one game at a time, sometimes one move at a time. So theoretically, they say that's the best way of approaching chess game, right? So you make a kind of discrete decision like on every move. So this is your position, you have to play it. Guess what, guys? It never happens. You're always affected by the previous tournament, by the previous moves in the game, and so on and so forth. It's a very emotional game.
I recall, I'm sure he wasn't the first, but Boris Gelfand, who won the event in 2009, he was asked about the strategy like 80 times, and every time he would say, I play game after game. Many people saw this was working, so that's the stock answer.
Yeah, they're trying to replicate his success. Speaking of people who played previously in this tournament, from the top-rated guys, obviously because they're younger, you would not expect them to be very experienced, and even then there are outliers for Hans Niemann, for example.
Never
it's
played.
His first ever World Cup, believe it or not.
I do believe it.
Yeah, and Pragg played twice. Vincent Keymer.
Thrice, no? This is a third, so twice prior.
Pragg, twice prior, so that's his third one. Vincent Keymer, whom apparently you know quite well. That's his second World Cup only, believe it or not.
Yeah,
so
he
had
Baku,
notorious
kicked
match.
out by Magnus.
Yeah, notorious match against Magnus Carlsen, and that was it. So if we are talking experienced World Cup participants, one could think of Michael Adams, of course. And Levon Aronian, as we stated, has won this event twice. I think Shakhriyar Mamedyarov played up to 10 times in the World Cup. So there are, of course, some very experienced participants. And this one could not potentially play 10 times, even if you wanted to.
Faustinoro played so far?
I imagine.
Fourth World Cup?
I imagine this should be, the number should be very low.
Yeah. There we see Titas Stremavicius, who...
The hero defender kept Wesley Saw at bay.
Wesley to a draw yesterday. Is that even him? Yeah.
Right, so again, all the usual suspects. If you watched the show yesterday, you would know the pairings, just colors getting reversed. If you didn't watch, though, we will read the pairings.
What are you doing with your time? You're in the US, set your alarms for 6 a.m., whatever time zone you're in. Start watching the show. Europeans, not working that much anyway. You can follow the show after you arrive to work.
There is not much of an excuse not to watch.
Indian chess fans, you're cool.
Yeah. However, to watch the show, you have to be subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Right. Maksimovic was on our screen just a few minutes ago. Oh, seconds ago. And this young
gentleman...
A lot of
tension. Everybody's looking so focused. Yeah, today it's elimination day. Round 1, I mean, you're tense, but there is still the safety net that if you mess up, you don't win or you lose. There's another game.
Even with black.
A mistake today can ruin everything.
Right. So again, we could speculate about the number of matches that will go to a tiebreak. And again, I believe the math should be mathing. So out of 64 games, 1/3 would be 21. So I expect like around 20 and around 20 matches will go to the tiebreak. Will this go to a tiebreak? We do not know, but this will be our poll of the day. So you can vote. Who will advance to round 3?
I have a feeling the outcome will not reflect the rating expectations, where FIDE is a massive favorite, but Faustino is 12 years old and obviously big fan favorite.
Yeah, golden boy of Argentinian chess.
He lives in Spain, apparently. I didn't know. He's based in Spain. He's from Buenos Aires, Argentina, like Johnny Rico, but he is in Spain now.
So gets to play a lot of European events, that means.
Must be nice. Playing overrated Europeans, not underrated
Latin Americans,
Uzbeks, Indians.
Yeah.
A lot of tension there. Anish Giri, he never seems that tense. He always seems sort of at peace.
Yeah.
He was held to a draw yesterday by Maksimovic, but Maksimovic has this sort of geared towards open tournament style. He likes openings like the Sicilian Khan and so on, which are fine to get a fighting position, but they're not as fine to neutralize the number 5 player in the world, Anish Giri.
Yeah, it's a tall order to get, a good position against Anish Giri, playing the lines that are tailored for the open tournaments. Yeah, what do you think? Does one have to have a special kind of opening repertoire or special opening preparation for this type of elimination tournaments, which happen maybe a couple of times in your career? So do you say you're a Sicilian player and then all of a sudden you figure out, okay, I've made it to the World Cup, so I have to study the Petrov now?
I think switching completely from Sicilian to Petrov is a tall order. I mean, it could be useful anyway to diversify if you want to do that. But that, I think, is tough to change everything for potentially one game. What I've been doing, and I guess many people are doing when you know the pairings in advance, you try to find weaknesses, especially in your opponent's black repertoire, and you try to strike as hard as possible with white in the classical game, which, of course, also goes to show. It's important to be flexible so you can't be targeted, but that's a big difference to an open tournament where people have a couple hours to prepare. Well,
yeah.
Theoretically, you have a couple weeks.
Yeah, true that. Plus, you could try to change the opening repertoire, but it's very hard to adjust the style. Like if you're an open tournament player, yeah, like all this kind of, you're not used to be rock solid with black, even if your position is rock solid.
No, and even if you try, it's not like it's easy to play the Petrov or the Berlin. It's a lot of work and experience, so understandably, you can't just change who you are in one game. There we see.
So Lucas Sturley makes a first move for, is it? It's Kuybokarov, Temur Kuybokarov.
Yeah, the Australian hails from Uzbekistan, though, so don't be fooled by the Australian.
E4, E5.
Now they take it back.
I'll take it back. Yeah. Let's see if E4 will be played. Prague
or
can play
Prag's having fun.
For what we know, Pragg can even play the Schliemann gambit.
Pragg can do absolutely anything. E6, C6, C5. Which one is he going for today?
Speaking of C6, that was a choice by the world champion himself. E4, C6 in Nogerbek, Kazybek against Gukesh.
The draw in the first round. C6 we see from him when he's looking for ways to mix it a little bit, try to play for a win. And we shall see how Kazybek Nogerbek handles it. He goes E takes D5, after C takes D. Of course, still many moves. Bishop D3, C3, C4 the Panov. Knight F3 we've seen recently become a bit of a trend. Played by Ante Brkic against Faustino Oro. But Nogerbek plays Bishop D3. Let's see. What has Pragg done? Was it D6?
Yeah.
Playing the Pierce.
The Pierce or the Philidor. You can try to transpose the Philidor by going to D6. But
that's provocative.
Yeah.
Slightly provocative stuff from Praggnanandhaa. He does not want to go E4, E5, play whatever solid stuff and go to tie breaks. He wants to end it today.
Right. Most of the games, like all of the games have started. And in fact, nobody wants to be a subject of this $500 fine. No. So that happens if you're late to the game. And what happens in Fausti's game? Faustino Oro against Vidit. We have the Berlin. The Berlin with Castle
Very
Short.
different approach there from Vidit compared to Praggnanandhaa, which we see here. Pragg did play the Pierce, which is a fine opening, but this is usually played by top players, at least, when they are trying to play for a win and make it a little murky. It's not a line you typically choose to try to equalize and be solid. Well, Vidit, great theoretician and typically a very, very solid player. Which board is Vidit again?
What was that? 19.
Board there 19. He is. He is saying, I will be as solid as I possibly can. Plays the Berlin, putting some respect on Fausti's name. And Faustino Oro saying, all right, you want to play the Berlin? I will play the most solid line
ever
there is with rook to E1, knight D6, knight takes E5. I don't think he's doing this to try to play for a draw. I think this is probably just what he does. When we get a symmetrical pawn structure, black can't take here because this would be a very painful discovered check.
Yeah.
So you have to put the bishop in the way, and now the white bishop goes back. Black takes here, takes short castles.
And knight C3.
Yeah, so D4 or knight C3 are the main lines.
Knight C3 is already on the board, so that means... I thought knight C3 was... Okay, I mean, I don't know if it's applicable at all in this line, but knight C3 was a bit more aggressive in a way.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell.
You could say that, but Vidit is a great theoretician and all this stuff. Mine typically goes something like knight back, because you want to free the d-pawn. Knight goes here, bishop here, rook here, pawn here, knight here. Now you choose between bishop here or here. Normally they do this. This is all very, very well established and tends to lead to, let's say, dry-ish positions as well.
Yeah,
very hard to surprise or catch Vidit in the opening. But Fausti doesn't have to. He likes fast time controls. The draw here is not the end of the world, and it's more pressure on Vidit as well if he has this match going for another day. Is to play rapid, potentially blitz against the Wunderkind. Not much fun.
Yeah. So...
Okay, he has not played knight
he did not
yet.
play
So
knight
he can
E8
play bishop f6 is also a good move. When typically here you get some mildly boring but solid stuff, where at least white has the two bishops. Anyway.
Yeah, this line was, I thought, like originally was tailored to get a pair of bishops, which also the case in the c6, bishop c7 line. You go knight f5, and after the bishop on c8, Yeah, but very solid nonetheless. Yeah. Bishop f6, by the way. Yeah, he did play bishop f6.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing here, but clearly he's not trying to get into any muddy waters. No Sicilians, no nonsense. Just being his solid self. Probably saying, okay, if it's a draw, it's not the end of the world. I get more games. I don't want to risk it all on one black game. Fausti so far. His feet on the ground. We know when he means business, these feet will go onto the chair and he will tower over Vidit.
Yeah. So he might have to do it if the rook appears on e8 and he feels the urge to trade the rook. Otherwise
he has to get there.
Yeah.
But I think he can let Vidit trade probably. He can play knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 is the move,
reach.
of course.
And then after rook takes e1, queen takes e1. It's an easy one.
Yeah. Right, so let's maybe move at the top boards. See what Nogerbek Kazybek does against Gukesh D, the world champion.
This is
That's
kind of fighting. Knight c6, c3, queen c7 is a trendy move. So is h3. I think Gukesh has had this before as well. h3 stops bishop to g4, which would happen after knight f3.
And then e7, e6.
Yeah, this is the way to keep some play. e5 normally just a bit worse. So e6, bishop d6, knight e7. It's the typical fighting setup here. Castles, castles, and b3 showing that Nogerbek knows what he's doing. This is the computer move. Always looks slightly strange to me. You're weakening your queen side, apparently for no good reason, but I guess it's important to have the idea of c4, especially if black plays.
The answer to f6, yeah. You usually want to go c4. And in this case, you will be capturing on c4 with the pawn if black wanted to trade. So there is that. Then we have Erigaisi with Martin Petrov. Erigaisi is the only player on top 5 boards who won his game, and he won with black. So
I'm a bit surprised by his opening choice, of course. He likes to surprise and being flexible. But he won the first game with black, so a draw gets him to the second round. Yeah. Then he plays the only line here, where at least you can be worse.
Yeah.
d4.
E takes, knight takes.
Taking a lot of risk, like takes, knight takes, and bishop b4. This is a pretty tricky line.
Yeah, g3, and there are quite a few moves that can potentially lead to some. No. Yeah, like there is knight a5. Is knight a5 here?
I think either knight a5 directly or takes and knight a5, which looks very silly. Knight on the rim and so on. But this pawn is
a very direct approach. Yeah.
And the knight on a5 is one more nice feature. After queen d3, you go b6. The knight happens to cover this bishop, so you can challenge on the long diagonal. So I'm sure Arjun knows what he's doing, but this is one of the few lines where the computer actually says black is better after like 5 moves, which in a draws enough situation, it's risky, but probably that's not how he thinks. He just thinks, okay, I surprise him, I'll win. I'll win 2-0, I won't drop any rating. And worst case scenario, if he loses this game, he'll still be fine in tie breaks. Probably is not that worried about the risk.
Yep. Well, something happens on Prag's board, I have to tell. I mean, we could say this after move 1, because the Pirc is not your usual solid opening, but this bishop g5, castles e5, what we have on the board right now, is it some sort of a...
I'm not a giant Pirc specialist, but that's rare for sure. Like bishop g5 here directly is sort of normal. But in combination with
knight f3 and bishop g5, it's a very rare line. And in this rare line, apparently both c6 and h6 are a bit more popular than castling short immediately. And in this very limited database that I have, e5 has only been played once.
Yeah, Prag blitzed out castles, even though I doubt he knows knight f3, bishop g5. He played the pairs as a surprise weapon. You don't prepare any rare setup. And Kuybokarov seemed to be ready for this blitz out e5, which apparently is quite tricky for black.
Yeah.
Pragg maybe
What
played
even,
castles a bit too quickly.
So what they even do? So de5, d5, knight d7, or... And then white gets to play e6 simply. I mean, I don't know how simple is that.
Two,
or queen e2 and then castle long.
Yes,
yeah,
e6
that's also
is
possible.
Good. And this must be tough for Praggnanandhaa, no? I mean, he drew the first game. He's one of the big favorites here, obviously. He chooses the pairs to surprise his opponent, get the game. And instead, what he gets is an ambush, this rare line with knight f3. Plays castles quickly. Now after e5 he has to think. And his opponent is a very, very respectable grandmaster. So it's not like he can do whatever and will be fine later. It's a dangerous spot for Pragg.
So this can backfire, right? So that's always a debate, right? I mean, you drew your first game with white. You're a favorite, an obvious favorite, but it's not like your opponent doesn't know how to play chess. Yeah, and how much risk do you take?
Yeah.
And some people just prefer to play the Berlin, and if it's rook e1 line, okay, so be it. We make a draw, we have a tiebreak. Or you can do something like that, and yeah, he might still, of course, outplay Kuybokarov and win with black, but the position is not really a pleasant one.
You could also split the difference and play, I don't know, the Najdorf or the French or some opening that's in your repertoire anyway that leaves a little more room for play. But so far, Pragg does not look like a happy camper here after e5.
No.
I guess he could also start with knight ft7 often. You don't
want to go probably you don't want to go e6 here, yeah.
Then you get this queen e2 move again.
So the difference is apparently that after de5 white can castle long.
But why is that? But it can be the same position, no? e5, knight ft7, queen
e2, d5 castle.
You mean
castle,
here?
d5 castle long. Right. So that at least the compy tells me this.
Yeah.
So because if you would recapture, then knight b6 at least prevents long castles. So you'll have rook d1, but but not the long castles.
Even this doesn't look.
Even this doesn't look that pleasant. Yeah.
But yeah. Well, yeah, this, especially if it's prepared, not a fun spot. Pragg will have to do work here, and probably regretting his decision to play the pairs. I guess it's Fiddler's fault. I'm not sure if he's involved. We can blame him.
We absolutely can. Right, speaking of Pragg and his chances to do well in this event, he has not won the event so far, but the tendency is very good.
Yeah.
So he started his history of participating in the World Cup started in 2021 when he made it all the way to the fourth round and got eliminated by Frenchmen with 3 names, Maksimovic. But then in 2023, he reached the final. And he would have won the final, but there was one Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus finally won the World Cup in 2023. But Pragg did qualify for the candidates because Magnus had no interest in playing that. Also, second place was good enough. The good news for Pragg is he is already through to the candidates tournament. He's unstoppable in the FIDE circuit 2025. So even if this World Cup doesn't go well, he still has his candidate spot. Maybe that's why he's taking some more risk. He's saying, okay, I don't have the pressure you guys have. But while he's sitting there now, after running into this Kuybokarov e5, maybe he's questioning some life choices.
Yeah, that'd be quite an interesting game, this one. Shall we move on? We have Anish Giri with white against Maksimovic, and this is
what I was telling you. Maksimovic, he doesn't have like solid openings. What is this? Some weird French already?
Yeah.
Already weaknesses.
Knight c6 French, and
This is a sideline. Magnus, I think, used to do it. Rapport also played it once or twice.
so knight c6, queen g4. If I'm not mistaken, Vasily Ivanchuk used to have a soft spot for this line, but he would go king
He
f8.
liked to play king f8 anywhere, but it's not.
Yeah, recently I think that
What's
they
the
found
word?
their ways,
Good.
and
Yeah.
yeah, they found their ways, and it's not a great line. No, it doesn't, is no longer playable almost. G6, and Giri quite quickly plays a move which I don't know if it's covered in Giri's e4 repertoire, if this course exists, but Queen f4. Queen f4, not the most popular move by far, so Knight f3 being a choice, a4, h4, like pretty much any rook pawn you can move. That's
But it's the first computer move. He will just have checked. Anish always well prepared, and is also logical enough. The queen did her job on g4. Now goes to f4, where she can't be harassed, and after knight g7, she could be ready to enter on f6 here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure French specialists will have other opinions, but to me, this looks so shaky strategically already without the dark squared bishop.
yeah,
all these
having
holes
all
here.
these holes, yeah.
I know what you do, maybe h6. Try to fix some holes before the rain comes in.
Right. So I'm not even sure why I'll be paying such a high price. Like if you think of it, like sometimes Black even gets to sacrifice this, like H and G pawn, but at least he destroys the center. Has some initiative going on the queen side. Here, like why doesn't have to do anything like outstanding? You develop your pieces, right? You go knight f3, bishop d2, and yeah, looks like you're better after 10 moves.
I guess what Black usually wants in these lines, I don't know.
Queen a5 and
Get
queen
there,
to
but
a4.
it's some version of queen a5, c4, and queen a4, and then try to survive whatever onslaught is coming on the king side. Potentially get his king to the queen side and make it a sort of weird shuffling game. Computer will always say white is better, but if you don't collapse directly, these positions, I could imagine, I'm making random moves, but just to illustrate, are kind of hard to play. And sometimes this king side, it looks ugly, but it's not
very hard to
collapsing
get
directly.
them, yeah. It's very hard to get them.
Not saying I like it, but I guess often like keeping it closed here and then trying.
So queen a5 was played. Bishop d2, I imagine, is
That is the
almost
idea.
automatic. And there is one move to try, which is like queen a4 immediately. But then I'm not sure what white.
I reject it because it allows DC, but I haven't given it much thought.
DC5, queen c2.
I've
not a
seen something similar. I don't know if this is some theory, but I've seen some line where they go for this.
Not a big fan of this one, but
Still bad, though.
yeah.
I don't know. Normally, whenever I see Richie or these French specialists doing this, they go for c4 ASAP. But let's see what Bojan Maksimovic has in mind.
Yeah, but I imagine those like kind of positional masterpieces in French, where Black goes c4, puts the bishop on a4, puts the queen on h7. All this Petrosian stuff. I mean, if White is at least somewhat aware of, of such ideas, then it's very hard to achieve nowadays.
Yeah. But still, it can be hard to play for White because you're not used to it. Computer says much better, but you don't get these structures very often. As an e4 top player who spends most of his time in Najdorf's, Petrov's, Berlin's, Marshall's, but of course Black pays the price. We will see. Let's switch to Wesley so against Titas, Stremavicius. Tremendous fight yesterday where the Lithuanian Grandmaster survived. Thorough exam from Wesley. This is some Carlsbad.
Hang on a second.
Debate.
No. I insist we have to pay attention to Wesley's move 4, first of all, because it's not c5. That's a big surprise, right? His move 4.
Yeah, but he plays c5 if he's trying to wrap up the game against...
So Bishop e7 is the aggressive
Bishop
setup.
e7, this is aggressive Wesley.
Yeah. So, yeah, in all seriousness, this particular Carlsbad Bishop f4...
I mean, cd5 is sort of a new trend. This was considered to be
absolutely harmless.
very harmless because black is in time to get his bishop to f5. But people started doing this partly out of desperation because it's hard to get anything with bishop f4 or bishop g5 either. And yeah, nowadays these modern ideas are h3, saying you can put your bishop here, but I might go g4. So yeah, I'm still not sold. It's great, but it's a thing. Queen b6, Wesley knows.
Queen c2, g6, e3,
f5.
bishop f5, and queen to c1.
I played queen c1?
Yeah.
Okay. No, he means business, because you can still be solid here with bishop d3. Takes, and if takes, rook b1. So typically, black doesn't take, but castle. Plays knight bd7 and castles, which is roughly equal. But computer even gives white a tiny plus. But queen c1 is much more ambitious, saying, no, I don't want to exchange bishops. I want to go here and then here. Chase it.
Yeah.
Wesley is surprised. Does the young man not know who I am?
Right. How dare you?
Speed chess championship. I won 3 super tournaments in 2016.
Yeah.
Probably knows. Probably Titas knows.
Yeah, it's hard not to know who Wesley So is by this point.
Yeah. We all have Twitter.
Queen c1 and what should be the move for black? Do you ever consider going h5, stopping this expansion, or
Sure. It also weakens this point, so like knight h4 here, here. I guess here white is quite happy to achieve his goal to kick this bishop away.
And then you just return the knight.
And I go back and I'll argue I achieved a little something. No, like the lines I've seen is stuff like, don't quote me on the move order, but here, bishop e2, knight bd7, g4, bishop e4, I don't know, I guess you castle. Some position like this, which to me looks kind of healthy for black, but people are claiming there's a little something to play for here.
Yeah. Wow.
Wesley's weighing his options. Let's switch to Vinny K. By the way, I got some language questions, but I think this is one that I have right, because I was criticized that I was pronouncing Kovalev, Kovalyov.
No, Kovalev is
Kovalyov, right?
He is Kovalev, yeah.
It's often a transcription thing, because I think the other Kovalyov, Anton Kovalyov, he was
insists
spelled
on being
differently with like Y-O-V or something, so people thought it was different names, but they're both Kovalyovs, right?
Yeah. No, Kovalev doesn't make sense in, say, in any Slavic language. It's always Kovalyov, and then depending on how you spell it, then, people read it. It's you know, Alekhine is, even though sometimes I say so, it's obviously not the right way to pronounce the name of the 4th world champion. So the real debate is if it's Alekhin or Alechin, and then people, fight.
No, that I know, but sometimes if you're on a US show, you'll still say Alekhine, but for the record, it's Ayochin, right?
Yep. At least I believe so, because there is another opinion, and people even found some
Had some more serious debates today. If tie-dye win, if it's pronounced tie-dye win or tie-dye win. Nguyen.
That is.
I mean, we're past the Nguyen stage. We know that, but then the subtleties get much more complicated.
Right. So what is this line that Kovalev?
I've seen this before.
Playing?
Someone played this, no, in this tournament. I can't recall who, but I've seen
so
it
you are
before.
fighting with C4 and then later with E4 as well.
This exact thing. Was this Niels's game or somebody's played this? We were giving all these expert speeches about F3 and whatever.
Yeah, true. It was Niels's game 1, I think. Yeah, when he was white. Yeah. E6.
So apparently this is just a mainstream opening.
Queen D3,
now.
yeah. So
Knight D7 for whatever reason. D4, Knight B6, Knight C3, Knight H4. Vincent, of course. He knows his stuff. He's a diligent worker.
I mean, when Niels Grandelis releases a course, you don't have a choice. You have to buy it, you have to study it, and then you have to play what's recommended in the course. And that's what Kovalev is doing.
It's important to buy my courses. Niels's, you can, I don't know, find other ways to get them.
Right, so Queen D3.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer won his first game. That was dramatic. He was sort of winning, played a nice game, but then he messed it up slightly after the time control. And Kovalev had every chance to save the game at least before Vincent tricked him in the final time trouble. Here, tall order for the black player to come back, win on demand, prolong the match.
Yeah, that'll be hard to do. But at least, yeah, he chose this rather original opening. Yeah.
Starters cover your pawn, no? G6.
G6,
G7.
right. Then I don't know what's recommended in Niels's course, but like...
I don't think Niels has a course on this.
A4, bishop, G2.
Yeah.
What's the...
Go F3, E4.
F3, something that I'd be tempted to do, but... It's weird. Yeah. It's weird. What the reaction has to be. Still, you go Knight F6, I guess. Yeah. Knight F6, Bishop G5.
Yeah, just here.
Oh, maybe just Bishop. Yeah, though. Yeah, like if you won game 1, which is the case, yeah, you'd be much happier in this position, castling, going E4, and even if it's somehow not enough to claim a serious advantage, you're very happy.
Maybe you win, maybe you don't, but
yeah, you're very happy.
You advance.
So solid.
Either way. But we can see from a bunch of these young top players, and of course also very competitive in the rating list. Vincent Keymer was lagging a bit behind the Pragues, Gukeshes, Arjuns, and so on. Now jumped to number 4 in the world, so they do care about every 5 rating points and the pecking order there. I'm not sure Vincent is trying to make a draw today. I would think he thinks.
Yeah,
White game, I'll
try to
win.
play.
Yeah.
Trying to play at least. Yeah, maybe like not win at any cost, but of course to get a shot at it.
For sure. But he does not want to lose. This is the second World Cup, as we talked about. Last time he did pretty well, but was stopped by Magnus Carlsen in round number 4. He will try to make it to round 3 today.
Right. So what do we do now?
I'll just click through the top 12, then we check in on Fausti, then we take a break, then Getty tells us
so
you
the
missed
usual
this game.
thing. Yeah, the usual thing. All right.
So Wei Yi won the first game. Needs a draw to advance. Against Piorun, you might recall this beautiful move, Bishop F7 check from Wei Yi yesterday, clinching the game. This is some strategic blah position. Should be equal.
Yeah.
How's Nodirbek doing?
Nodirbek. Again, subtleties over subtleties over subtleties, right? So
some more
piano.
Italian debate. Yeah, I noticed this A5, A4 was a thing. And apparently you're not losing the pawn, because it looks tempting to try to take it But if you take it, there is this,
Knight
this.
before,
Can't
knight,
cover this. Now you take,
rook.
you go away, and for some reason, this is very dangerous for white. White is technically material up, but with the horsey here,
Yeah.
it's not so much fun.
Yeah, like a lot of jumping. You can't move the d2 knight because, yeah, if you drop the e4 pawn, you're probably worse. And,
Yeah, somehow you can't move anything.
yeah.
Anyway, so they do other stuff, and they do this
So knight
standard
f1.
Italian maneuver, knight f1. Now he goes bishop b5. Now I guess black has to react, because if you... This trick no longer works with the knight on f1.
Yeah. Yeah, you just return. You drop the queen back to d1, and that's it. Yeah.
This is covered. So he keeps the pawn, d4, queen e2. Not sure about queen e2, but whatever. And yeah, we get the standard Italian business. White is maybe slightly better because he got to d4. Black didn't get d5. But it looks like Denis Machnev. How do you pronounce Machnev?
Machnyov.
Machnev again. It's
Again.
never Nev, right?
Ne-
I mean, they always
yeah,
try
it's
to
very
pick up
hard
with
to
the Nev.
find. Yeah, very hard to
Machnev.
find.
Knows what he's doing here.
Right, queen e2. This one, I'm not sure. Yeah, like if white has anything going forward. So it's basically, you probably your best bet is like somehow you get queen d2 and sack on h6. Like, so that is.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, if you can just sit rook d1, even queen c2, and then slowly you come with c4.
Ah, yeah, c3, c4, and making
Can
it
be
sort
better.
of a King's Indian looking.
I guess
after
this
black
is
play.
some concrete business happening here as well. I don't know. Machnev will know. Mamedyarov is... he won the first game. It was this sacrificial battle where Gergely Kantor sacrificed a bunch of pieces, but
Mamedyarov took a bunch
couldn't
of
keep it up.
pieces,
Yeah.
So the question is, well, not the question, but again, have to praise Mamedyarov for not playing anything ultra solid, but...
Can he play anything ultra solid?
And well,
Guess he can nowadays.
I guess he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Here.
even. Yeah, so this one is again this.
This is still sort of normal stuff. But bishop d7, I'm not so sure. So the knight attacks the pawn. b4 is probably bad because the knight just jumps and the bishop comes here.
Yeah.
If memory serves, there was some super sharp stuff, as always. In all these lines, something like this.
Well, there are games apparently. There are a couple of games. One of them, Yu Yang with Nihal Sarin from 2023.
What do they play? They don't play in bishop d7 here, no?
Yeah, bishop d7.
Oh, they do,
After
yeah?
bishop d7. So bishop d7,
okay.
knight b5,
Yeah,
bishop
no, you can
f2,
take-
and
this is a bit better for white. Question
Yeah.
mark.
it is.
Looks a bit
It
better.
is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
I'm just saying there was a game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a good line for black.
Sometimes people play bad lines. A lot of Stafford Gambit games out there. Let's get to Hans Niemann against Lorenzo Lodici. First game was a draw. Hans was struggling a bit to keep together. Lodici well prepared. But today, Niemann is white. And with the favor being white, often, we've talked about it before, in these 2700 against 2500 till 2600 matchups, it often doesn't make business sense for 25-50 players to have these very, very solid top-level close tournament openings. So you get a bunch of French and Sicilians, but those are riskier.
Yeah,
So I
but this
guess-
one at least is like the solid French, if you
This is
if
the
you're
good,
allowed
the
to
good
say
French, yeah.
if you're allowed to say so, that one is the quote unquote solid French.
I should stop hating on the French defense. Very, very playable. I'm just saying it doesn't
I understand.
end the game in a way like.
I understand. In your
Petrov
books,
product,
it's like somebody just didn't have enough for breakfast, couldn't push the e-pawn 2 squares, right?
I don't get it. I mean, the center is important in chess, right? Fight for it. Put the pawn here, or at least try to control it from the side.
Yes, and nothing new even up to this point. There were apparently some
D1 is
games.
one of the main lines. A3 they also do. If you castle, normally you don't want to go DC5 here. That is more often connected with long castles. But all of this stuff is still sort of normal business. Knight D1, B4, C3, A5. Rook C1 looks a bit deep, but it's probably smart.
Yeah.
Carrying some
So
B4,
bishop F2,
DC5, and then
knight
maybe-
F2 were two moves that
knight
were
F2
played
normal
more
to me.
often.
Yeah.
The bishop F2 connected with knight E3, I imagine, yeah.
Also makes
And
sense.
rook C1, yeah, been tried a few times, but kind of by lower rated players, it seems.
Yes.
Does Compi
Complicated.
have an opinion on this? No,
Compi
Compi
6
doesn't
looks
like
normal.
French at all.
No, Compi is good at chess. Oh no, Queen B6 looks normal. Then Knight F2, Bishop A6. And if we get rid of this bishop, I will be slightly less pessimistic.
Yeah, but I guess like the key is always like, is C4 good for white in some moment, right?
C4, F5, who knows? What is this? F5, E, F, oh, and Bishop F2. It's too deep,
That is
but
deep, yeah.
yes. Especially after Queen B6.
Queen
with
B6
the knight
taking away the
no longer
square
here.
from the knight, yeah.
Wow.
And this could be rather unpleasant.
Yeah.
And Hans could know something like this, especially since like Rook C1 was played relatively
Yeah, and
quickly.
very quickly, I'm assuming.
So
It's also not the first time Lodici played the French, so no, Hans works. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Let's continue our tour. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces. Not too surprisingly, plays the Najdorf. This could be risky. Ganguly spent the last 8 months preparing for the Najdorf game against MVL. But typically, Maxime, he's saying even if you're prepared to have so much experience in the Najdorf, I feel these positions, even if I get a slightly worse position, I'll be able to handle it.
Now, Maxime is really unique in this regard, right? The very
Uniquely
top
lazy.
player,
He sticks to the
uniquely
knife.
lazy. Yeah, you could put it this way. But seriously, like he's maybe the only one who has the answer to E4, especially. It's exclusively the Najdorf.
Yeah, but sometimes he adds some new stuff, like he played the Grunfeld more or less exclusively for 15 years as well, but he added the Queen's Gambit Accepted, some other things, and it helped him in this Grand Chess Tour. His rating is going back up again, and it made him much more solid and a little less predictable. So let's see how this goes.
So
of course, he won the first game easily, playing some offbeat opening, E4, E6, Queen E2. So today he's saying, all right, I'm up 1, I'll do my stuff. I'm no specialist here, apparently. Some sharp business happening. Ganguly sacrificed a pawn. Computer likes white a bit, saying just king b1, and then, I don't know.
Yeah, like not knowing anything about this position, it kind of makes sense what white is doing. So the king will be quite safe, and then, push the g-pawn forward, and let's see what it brings.
Yeah. Is Ganguly out of book, though? You want to be in book until you're winning in the
In the knife. In the Najdorf, it's pretty much the case, You want to blitz out all of your moves. Preferably your opponent has to start thinking before you. And then you're still blitzing, and then you collect the point and you go home. And that's how you prepare against the Najdorf.
Okay. Now we see Ganguly here with his whole family. Worked as a second for Vishy Anand. In many of the World Championship matches, also an acclaimed author, theoretician, doing stuff.
Right. So,
Onishi,
board 12, yeah.
Gosh,
Nepo versus Diptayan Gosh, yeah.
good old Marshall. At least some people still play the Marshall.
Well, it was an attempt to play the Marshall.
Yeah,
White
nowadays
chose
you never get C3, D5.
one of
so
the other 5 pawn moves other than C3, right?
Onishi does believe in this new shirt he brought. It's back in action. It's a unique blend of grey, black,
And mud
stripes, and some other grey tones.
D5 knight takes. That was, yeah, we.
Okay, all of this is theory. D5 or knight E5, both fine. A5 is one of the moves. I think it's even the first computer move nowadays. And these positions are very close to equal, but you have to pay some attention with black because you have some weaknesses. But it's supposed to be all right. And gosh, clearly did his homework. Bishop can come to A6.
Still one game in the database, and it's.
What do they usually do here after knight e5, d5? There were some other moves. No, they start with h3 or queen f3, or what was it?
I imagine
feeling
queen
f2 is rare.
f3. I'm trying to recall. Was it this line? There was a brilliant game played. No, it wasn't this line. Some ding. Inner key of ding or something, some stuff connected with
sure.
g5. But yeah, might be like completely off on this one. Vincent Keymer had a game not so long ago.
Nils here, yeah.
Not so long ago. I see the other one. I see with Puya Idani.
Ah, okay.
The one with Puya Idani. Ah, you can go knight f1 and have the endgame, right? I think this is also the case. Yeah, people play knight f1, people play knight c4 or queen f3.
Yeah. No, I had a feeling queen e2 was slightly rare, which makes sense. But okay.
But
Looks
yeah,
like so far.
this one's very, very positional on this one.
Yeah. Black well prepared. No issues out of the opening. Which. Right. I think that's all the camera boards we have. So we switch
Except
to honorary camera board Faustino Oro versus Vidit. And yeah, Vidit is really, he's not messing around. He's saying, okay, let's exchange everything. I'll be solid. I'll even accept to be slightly worse, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't want any tactics, any mess against Dr. Fausti. I think Vidit would agree with us, calling him Dr. Fausti.
Yeah, well, especially after yesterday's quite a convincing performance with black.
Yeah, in general. He's liberal there. Fausti thinking about it.
So the point here is that it's hard to make use of this pair of bishops, right? Black is...
Also, this might not be a terrible way to actually play for a win against Oro. If there's no tactics and nothing obvious, like I guess white is slightly better, but by making random waiting moves, right? H3 or F3, bishop F2, and it might not be so much to his liking to do this.
Right.
You want to do stuff, right?
Yeah, you want to go like G4 or something.
Yeah, he might go G4, I don't know.
Yeah, how bad is G4? I mean, maybe it's just like... It is bad, right?
So maybe this is just smart stuff from Vidit. I mean, it's also one of the main lines. It's not like anything crazy is happening. Just typically, if you want to, equalize cleanly, you don't even give the bishops you play.
Again,
Stuff I was
knight
showing.
e8, bishop d6, yeah. All right, some boards that are not on camera, but some funky positions nonetheless. Can I suggest that we... Okay, that's my personal kind of favorite, Jabava against Liek Wan Liam. I don't understand how this position happened on the board, first of all. So if we could check this one, it's board 13, right after the TV boards.
Oh, this was some random Scotch, yeah?
So Chababa went with Scotch, Queen F6, Knight F5. And this is something I don't think I've ever thought of. Because there used to be this old line, Bishop C5, Knight F5, which is not very sound, really but yeah.
No, the thing is, Bishop C5 is one of the main moves here, together with Knight F6. But after Bishop C5, Knight B3 is a pretty serious try for white.
Yeah.
So they're trying to start with Queen F6, and after Bishop E3, now
only
they want to
then
go
Bishop C5. Yeah.
Transpose to this line. Of course, there are some independent options, like Knight B5, whatever. Knight F5 is supposed to not be the way. I guess Le Quang knows more than me here. I think he can also play D5.
Yeah, looks like.
Which is probably also good.
So check C3, Bishop C5, B3, D6, Bishop takes, Bishop takes.
And black is already better, yeah?
Well, at least Compi claims so. Yeah, what they do. If you move... Yeah, if you go EF5, black's probably just better positionally, potentially pawn up as well. Like if you move the bishop, black is immediately pawn up. Right.
So I guess you take. But no, Badur also spending time. Looks like he was winging a bit, yeah, after Queen F6. He thought, okay, why not Knight F5? Maybe I can get to the D5 square.
No, but the cool thing is that there was a game after Knight F5. Played by Chabava.
Ah, it's not the first time he's doing it.
Muhyiddin Mammadov.
That's even worse.
2023, right. So you play...
You can't keep repeating.
Suspect line and...
Bad lines.
Yeah.
Le Quang will make a tree of your games in his database. He's a veteran. He's played in 8 World Cups. He's won Dortmund. He won the World Blitz Championship.
Yeah, so
nothing over, but it looks like, yeah, black is already a bit better, which is
plus 40 minutes time difference, you know, after 8 moves only. So
what was the first game? Was it draw?
It was a draw. Was this Benoni strange thing?
Ah, yeah, and then you pay a lot.
Right, so, yeah, it's a weird position nonetheless.
Okay, let's check in with El Clasico.
Arjonian with Arjonian. Yeah, that is something definitely to look at.
So yesterday,
I've seen this position.
I have some thoughts on this. This Knight C1 move. The thing is, Giri won a nice game against Fressinet many years ago, playing the setup Knight C1 and Knight B3, and then whatever, playing on the king side. And somehow everybody took notice, and also it's very aesthetically pleasing. Like I played this maneuver recently, this Knight C1, Knight B3, and once you've done it, you start feeling like such an idiot, because this Knight on B3 does absolutely nothing. Like we'll go B6, you're always standing in C5, and the only thing you're looking for is ways to bring this stupid knight back from B3
to something meaningful,
F3, somewhere, some good square.
Yeah.
So Anish, he's tricked generations of Kacper players
into thinking that Knight C1, Knight B3 is a clever idea.
Yeah, don't do that. Knight does nothing here.
Somewhat similar position. Okay, it wasn't here, but in somewhat similar position. We were even looking at Knight D1 and then put the E2 Knight on C3 and then go F3 and Knight F2.
Okay, that sounds better. At least you don't have this silly Knight on B3. But now here, I don't know. Play B4, but even play Knight F4. Play this structure.
Yeah, Knight F4 sometimes it's not as easy. Yeah.
Knight C1. You feel so smart doing it. Because, you know, you cover E3, you're ready for F3, you get the knight out of the way, you cover D4. But once it's there, it's nothing but regret. Sadness. You never get E4 after B6.
Yeah.
Knight is just bad.
So, and Levon similarly knows what he's doing. It's a very, very solid position. And
Yeah, he's not doing much, he's saying. Come at me, bro.
yeah, come and get me if you can.
Yeah, play b6 at some point. Around here, you can start getting depressed about your knight on b3. I'm slightly exaggerating. It's not like white is worse or anything, but this maneuver is very, very overrated. I even confronted Anish after I did this. And he said, yeah, I won this game and everybody started copying it, but it's nonsense.
Not my fault.
You don't have to go knight.
Wow, there is one very, very, I mean, I want to say crazy position for lack of a better word. Boat 24, Hare Krishna with Nestorov. And please don't tell me that it's like some sort of theory and we all know everything.
Give me a minute.
Ah, yeah, d5 bishop c. It could be.
Some
in
sort
fact,
of
it
theory,
could be
know
a
everything.
theory. Yeah. No, I mean, up to this point, yes. But that, like when I've clicked and I've seen white sacrifice the queen, and so it could be a theory for some people.
I'm a bit surprised. Like this line, in general, it's a bluff. So it's the Petrov. No one knows what to do. And this d4, knight e4, d5. Only black goes d5. You play knight bd2, and you get some weird positional game. But everybody's bluffing that black will not play bishop c5. Because bishop c5 works, and everybody knows it works. The computer shows 0-0. But after bishop c4, you have to be ready to enter this ungodly mess.
King to g6, yeah, I remember.
And while this is a draw for computers, humans, even Radavov losses very quickly recently.
You gotta still have to remember some
here, and white has different tries.
Some 10 moves and remember with great precision. Yeah, true that.
So you need to be able to do some studying, which I guess Nestorov has done. And probably Hare Krishna felt, he called my bluff. I'm not ready at all to sacrifice his rook. So he went queen d5, which is the other move. But that's not supposed to be dangerous because of takes and this key move.
f5.
f5, and if ef, knight f6, queen e5, looks like it's winning the bishop, but it's
hang
not.
on a second. Knight c3, c6, and then Hare Krishna went for the butcher's gambit.
He gave the queen.
Yeah.
Is this home cooking? Is this inspiration, desperation? I spent no time, so it's probably home cooking.
Super interesting because yes, like obviously he didn't overlook the fact that the pawn from c6 attacks the queen on d5.
No, so he spent 0 time.
And that also is a second best move according to the machine. So there is like this queen d3 thing, dropping the queen back, but knight e4 is a very serious, move.
Hare Krishna recently was a second for Gukesh in a World Championship match, which often exposes you to all kinds of openings and ideas. So
even some random ones,
He might have something up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Still, doesn't look like Nestorov is surprised. They're both blitzing. Knight e4, cd5.
Check, king f8.
King f8.
King f2, knight c6, bishop e3.
White has 2 pieces for the queen, which is not enough by conventional standards. But this knight on d6 sort of locks up
the bishop from c,
the black army. The king is here.
d4, bishop f4. Yeah, but by the way, d4 is actively disliked by the compy. And it was the first move, so judging on like time spent, it was the first move that Nestorov made by himself. He spent 10 minutes, or 15 minutes that is. Yeah, he went d4, bishop
Probably
f4.
new till here, new computer says it's fine, and then you take it from there.
Queen b6, and now, according to the machine, white is better.
If Hare Krishna wins this, sacrificing a queen, he feels so smart.
Yeah, and also the play is quite natural. It seems like you go bishop d3, and I guess you castle it officially somehow,
Yeah, h6 you go h4, and then potentially h5. Oh, interesting. Amazing queen sacrifice there by Hare.
Yep, lovely game.
Okay, let's check Jordan. Then let's check if Cat hears anything. If not, we will go on break. There we see Rasmus Svenne going through the screen. He had a lot of critique about how I pronounce names. So I should try to pronounce his name correctly from now on. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, but this one...
Jordan van Foreest, he drew his first game against Sulaimanov, who I'm not an expert, but my feeling is Sulaimanov is not overrated at 2-4-91. And today, what is this? King's Indian.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was still allowed. Knight to e6, some weird maneuvering.
Knight a6. No, I mean, even like the knight a6 line is already a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Let's see, 5, 96. But knowing Jordan, he probably like looked at this line all the way till the end, right?
I think normally what Jordan does, and this is probably not
C5.
the entire truth, he's also here with his brother who's helping it. But normally Jordan looks at some random stuff 20 minutes before the game, then he remembers it and then he blitzes it out with great confidence.
And then you would think, oh, okay, I mean, it's thoroughly analyzed.
Analyzing. Knight a6, knight c5, knight e6.
Yeah, so bishop f6 apparently is not that dangerous now. I feel quite confident.
Do you have to do that? Like, I would like to keep this bishop. He gets spooked.
By more jumping, maybe. Yeah.
I guess, yeah. Does look a little scary.
Yeah, bishop g3, h5 even?
I don't know. Okay, let Jordan do Jordan things. And let's jump to Ketty. Oh, this is one of my pet lines. I will have a lot of stuff to say. Tell us, Ketty, what's going on?
Yeah, this is a very interesting game, what we have here. And you guys probably remember this match Abasov against Esipenko from yesterday as well. Quite nice game has been done by Esipenko. Beautiful attack. Before I dive into the games, I just want to make a little point about the shirt of Nepomniachtchi. I overheard you guys talking about that.
Big fan. Big fan.
And actually it looks really good in live. And I realized that on the back there's a big photo of somehow person thinking. I think it's kind of posture of a chess player thinking. And I made a research. I could not resist that. I made a research if there's any designer shirt. Couldn't find any results, so I think it's a custom made, which is really cool. And I personally appreciate that the players are taking care of their looks and they're coming here to show off not only on the chessboard that he really does well, but also he looks very good.
But what's the code? Like if you have a fancy shirt like that, can you wear it for every game? Can you wear it for your first 2 games? Like, do you retire it? You give it to strike lady, you bring it back? Like, how do you do it?
Some of the people knows this story from the World Championship match. I was involved there too when he was wearing these fancy pink shirts every single day, and we were asking how many of these shirts he had there. And then when he lost the game, it was maybe coincidence he changed to white shirt, and he got the question. He was very upset about that question. But just players very often they have their lucky shirts, lucky pens, lucky ring. We know that Vincent Keymer has his ring that brings a lot of luck.
Won a lot of rating, that ring already.
Yeah, so I think he's happy with his new outfit and it works good for him. So we're gonna see how lucky is this. Another topic that I want to touch before going to this game. We already have so far 3 very fast draws within 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Tie breaks. What are the strategies? How can we explain this to the viewers that they made? Those players actually made also draw yesterday very quickly, and they directly are going to the tie breaks. And what can be the reasoning of that?
Not sure it's always a strategy. There is this phenomenon called fear of sudden death, that even if it's in your interest that you should play with the white pieces and your chances are better, it feels more comforting if you know, at least I get to play tomorrow as well. I will have 2 more games and I'll take my chances in the tiebreak. This guy is whatever, same strength as me or even slightly stronger. So you can justify it. Maybe you think you're better in rapid or you have better nerves. But normally, even if it's against your best interests, it's very, very tempting because you avoid elimination, which of course is what you want to do, and you prolong it to the next day. But it can be wrong sometimes.
Exactly. And Mira, what do you think? Is there some kind of strategy of the players before coming here when they had their training camps? Were they like basically focused on the rapid portion or the blitz portion of the training rather than classical? Like if they focus too much?
If there is... okay, again, I'm not the biggest expert on like World Cup participation, but I'm thinking you have kind of a consideration that if it comes to rapid, maybe I'm changing the opening slightly, and like in ideal world, I imagine you have to have an opening. What do I play if I lost my first game with white? You know, for classical, for rapid, this, that. But again, depends on the opponent. And who has time for that? Let's be honest. Like, so mostly you just, okay, you check your part of the bracket. You see, I play this guy. If I beat this guy, I play the next guy. And that is it usually. I don't think there is like really a lot of strategy, unless you're Peter Leko, of course, and then you know everything. You know your road to semi-final pretty much. Okay.
All right, that's very interesting. We're going to see those games tomorrow in the tiebreaks. And coming back to the board now, I'm so happy that you mentioned about this opening, because when I looked, I was very confused even watching this with the engine. It is very, very tough to understand. Here, Esipenko just needs to make a draw with black pieces, and he's in the next round. He goes here g5, starts to attack on the king side. I will just very quickly show these moves, and if we have to comment something else, please let me know. I can stop in here because I want to take us through this line. They both are blitzing at this point until Esipenko started to think a little bit longer here. This is the last move, and I think he's still thinking in this position. Rook to e7, and here I just want to show this funny line after rook to g8 when black is attacking the queen. White has this nice move, knight to e4, counterattack the queen. So basically, if you take the queen, I take the queen. There is a checkmate threat on h7. Rook is also hanging, and if you go here on g7, I just play b3, and I'm gonna get the bishop on a3, and I'm gonna keep the pawn either on d6 or in 7, and I'm happy with that position. Instead of this, black has to play here queen e7. There we have this line over here. And f3, and this is quite wild position. White engine suggests for white to play b4 here in this one, and the bishop is hanging. There is a possible to take with the rook with a check. Knight is hanging over there. We have this pawn here on e7. I'm very confused, and I would like to hear your insights in this very moment.
Any insights, Jan?
Yeah.
No, this is stuff I know well. So it's this 4 knight g5 line, which we've talked about plenty these days, even if you go all the way up, as a way to force the game sometimes, especially if you're the lower rated player and you want to ask some questions. Play becomes very, very direct, so this stuff you can prepare. Can't do it every game, because then, of course, it's equal like everything with a computer, it becomes too predictable. But you can try it every now and then. So Andrei chooses one of the lines on move 10. He decides to castle. Yesterday we've seen Niemann play knight f4, but then also mix it up. But after castles, you're committed to sacrificing another pawn with this rook to e1, pawn to f5, knight takes e5, queen f6, knight f3, g5, threatening g4. This is all normal. Here they used to play g3, and then black plays f4 or g4 and gets a strong attack. I mean, this continues as well. But this c4, I know it from Wesley's So's chessable course. Wesley mentioned this a couple of years ago. It became very trendy because it's very direct and people felt it surprising. So knight f4 is forced, bishop f1, g4 is forced. And here the surprise, the main line is d4 here, which is analyzed excessively, and Andrei would have known gf, queen f3, knight e6 or whatever. So you can't surprise with that. And Abasov is trying to surprise, also common tactic, by choosing, I think, the second computer move, and he goes pawn to c5. Looks like Andrei wasn't surprised, like he can play bishop c7, but what Andrei does is also supposed to be fine. And then it becomes a bit of a memory contest, and Abasov surely checked this before the game, because it was very likely he would get there. Well, I guess Andrei checked it at some point, but not maybe directly before the game. Computer will show zeros as usual at the end of the line, but it looked like maybe the strategy worked, that Yesipenko is a bit unsure of how this continues, and he will have to take time, which is exactly the idea of this line. Like, you throw a bucket of weird-looking positions and forced moves at the opponent, and if the opponent can't recall, it's very, very hard to find stuff over the board. So while it looks cool in a way, it's a very cynical, modern approach. Like, I studied this, and I hope I did more homework more recently than you.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, if you just make one inaccuracy in this position, it will be done.
That's the point. That's why the line is tempting. You can't just play it by ear and see what happens. You have to know your stuff. Then again, most top players, they get this e5, knight f3, knight f6, bishop c4, knight f6 so often that they also have to look at this quite often. So it's hard to surprise there. But interesting attempt by Abasov with this c5 to make something happen. I would guess Andrei will find his way and it ends in a draw, but more food for thought there for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So quite interesting game for the viewers, and probably we don't recommend that to do at home without knowing all these lines and work all these lines, because it's quite difficult to navigate in it.
Yeah, but it can also be fun to study. No, I mean, these are fun positions. So
yeah,
I recommend them with both colors. And I'm being recommended that we go on a brief break. Thank you so much, Ketty, and see you guys in a couple of minutes.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back. Round number 2 of the FIDE World Cup. It's day 2, second day of classical chess. If you score 1.5 points, you make it to round number 3. If the score is 1-1, they will play tie breaks tomorrow. And a lot of our favorites drew in the first round and are trying to win today to avoid those tie breaks. Before we get into the action, please like and subscribe. The YouTube FIDE Chess channel. That would mean a lot to all of us here.
Yeah, true that. Where do we go, Jan? Where do we go?
Let's start with the world champion.
Usual suspects, board 1, board 2, and so on.
Board 1, then board 2, then board 3. Gukesh, we don't have to stay very long. Looks like he equalized more or less against Kazybek, Nogerbek. They will bring the pieces out now. White played this b3, so c3 can always be a slight target. Then again, black king side is also slightly weakened. Computer says it's equal, so I guess Gukesh can be quite happy with the outcome of the opening here, and now he can try.
Yeah, okay, that's
chip away.
Potentially long maneuvering game, yeah.
Yep. Arjun won the first game, and there was some interesting stuff in the opening where we mentioned this takes and knight a5. Arjun played pawn to e4, offering this pawn, and maybe black got a little overzealous and took it, which is not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to castle here. White plays f3 or something, and then rook e8. And computer says black is fine, but I'm sure Arjun had some ideas. Knight takes e4, bishop g2. White develops quickly and can even go for this end game, a pawn down, because after c5 he has such a grip with the two bishops. The initiative, castles rook e1, the bishop can come here, that this is a bit dangerous for black. Martin Petrov played d5, c takes d, c takes d. But now after long castles, after short castles, even though white is a pawn down, it is black who has to be very, very careful.
Yeah, the fitting is like no danger whatsoever for white. Like, yeah, you just like easily develop, rook b1, rook e1. Yeah, very pleasant situation to be in.
Yeah, so he's fine. Praggnanandhaa was in a bit of trouble out of the opening after this e5 surprise. Knight d7, queen e2, he went f6. And yeah, white is somewhat better, but Pragg has managed to stabilize and also to get his opponent somewhat out of book, finally, I would assume. Still, it's not exactly a dream position for black. Took on c6, rook e1, g4, h4, h5 maybe. But it looks like Praggnanandhaa, at least, he weathered the storm for now, got at least close to equality, which is all he could hope for under the circumstances after he ran into an unpleasant opening surprise. There we see Pragg nodding while contemplating how to recapture bc or queen c6. Both look playable, but bc, of course, is more risky strategically. Maybe you have some attack, but after b3 you also end up with these weakened pawns.
Yeah, but if you take with the queen, on the other hand, you allow immediate g4, right?
Yeah, I guess he's calculating stuff like this, g4, bishop e4, how this goes. I have a feeling it's going to be all right, but to win this won't be easy.
He might have to play the tiebreak tomorrow. Yeah, it's not impossible.
Anish Giri, you mentioned this, took a surprising decision here, pawn to g5. I remember that Anish, in different opening but similar structure, in the bayonet attack of the King's Indian, he was also a proponent of going b5 in a similar situation, which looked strange because you're closing the side where you're supposed to open. But modern chess, sometimes people argue, you know, the space advantage, black is tied down to this pawn. I can play on the queen side now that I have the king side under control. There's never any counterplay with f6. So my hunch is he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But to my eyes, I would think the plan is, I don't know, you go h5 and after g5 you move the queen, then you go f4, try to open it. Not what he wants.
Yeah, you could also keep it flexible for now, just go queen g3, right? And then decide what to do. Because I don't know. Like, I imagine if you put the knight on in the position that we have on the board, like just played knight g to e7. I think if you go knight f5 and white gets to take, then maybe you have to recapture with one pawn, the other pawn stays weak, and maybe you have enough resources. But if black just doesn't do anything, like it basically goes bishop c8, defends b7, defends it twice, thrice, whatever, as many times as needed. How do you break through exactly?
Probably not quickly, but you shuffle, you put the knight here, bishop comes back here.
And you sack on c4 one day.
Bishop goes here to provoke b6 or something, rook b5, a5. And black has zero counterplay, so I kind of like it. Can't claim I understand it, but I understand what he wanted, because if he goes queen g3, he has to think about, I don't know, all kinds of counterplay here. He's just trying to make it a play for two results. First game was a draw, so he wants zero risk, and if he breaks through, he breaks through.
Fair point, yeah.
Let's see if he manages. Wesley. Wesley is being solid. Compy says he's a bit worse.
After white took the bishop and went e4, right?
Yeah. So went along the lines, which I think we mentioned. Takes, queen d8. This is sort of theory. Knight e8, I'm not sure. I think Compi likes this move.
So knight e8 again, understandable. Wants to end with the knight on d6 eventually, right?
Yeah, what happens if you go here to attack the pawn? Because if white has to cover it, if we get this guy at least, we're out of trouble. I'm not sure if we're better, but no worries.
Well, yeah. I don't think you can sacrifice d4.
Maybe you throw in this, pin the knight, and now...
And now you go rook d1 and take with the queen, maybe?
I would think with the queen, but also here, this looks like it should.
Yeah, it gets simplified so much, right?
Yeah.
So like,
if I somehow you take something,
take g7, go d5, maybe. Yeah.
Probably it's not winning. All right, looks drawish to me. Mr. Keymer. He started with bishop g2 and some interesting moves by Kovalev here. Queen f6, making sure e4 is not happening. Keymer went e3, h5, provoking h4, but now this is a weakness.
Queen d6, yeah.
It's too smart for me, but it looks like Kovalev was doing some sensible things. Still, I guess I'd take white. You got a4, bishop a3, a5.
Yeah, somehow with this type of structure, like you have these two knights, but you don't really know where to.
They don't have a square.
Where to put them. And then, yeah, like white can almost endlessly try to expand, like a4, maybe a5 only, right? C2, c4, so not clarifying his intentions in the center for now.
Okay, maybe queen d6 was stupid. Maybe white wants knight e2. Anyway, he can play some other move. I don't know, knight e7 or whatever. But complicated fight ahead. Not a bad spot for Kovalev, who's in a must-win position since he lost the first game to B, and at least it's unbalanced and a weird structure. And it doesn't look like he's worse, according to the computer. So probably good outcome for Vladislav. Baby, don't hurt me. But nothing too spectacular happening yet.
Yeah.
Wei Yi is fine and only needs a draw. This will be achieved if he doesn't win.
Abdusattorov has some funky position.
Oh, what's going on here?
It's been some, some trades. Queen e2. Remember last time we've seen was queen e2, and then black went f5.
Went f5? Wow.
Yeah, learning from Fausti.
Yeah, Fausti did it under very different circumstances. Here, takes.
Check.
This
takes
looks
on e7, knight g3, fg2.
Excessive. To allow this white pawn on e7?
Yeah, can you get rid of it? Well, not necessarily. And Compi...
White does, but this looks dangerous.
Compi suggests... So knight g3, fg2 is already played.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Yeah, and bishop f4. Compi claims to be a clever move, yeah.
Rook is pinned, preparing this.
Yeah, I was thinking, like before I started the engine, I was thinking knight f5 should be like you just throw the knight in, but it's refuted the funny way. Knight f5, black has bishop takes pawn and rook a5, and apparently it could be the only way, but it's good enough. Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah, precisely. If you don't have bishop f2, you resign, but bishop f2, rook a5 works. So bishop f4 is the way to get an advantage for white.
Black has to try to sidetrack the white queen with more complicated stuff, but the e7 pawn remains, and this looks to be the biggest factor on the board, not too surprisingly. So Nodirbek, Abdusattorov in good shape here. In deep thought, though. the man from Tashkent. And he plays rook e2, not bishop to f4. Is that good, bad?
It's okay, but a bit less. It's a bit less precise. However, black has to find king h8 now.
Yeah. And again, that's what you want to do, right? Unpin.
Yeah, you want to unpin.
Rook.
Yeah, but
maybe what's the idea then?
Don't ask me why, but king h8 is almost equal, and king h7 loses on a spot to bishop d2.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Not sure which one, how bad it is, but king h7 is much more logical. No, you don't run into queen e4 check in any lines.
Yeah, you mean king h8? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So, well, king h8, and then. But what exactly do we want with black? If the same bishop d2 was played, then you can jump knight c5, knight d3.
And now if queen c4, then you just take on e7.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the idea. Here, jump. Okay, still messy.
Yeah. Mamedyarov's pawn on b5 was not taken, from what I imagine, and then, yeah.
Kacper didn't dare. So this becomes still weird stuff. Played b4, white didn't take for some reason. And knight c4, and now it's looking a bit more normal again.
d4, ed4, ed was just played.
Asking for trouble. Maybe Mamedyarov feels okay. This guy knows his stuff, but in an open battle I can outcalculate him, because he did so yesterday.
ed
is asking for it. Rook e1, e5.
Yeah.
It's really bad, apparently.
Ah, really? Yeah. I didn't.
A young master computer.
Young master. Yes, rook e1, so I thought e5 and then rook e1, but apparently it does work. Yeah, rook e1, castles e5 and take with the knight, and it's... you're probably threatening too many things, because you have knight g6 threat and this and that.
Of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, this, and Compi really likes it.
Yeah, Compi takes, and now he just makes some quiet move, which is never easy. Queen c2. Too many enemy.
Yeah, you threaten. Oof. No, but that is also not easy to find all of that.
No, queen c2 is very tough.
Yeah.
Okay, rook e1, he also looked excited, so he's thinking about something. Feels natural enough.
Okay. All right.
Temur with a chance.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov could be in a world of trouble.
Okay. We will continue our tour through the boards. We should mention, if you want to see more of your favorite player, there are also individual streams for each of the first 12 boards. So just look for them in the description, or look for your favorite player on YouTube, and you can watch their game uninterrupted with all the facial expressions that you love. Very useful also if you want to cover, I don't know, your local hero and you want to see how they reacted every second. Check those individual streams out.
Yep.
Hans
with Lorenzo.
Oh yeah, Lorenzo in play queen b6. Bishop a6, also logical. Now Hans started some action.
Kind of justifying why rook c1, I guess.
Yeah.
Bishop takes.
Rook c6. Strange position. Hans got the c-file, but the knight made it to e4, which is a great square.
Right.
Knight d4, more maneuvering.
He just played knight d4.
Yes, in an ideal world, he would like to exchange this knight on e4, keep the rest of his belongings.
Yeah. So what Compi does is queen to b8.
Looking for some counterplay. Queen to a7.
I guess, yeah, like you want a queen a7 move, or yeah, queen a7 mostly. Because I was thinking Queen b7, rook c7, rook c8 nonsense, like as the reaction to knight g4. But you're worse in the end, even though he feels that you're smart, but yeah, but it doesn't really work. Yeah.
I can ignore it. Yeah?
You can. Yeah.
Okay, Hans not establishing dominance just yet. How's Maxim Vashilagraf's Najdorf treating him? He's worse, but is it worse enough?
Yeah, he's been worse before in the Najdorf.
Many times.
Wait, apparently it shifted like last couple of moves, because move 19 after g4, Compi says he had to play d5. And this would have been clever. Yeah, this would have been clever. And then a5, not so much. a5, queen moves. Queen c7 and queen c4 is good.
Queen c4 ends the fun.
Yeah, queen c4 is good. Now, if you just move the knight, I guess they trade. They take on d6, and they're happy.
So probably have to keep the queens, go somewhere.
Yeah.
No, he's in some trouble. I mean, yeah, I guess he will find a way to jump out of it, but for now...
Yeah, like, but even so, right? Takes e7, bishop to c4. It's not that pleasant.
Nope.
Not that pleasant, so...
The French school of suffering, as Magnus was calling. Maxim's Black Games is once again on.
Right. Nepo against Diptayan Ghosh. Nepo, I was tempted to say he sacrificed the pawn, but seeing what Compi has to say.
Yeah, okay. So opening was nothing special, but here after bishop a6, my best guess is he intended bishop c4, and then he realized bishop takes f2
is a problem. Wait
unpleasant.
a second.
So he was maybe taking it a bit too easy. And now
but queen d1 is even worse, apparently.
Also, it's not what you want to play. No, queen e2, then black plays bishop a6 with tempo, you go queen d1.
Now, hang on a second. And you also played knight f3, and now as the reply to rook d8, you go back to d2.
So if we compare it with this position, get the knight on d2, the queen on d1.
So black played bishop a6, bishop to c5, queen to e7, rook a to d8, which are good moves.
This and this. Well, white played h3.
And black is to move again.
Yeah, that's not a good trade-off.
Yeah, does not get as good as a prophylactical move h3 is. It doesn't necessarily compensate for all the activity black's getting. No, in all seriousness, it's a terrible position for black. For white, of course, bishop d4 not even the strongest.
Not even the best, yeah, just bring more pieces was already decisive. The bishop d4, the point is if the queen moves, you take here, and I guess you're also threatening to continue building. So Jan gave the pawn with queen f3, takes, rook takes d2, queen e3. No, okay.
That's actually,
at least his pieces are moving.
That's actually quite tricky.
Yeah,
it's actually quite tricky because like the strongest moves apparently rook d to d8, like drop the rook all the way back, which is not necessarily
trying to stop queen a7, yeah, because if you go here. This is annoying. Not sure it's great, but at least it's annoying. This is not exactly what comes to mind. No, we were told to keep rooks on the opponent's second rank. Oh, there we see the shirt. The shirt in action. Let's see if we can...
he runs away.
No, he's hiding it.
He doesn't want to show it. It's a bit shy. Yeah.
Okay, so Nepomniachtchi messed up in the opening, but still a chance that he can use his class to get out of here. Still, this shouldn't happen in a classical game. Ideally, no, that you play
you overlook
bishop a6, you more or less resign.
No,
that's slightly surprising. And this tactic, frankly, is not too difficult for a player of Nepomniachtchi's caliber.
Right. So...
Okay, Your boy Badur.
Badur,
deep trouble.
from bad to worse.
Yeah, this will be it for Badur. Richard Rapport didn't sound too excited to be here, or about all these long 3-minute interviews he had to give, but he is still playing, and I guess is slightly better.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, this looks as professional as it gets. Like the game with white after you won the game with black.
Yeah, with Alapin, this boring line against the Sicilian, no nonsense.
Yeah,
He knows some theory even.
yeah, pair of bishops, Yeah, it's even slightly more pleasant for white, right? It's just
actually. Becoming a serious professional, no nonsense.
yeah, so that is
Dr.
That is
Devon
it.
against his spirit animal, Aronyak. No. In El Clasico. Aronyak versus Aronyan. I guess Levon is better. According to Compy at least, by jumping
jumping to a 43 potentially.
Not that obvious. It's a nice knight, of course, but the other pieces aren't doing that much.
Yeah. Yeah, well, apparently you're going to have to go queen c7. So you have to be like really, really clever, right? Some queen c7, which is, for now, there is no b3. Yeah, well, Aronian can do it, of course. He's, capable of doing it.
Clever moments.
Yeah. But okay, I have a question. Like, how bad it is if black just trades on d4, knight d4, queen d4? I guess. Yeah, it could be not the most pleasant position here. Knight d6, right?
I don't know if it's too bad, but
yeah, you
maybe mildly unpleasant. Huh? There we see Aronyak Gosh. Not yet a Grandmaster, one of our 3 remaining IMs, but it's a fair bet. He will be a Grandmaster soon.
Yeah, getting valuable lessons from Levon Aronian, even though it costs him the match. But
most likely. Next to Nikita Petrov against Sindarov. But we will go to Dr. Fausti. We haven't been there for a while. How's Fausti doing? He didn't do anything too aggressive yet, just stabilized.
Yeah, well, actually,
playing it cool.
He did play f3, bishop f2, the compy stuff.
Yeah, but after queen e6, he went b3. He doesn't want to give the whole here, but a3, at least he had some option to, I don't know, maybe chip away a bit.
b4 or something, yeah.
Well, after b3, limited ways to make progress.
Vidit went with g5.
22. After d5, you go d4 if you want to. No, white is rocky solid with these 2 bishops here.
But very hard to do something.
Yeah, okay, so draw and tiebreak still likely. But we'll see what Fausti does. And we'll see what Ketty brought for us.
I brought you Petrov game and very nice decision by Hare Krishna against Nestorov. This match was a draw yesterday, and here after c6, white decided to sacrifice the queen and capture the knight on e4. This is not something new. The games has been played in this opening. After taking here, knight goes on d6 with the check, king goes on the side, and white just captures the bishop on f2. And we don't have crazy tactics or the checkmate in the end, but white is carrying on to play in this position with 2 pieces for a queen, but very active pieces. Black has a struggle to coordinate well with queen side and the king side as well. The game that I found in database after d4 instead of queen to b6 was b5, and then queen to b6. I don't know how much this will change the position, but in the current game we have first queen to b6, and then Black decided to continue to move the knight away, and currently this is the position. The engine says it's equal. Yeah, they're just keeping going like that. Black has this queen on b6, white has active pieces. And what would be your call here in this position?
Yeah, we looked a bit at this earlier. It looked like Black went wrong. He probably knew this line is not supposed to be great for white, and I think there were some correspondence games and that kind of stuff. But it looked like d4 and then especially queen b6 were bad because he gets stuck there, as he showed. This b5, hoping to develop the bishop is probably the way to go. So maybe Nestorov didn't do enough homework in this crazy line. And after bishop d3, it's very hard to develop anything. I'm not sure how bad the current position is, but it looked like he was under some pressure after bishop f5, knight e3, bishop back. White is material down, but the black queen side doesn't move. With this bishop on c8, rook on a8, white will just go rook he1. Black king struggles to find a home. So yeah, interesting idea by Hare Krishna there.
Yeah, very, very nice idea. Quite pleasant to play for white, perhaps. This one, as you heard.
You only have two pieces against the queen, if the opponent knows. I'm not sure how pleasant it is, but I guess he checked enough to know he's not in big danger, and then the opponent goes wrong.
Very often the time on the clock indicates us who is in a home preparation, and Hare Krishna had more than an hour, quite some time in the game, and Nestor was actually thinking and coming up with these moves by himself. Very interesting game. I'm gonna keep the eye on this one and update you later on.
Thank you so much, Ketty. What are we doing? Are we going on a brief break and then more action? No, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. We go, Jan, you know what we do? We go back to Anish Giri.
That's almost
to
like
learn how to play those positions where you would think there is no breakthrough. That is, yeah, no break. It's a break for us and no breakthrough. Yeah. So very clever, Anish.
Is it?
I do not know. It looks clever. It looks clever. So at some point, yeah, he went with f4 and f5 and knight f4.
He gave all his pawns, yeah? Like he gave the a pawn and then the f pawn.
Yeah.
Anish,
and knight f4.
Sacrificing 2 pawns. Is this the first time in his long, successful chess career that he's sacrificing not 1 but 2 pawns?
Almost in a row.
Yeah. But it's not like he wants anything direct, he just has long-term compensation.
Yeah.
Bishop is a monster, this knight is great,
I mean,
this is weak, the
it
king
looks
is
like
target.
He's almost guaranteed if he wanted to take back the h5 pawn, right? The question is, like, you take on h5, black doubles on the h file that moment. How do you untangle then, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure you want the pawn ASAP, right?
I mean, you want to keep the option, right? But if you were to take rook h8, you have queen d1 theoretically, but then you're
stuck
as versed as the sausage, as they say.
Yeah. No, here nothing moves, so I guess he doesn't want to take.
Yeah.
So what does he want?
What does he want? Like, it looks optically pleasing. You've gotten some squares, you've opened some files, but black has everything defended for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you could think of getting this guy here.
Plan, yeah. No, I don't know. It looked nice optically what he did, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe the argument is like you're not risking. Well, you never know. Like if you've sacrificed 2 pawns and didn't get anything back. Yeah, like here, if you have to trade, and then black will do a Petrosian and bring the king all the way to h7 somehow.
Yeah. Will take a while, but in thousands of moves. These pawns might play a role. Doesn't look like Anish is worse. The computer even says he's better, but yeah, it's an interesting strategy to give 2 pawns. It really means business today.
Yeah.
So that's how you could get eliminated from the World Cup. You feel like,
yeah, if you're pushing
I
too
need to
much,
win my
yeah.
white game, I'll sacrifice a couple pawns, and all of a sudden you end up going home. Don't think it's going to happen today, but he's taking more risks than we're used to from him. All right. How is Vincent doing? Vincent is doing well. Something happened. H5, H4. Whoa, Kovalev went F4.
Ah.
Can you count? White is controlling this many a time. Of course, EF, Queen D4. It's not great. So GF.
GF.
This point is now this pawn is weak.
Knight H6.
On H6.
On Knight E7.
Same idea.
Knight E2, Knight F5, E4. So he wins the pawn back, but
at what price?
It's a huge center for white now.
Yeah.
And no, but actually, this escalated quickly. Look, I mean,
it's just very bad, apparently.
Where do you do? Compi doesn't even castle. But if you don't castle right now, you might not be able to castle at all because the other bishop could go to A3.
Yeah.
It's a
bit too sanguine there from Kovalev, trying to mix it. Now he's in real big trouble. Where do you castle? Yeah, if you castle here,
it's E5, F5, and it's just like
start
caveman
crushing. Yeah,
caveman approach. Yeah, just
caveman Keymer. Now Kovalev in trouble. Wei Yi not in trouble.
Not troubled at all.
Let's check in with the top 3 boards, the Indian stars. Gukesh should be happy, something to work with in this weakness.
Yeah, he's fine. Arjun more than fine, I guess.
Happy.
Well, almost +2.
Jump.
A lot of jumping. Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting. Arjun always finds these forgotten / considered shady lines, adds little detail, and he's good to go.
No, he's brilliant in this regard because it's not even that sophisticated of a line. Yeah, so people will check, but he will play another line and then another line and so on and so on.
Choose a move there, people will be surprised, and then he will play something else next game. Of course, it's a lot of work. You have to keep coming up with stuff. There we see.
Yeah, but
Arjun,
it pays off greatly.
Erigaisi, the Iceman, in deep thought. He lost to Prague in his last appearance in the World Cup, in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, he has.
Is that a new suit? We're on fashion watch here. I've seen him rocking the sand color quant box jacket yesterday, but this is even spicier.
Yeah. What would you call this one? Like a
checkered?
Checkered, yeah.
It's chess,
yeah, but
checkered.
these are stripes. Yeah, not the chalk stripes, but something. Yeah, like even you can go in greater detail from what I know. But yeah. Anyway, looks very good. His position.
If you're watching, I want one of those. I don't need the logo even. It looks nice.
Yeah. Even the position it doesn't look as good as the suit.
No.
And
can't beat the suit, but the position is also fine. So yeah, he should be fine.
Pragg
and
looks like he's okay now.
Mr. Praggnanandhaa sort of stabilized.
Yeah, at least not getting checkmated.
No.
At least not getting checkmated.
There's even room here for, I don't know, making it a game. His first order of business was to survive the opening, which he's done now. I guess he's roughly equal. And then with bishop versus knight and this weird structure, I wouldn't be surprised if he even
ends up somehow winning. Yeah.
Not saying it's better. Computer says it's slightly worse after rook e2, but it feels like the trend is in his favor.
Yeah, the trend is his friend. Whoa, I just seen last move that Kovalev made. And this will not end well for him against Vincent.
This already went wrong. C5. He's
C5, and this should
fueling
be...
the flames even further.
Yeah, this should be collapsing somehow. This, and then Compi just says you take, and
Knight is such an idiot with the white pawn on b3. Horsey here is not happy.
Yeah, the knight on h4 as well. Again, if you are interested, guys, in some positional wisdom from this commentary team, you could rewatch, I think it was day 1 of round 1, when we were explaining in great detail where you should be developing your knights.
Yeah, who was it that said? Some wise man said a knight on b6 is always misplaced. Probably, I don't know. Taras, Bogulyubov, one of those guys.
Yeah.
Always might be a stretch, but I mean, quite often.
Quite often, yeah.
Yeah, this just plays itself. Long castles, put something on d4, go f5.
Yeah. Like
Go
literally
home.
everything went wrong for black.
Yeah. No, Kovalev tried too hard to mix it early on, and Vincent said,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I wasn't playing for a draw, just FYI.
Let me inform you that MVL, we kept saying like he had worse positions in the Nodirbek, but this could be a bit too much to come back from.
He's just getting started. This is still normal Maxime business.
Well, Compi doesn't like it. That's I'm sure. Queen e7.
I still think he's had worse positions. He might have lost some of those that were worse than this.
when they were really worse, he might have lost some. Yeah, that's true. So, was Weiss forced to go? No, he wasn't. To go for this like a material imbalance, because he could, instead of capturing the rook on a8, he could go. No, I mean that's all good. Yeah, Queen b7 is too optimistic. Queen e7, white could have gone Queen e2 apparently, but Bishop a8 is also fine.
Queen e2 also looked kind of winning.
Yeah,
but this is tempting. No, Maxime in deep trouble. And he would be kicking himself a bit. Maybe, I think he was feeling too safe after this sort of easy victory yesterday. Yeah. And against Ganguly, if it's a theoretical line, a sharp position, he's still extremely dangerous. That's what's happening.
Yeah, and well, usually the problem for the side with two rooks is kind of king safety, right? But here, here somehow it's very hard to get. Yeah, very hard to get to this king. So yeah, quite solid and advantageous position.
Surprise tiebreak here in the making. And Mr. Nepomniachtchi, will this be a short World Cup appearance?
We were talking, yeah, we were talking about this, like surprises, upsets, and this would definitely be an upset, like Nepo leaving the World Cup after the first match, but
yeah,
it might as well happen.
Diptayan found the best move, rook back to d8. Nepomniachtchi, not surprisingly, decided to try to open the position. F4, F5, good move. Preparing C4, C3, which would be nice.
Bishop D5.
5.
Now, apparently the recipe is just to take and go Queen D6.
Not a bad recipe at all.
Like if you trade the queens, you lose the second pawn, and then
opposite colored bishops. But if we're up 2 pawns and we can push these guys, this doesn't look very drawish, frankly.
No, not at all. Yeah, you have the A4 pawn.
You don't even win it, or you don't even take it. I mean, rook d5 looks good, but computer says the best is this.
And f6, and then like bring your other stuff. Maybe you go after a4 pawn. Yeah.
No, it looks pretty scary. I mean, Jan is incredibly resourceful, but it also looks like he's not paying too much attention to this game yet, right? I mean, maybe he thinks whatever happens, he can always swindle his way out of it. That's a risky strategy against a young, ambitious 2-5-80 player. Could get punished. We'll keep an eye on it for sure. Let's keep an eye on Badur. No, this keeps getting worse every time I look.
Yeah.
Yep. So Jubava in deep trouble. Some of the favorites, or not the favorites, but Maxim and Nepomniachtchi struggling.
Really higher rated players having tough time.
And we are having a tough time without our next coffee break. So we'll do that, of course. In the meantime, you should subscribe not just to this stream, but to each of the 12 individual camera streams. Subscribe and like those as well. All of them.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! खेल ये हमारा है आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है अपना गेम भारी है हैंडशेक की बारी है अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come, don't be late. It's your move. ये तो कोई खोर.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग. शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन. विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन.
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है. खेल जमेगा खूब. It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है wait. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. Esto todo. It's your move. एक दो ढाई. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it. I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
back. Round number 2, day number 2 of the FIDE World Cup. Most of the games are still going, but we can do a brief tour to some of the quote-unquote lower boards, which are still populated by amazing players like Daniel Dubov and Miro. Dubov already made a draw with the white pieces.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's not like he was not trying, but it wasn't the spiciest of Dubov draws.
No, the final position looked somewhat dry. We have another draw in Shant Sargsyan against Jorge Cori. I'll just assume, without checking, that all these games that end in a draw quickly means they're going for tie breaks. Typically, that's not the case. You would not see a quick draw.
Right.
One more in Wojciech Lagarde, tiebreak there. Haik Matirosyan against Artemiev. How did they do yesterday? Artemiev managed to defend this rook endgame, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So they're also tiebreak bound, 2 draws, as are Hovhannisyan and Sadvani. So bunch of draws, and I will be a homer and briefly check how the German boys are doing. A lot of them still in action. We probably don't have them on camera, so I'll just look. Fredrik Svane on the bottom board against Edis Gurel. This is a tough pairing for both of them. 2 young, 2.640, 2.650 players.
Frederick actually has gotten quite a bit of an advantage.
Born up. Still some drawing margin there with the opposite color bishops, but it is certainly an advantage. And he can try forever to convert this. Just don't exchange rooks, then you have good chances. So, pretty good outcome there for Frederick. Dimitri Kollars is under some pressure by Pranesh positionally. What was this? Some Spanish. Good old Zaitsev. I don't know, theory here. I never liked it. It feels too close to King's Indian. And yeah, computer is not in love with Kollars' position. Looks like he got slowly outplayed without Pranesh doing anything. Too crazy. So Kollars in some trouble.
I'm looking for... yeah, this is not happening. I was hoping for Vasily Ivanchuk to get a shot.
Yeah, just checking, but he lost yesterday.
He lost yesterday.
Need to win, and
the position doesn't really look like he will have a shot.
Pranesh versus Dimitri Kollars on board 59 also shows the depth of this event. They're both, whatever, 2.630 players. So, yeah. Most of the world's top 200 players have made their way to the World Cup, or at least a lot of them. Notable omissions are certain Magnus Carlsen, certain Hikaru Nakamura, and Mr. Fabiano Caruana. With Nakamura and Caruana, they're both already more or less qualified for the candidates tournament, and probably, since this is the priority for the top players, they decide not to play. Although others like Pragg and Gukesh did show up. With Magnus, he hasn't been in love with playing classical chess with long time controls recently.
So,
let's see if he makes a comeback.
Theoretically, he's not qualified. He would qualify by rating, but he doesn't have enough classical games.
Yeah, he could change that Nakamura style. I don't think he's planning to play
Nakamura style. It'd be hard for him to do, because Norway doesn't have as many states and provinces.
He has enough open tournaments in Norway, and he's allowed to cross borders in Europe as well. Could play some nice Swedish tournament. There would be a way.
Tournament.
I don't think that's what he's looking for. But we'll see. Now there's this new world champion title, which maybe he has his eyes on. We will see what Magnus is up to. But he's not here. Then we see the legend Vasily Ivanchuk against Sam Shankland. But yeah, black is just worse with not that much to hope for in terms of the full point.
Yeah.
So it looks like Sam will get
really
the job
rough.
done.
Yeah.
We continue our tour through random boards with a bit of a German bias. Rasmus Svane against Rauf Mamedov under some small pressure.
These ones are always like very hard for me to understand where it's actually like minimal but unpleasant advantage, where it's like dead draw
Line
and
is
it
very
doesn't
blurry,
matter what
like
you do.
You either shake hands or you suffer for 50 moves. I'm not sure. But this
So
looks
can you-
like just, going C5.
Yeah,
or
C5
taking.
immediately even, yeah. This one's
looks
not the
like
most pleasant of them all,
unpleasantness.
yeah.
Rook d3, queen takes c5. No, he will have to suffer. Grandmaster Nair, who you spotted early, I was told.
Yeah.
Against Johann Sebastian Christiansen, has become a bit of a specialist, I'm told. I haven't really checked in gaining rating in the depth of Latin America, playing many tournaments there. And has quite an impressive rating, Johann Sebastian.
2660. So he's the Elo favorite in this pair, which
huge favorite.
If you told me some 10 years ago, that would be a very big surprise.
Yeah.
Nair won game 1 though.
Christiansen was very young, but this is not the Chile Open, which I'm sure is a great tournament.
Jan, we absolutely have to go back to Hare Krishna.
I saw this, some rook f8 was played, and there was rook takes e3,
Rook takes
right?
E3, right.
Which board was that?
It was somewhere up, right? Not up enough. Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
It's possible.
Where is he? It's impossible to find. He's hiding.
Hiding.
Board 24.
On it. Against.
So particularly rook takes e3 is the strongest move in the
but
position.
This rook f8 move was unfortunate. No, not that the position is great. And apparently, the best was h6, which also wasn't great. But rook f8 takes the square from the king.
So now you take, and it's a double attack.
You have to sort of go here, which I'm not sure you want to. Let's say queen takes, bishop check, king e6. And while the material balance favors black, the checkmate balance does favor white.
Yeah.
Would be a pretty finish, though.
Yeah, true. Like
Hare Krishna's immortal game.
For this one to be called immortal, that's where I was going. That you have to get rid of this A1 rook, otherwise.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, like all the immortal games feature 2 rook sacrifices. The immortal, the Kasparov's immortal. Like you have to sacrifice your rooks.
The problem is if we throw in rook b1, if he takes, it's fine. But if he doesn't take, it's risky. Like queen takes e5 or rook takes f3. So I'm not sure you can do it.
Yeah, no. In all seriousness, though, after bishop e3, it seems to be completely lost. Like the best apparently
is take to free the square for the king.
Rook f3, and then white has to take with the king. Queen c6. You go to
funny,
g3.
White has no material, but this kraken on d6 completely dominates the remaining black troops, while white can just activate his army to the max.
Yeah.
Peter giving some slow stuff like bishop e4.
Yeah, like,
c4,
I'm very impressed. Just play positionally like nothing happened.
Yeah. And it's completely winning.
It's a nice game.
Yeah. And Nestorov in trouble. How's Nihal doing? We haven't seen much of Nihal. I guess he made a draw in round 1. He's worse again. Kukulas Ardita is just good. Kicked out Divya. He won't be very popular in India if he wins back-to-back against Divya and Nihal.
Yeah, no, that's not the way. But yeah, he's very solid, and then he's...
Yeah, well prepared, making sensible moves. It's a big part of chess.
How do you get rid of this e5 rook there?
There we see Stamatis Kurkulas Arditis from Greece.
So after rook e5, what did he? Knight c4 is not great
Knight
because
C4,
you dropped the pawn on b7, right?
Take b7. No, Compi says rook eb8, which I'm not sure is the most natural move in the world.
Yeah.
But covers. It stops rook takes e8 and threatens knight c4. If you go, I don't know, b3, then we can switch directions. I don't know, this structure, often Compi says it's good, but I'm always concerned about it. With these pawns on d4 and f4, if I do something slightly stupid, I mean, there will be targets, especially on d4.
Yeah.
So I always worry. Nihal not as bound by all these worries, but here, yeah, he's a bit worse.
There's knight b5 potential as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just unpleasant. Okay. Just keep clicking through. If you're missing the top games once again, you can find the individual stream for the top 12 boards and check it there. Max Warmerdam against Awanda Liang. Max lost the first game after a blunder. It looks like he's at least not better, so this will be tough for Warmerdam.
Well, a lot of pieces on the board, on the other hand. It's not, you know, yeah, one can go wrong when there's such a lot of pieces.
Yep.
Jordan won for rest. I don't know, looks like Jordan's winning? Question mark?
Which board is Jordan here?
Jordan 25. No, that this is like he's also to move, because I thought like white to move maybe, but yeah.
And then
if he's also
stop
to
that
move.
checkmate threat. White has to go here, but 2 pawns down in this endgame does not look very appealing. Now this is over.
Not appealing at all.
Going through. Grandmaster Motilyov. What did he do first round against Parham? I keep forgetting.
He made a draw. He made a draw, and at some point we even was slightly pressing.
Yeah. Today is slightly worse. 95, book c7.
Worse, but the theme of that match seems to be quote-unquote bad bishop against a good knight. Yesterday, Motilev. Remember the knight on d4 for black from Parham, and then Motilev had like a bishop on e2 or d1 or something. At the end of the game,
black
he was even
better,
pressing.
But he's still solid or something.
At the end, he was even pressing. So here, I'm not hinting at this scenario repeating itself, but Motilev, very experienced, not done.
There we see Motilyov in the grey shirt, and that is Parham Masudlu. Tremendously dangerous player, especially when he's on a roll. He can just win. Bunch of games. Was leading the Grand Swiss after, round 6 with something sick, like 5.5 out of 6, but couldn't keep up the pace. And next to him is young Grandmaster Jordan van Foreest, the man from Groningen in the Netherlands. Who's, had a big triumph a couple of years ago when he won the Weikanzee Super Tournament, and has been a stable around 2,700 player for a while now. Feels like he's improving. While his opponent does not seem very impressed with the problem that he's 2 connected pass pawns down in an endgame, goes for queen g5. And now this should not be hard. d5.
I mean,
bring the king. Okay, white can resign or not. It won't change the outcome.
Yeah, it won't change the outcome. The game that we've already touched upon, we could kind of, revisit board 27, Nijat Abbasov against Andrei Yesipenko. This crazy, but at the same time, all nicely studied sharp line of.
Let's go there, quick Fausti check, but this looks drawish. He can even take here and here if he so chooses.
Faustino keeps it solid.
For tie breaks. He didn't even need to put his feet on the chair yet. He can play this one straight.
Yeah, well, Vidit goes d5.
And he's staring down Vidit. What do you want? Vidit, sir.
Vidit, sir. Yeah. It's very hard. No, I mean, I thought, like, okay, d4. You have a move d4 for white, right? But it's like, even takes. Black is not forced to take twice, basically.
Enough is enough. Exchange everything. Play the tie break. Didn't look like either of them minded too much. Vidit chose the Berlin. Faustino Oro chose the most solid line. So this smelled very tie-breaky
From the beginning, yeah.
Okay, back to some action, and there, Abdusattorov is now in trouble.
Yeah.
Andrei, after he weathered the early storm.
Somehow he recalled one of the good moves, Queen E7, yeah, or Queen G6 was the alternative, and apparently E8 Queen is not the move.
I suppose to start with B4, I guess.
You have to go B4 and then
still had some file, but probably in the details.
Yeah. No, but it's really funny how Rook takes G2 with a check, just loses on the spot for black, you know. But yeah, check. King goes to H1 and
it's almost checkmate, but not quite. This is quite a threat. Or Rook goes back, takes.
Yeah, and somehow you're not in time. Yeah,
it's weird though. It looks like we're winning, but apparently we're losing. Bishop takes C5.
Bishop C5, yes, and Knight C5. Yes. Then you go what? Knight F6, I guess, right?
Yeah, or just Knight takes C5.
Knight takes C5.
Threatening Bishop D4.
Yeah, Bishop D4 is in. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so Yespenko turned the tables after E8, which apparently was a mistake.
C5, Knight C6, yeah, Knight D4.
It's similar to this Hare Krishna game. This Knight on D3.
Yes.
The Kraken. Yeah, it's very unpleasant. And he has to give up material to fight his way out of it.
Bishop takes, and what do you now do? You just take on C5. Yeah.
Could we take here? There's a check.
Bishop D4 and Knight F6, yeah. But you take on C5, you take on A1, I guess. Yeah, Knight A6, and
you bring the rook somewhere, rook D8, rook E2.
So theoretically, black has what? The rook versus bishop and 3 pawns, but the pawns are falling very, very fast.
These pawns are falling faster than Bitcoin. So, Yespenko in great shape. Let's check back in. Niklas Huschenbeth against
Yakuboyev on board.
Something went wrong for Huschenbeth.
What board was it?
This is next to them,
next to them, board 28, yeah. Whoa. So first game was a draw, right?
Yeah. It looked like Huschenbeth was more or less all right, was a pawn down, but had some long-term compensation. But here he took with the wrong piece on A4. Bishop takes A4 was okay, while Knight takes A4, Knight C5 was not okay.
Knight C5, Rook C3, as simple as that. Yeah, so he had to take with the rook, and
it's over. So he had to play Rook takes C5, but now he's just lost. Okay, bad news for the Huschenbeth fans out there. Yakuboyev. Hang on, Yakuboyev is wearing T-shirt. German chess fans, can we protest and win the match by dress code violation? He did bring a jacket, but if you just put the jacket over your chair and wear a T-shirt?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That is borderline illegal.
Yeah.
Or at least it should be.
Someone should contact, the FBI?
Wow.
FIDE Ethics Committee?
I have to say...
Something has to be done.
I have to say, Jan, I'm impressed by your experience as the commentator of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave games. He's back to being equal.
No,
He's back to being equal.
I've seen many a game.
Board 11, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with black was lost just a few moves ago.
It's better.
It is Maxim and it is Naidov. So, you know.
What happened? First of all, naive move by Ganguly. You don't let all these knights live, just take them.
I said that was.
Why wouldn't you take?
Yeah,
looks
connect the rooks, move the bishop back.
Yeah,
that is
what's all this nonsense? You don't give him a chance to keep a knight to jump around.
Yeah, so and the
now
knight...
he's doing Maxim stuff, Queen C8, whatever, takes. Queen is doing things. G5, H5. No, I don't know how he does it, but he does it
B6,
constantly, so it can't be luck.
6, bishop A5, G5.
Yeah, H5, the king will be safe, and then queen and knight.
Yeah.
The famed attacking duo will be annoying. Well, so there's also potential G-passer.
Yeah, but seriously, two bishops are only good when there are two bishops. Like when you're left with one bishop, very often this bishop will be useless.
Especially on the light squares.
Yeah.
It's also blocked by this pawn. Now, Maxim, somehow, yeah, he turned it around. Let's check in with the other favorite that was in trouble, Mr. Nepomniachtchi, and he's still in trouble. Also looks like Diptayan Ghosh is not setting a foot wrong. They're doing all the best stuff here. He took queen d6, queen g6, rook d7, everything like
very impressive,
the doctor ordered.
Very impressive. Bishop to b7 and then goes to c6, I guess.
Yeah. It's complete control. And the opposite color bishops might look drawish, but here they're really not that drawish. You can't give up all your pawns.
No, I'm thinking like somewhere here you get the king on f7, you go g5, you might as well just take on d6 it. That's like, yeah, you probably go c4, c3.
c3, fix this guy, and then you start thinking about ways to end the game with rook d6 or rook b7, b3 or whatever. No, this just looks lost. And this shirt, as much as we like the shirt, but maybe was a one-game shirt. Once it did its job in game one, you have to find a new shirt to surprise the opponent.
Yeah.
Tayan.
The historical...
Leaning back, like terror squad, gets up. Now, he knows he's doing well, of course. He will be a bit nervous now, but the position plays itself so easily that nerves can't derail it, at least right now.
Yeah, also notorious Nepo swindles are very hard to perform, you know, when your opponent has all the control. Yeah.
No, it looks like, he wasn't fully there. I mean, early on, he missed or forgot, as we say in Super Jam lingo. They can't play bishop c4 because of bishop f2 to retreat every single piece. No, not a very convincing outing.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part about the World Cup. Like, one bad game and you're out. You make a draw with black.
Speaking of favorites or ill of favorites, that is, who are not in a great shape, how about we check Wesley Saw's position?
How dare you? Wesley's always in great shape.
Wesley is always in great shape, but his position not necessarily is. I don't know what happened, but when I see this pawn on e7, the bishop on f6,
Vida's done, draw, more Fausti time tomorrow, and what an achievement by the 12-year-old Argentinian prodigy. 2 draws against Vidit, both effortlessly. He was better with black today. He decided to play it safe. He likes his chance in the tiebreak, where, of course, he's still an underdog. Vidit is very experienced. 2700 Grandmaster. But Vidit is also prone to nerves once in a while, and if you see this kid, you know, shaking his legs, making some moves quickly, I mean, it's going to be an exciting tiebreak tomorrow.
If the position gets tactical, especially, and you lose a bit of control, it's very easy to imagine how.
Oh, you can see some scenarios Vidit will do. 2700 stuff, outplay him a bit, get a good position.
Yeah,
then
and then the jumping
shot,
starts.
The control gets a little less. Yeah, we'll see. Vidit is still a big favorite. But yeah, Wesley is in deep trouble. What's going on?
So we've seen e4, remember, knight df6,
we've seen
rook a d1,
knight c7
and then the crucial mistake. Your opponent has a pair of bishops, and you get the chance to take one of them.
Looked like he wanted to, you know, have it both ways, be solid, but also keep winning chances.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous mix. Because now the bishop stays.
Queen d7, white's already more pleasant, but there is more that happened, right? Rook f8.
We're allowing g takes f6. Like, you could take back, but then black is just a bit worse, knight h5. But what is this?
It's a disaster, Jan. It's a complete disaster.
Black is material up, but the horsey is trapped, and to add insult to injury, after knight takes f2, he doesn't even take, which
Which was
also
better,
good.
yeah.
Maybe even stronger. But he goes bishop f6. Says, no, no, no. This is my pawn. I will still take your horsey.
Yeah, the pawn is mine, but your horse is also mine. Basically, tries to have the cake and eat it.
Yeah, tries to keep the pawn and eat the horse too.
So rook to...
Apparently the only move is takes and grovel piece down.
Rook f2,
such a position, I have to say.
b8.
I'm guessing it's winning, but such a position against the top grandmaster, great defender, this could still be work. Like,
yeah.
There's some potential.
It's fair,
Bishop wrong, h-pawn. Not that many pawns left, so I'm not sure how simple this is against Wesley.
Dr. Wesley, of course, known to be a good defender, but yeah.
He's definitely a doctor. I'm not sure if he has like an honorary doctorate. I should have one. Dr. So. One of many famous Wesleys, joining the likes of Wesley Snyder, Wesley Crusher.
And Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes. Shout out.
Right. So, yeah, El Clasico ends in Aronian's favor. Levon Aronian makes a draw with black.
Yeah.
Makes a draw with black and eliminates Gosh Aroniak.
Yeah.
So we have one international master less in the tournament, but yeah.
Down to 2. Fausti already made it to the tie breaks. And who was the other
Maksimovic.
one? Maksimovic. How's Master Maksimovic?
Anish, I gotta say,
Anish
does something
the end game.
Very interesting.
That's good.
Because he has exchanged the bishop for a knight, and now he even offers the queen straight.
This is deep stuff by Anish. 2 pawns down, offering the queen straight, and he's better.
Wait, so can someone enlighten me? So if I take on b4, c takes, and bishop b5, which I understand is apparently a blunder because Compi doesn't tell me to tell this. A g6 breakthrough.
This is such a big deal, yeah? Let's say it goes somewhere, king b8. g6 is always serious, and then after f3, knight takes e6. No, this is beautiful. It's not the number of pawns.
Yeah, out of the window go your 2 extra pawns, yeah.
It feels like a Lila Zero game or something, like giving up 2 pawns, then exchanging queens.
It's very impressive, no, seriously,
yeah,
like all irony aside, yeah, that's very good stuff. So queen b4, so that's why you can't, so you're not in time. If you trade the queens, b5 is the big threat. And, wait, okay, I have another version of it. So takes, knight f8, and then b5 is +4. Okay, yeah, okay, I take it back.
With the rooks on h7, h8, there will be too much. Yeah, no, amazing stuff by Anish Giri.
Oh, okay, man, can we have this line? Yeah, so b5, bishop to e8, ba5, and you go b5. A7, bishop c6, rook takes b5. Now, I know rook a6 is stronger, but we want rook takes b5, bishop b5, knight d5. Is it
wow. Okay? This is checkmate.
That is, yeah.
And if, I don't know, bishop c6.
Knight check, and then promote the queen, and checkmate is not too far.
Checkmate is here. No, very nice stuff from Anish Giri, but we're very close to 2 of the stars at least going home tonight. Wesley's in real big trouble, Nepomniachtchi might be past real big trouble, just lost.
Yeah.
So some upsets are in the making.
Some upsets are definitely in the making, and yeah, well...
Gukesh is still doing all right, not much change, but he's a bit better. Arjun is at least better. And Pragg is equal.
Yeah, so on the top boards, the only 2 who are in real trouble are Wesley and Nepo.
Yeah. Vinny K. Vinny K still.
Vinny K is completely winning still.
The K stands for control. Bishop A3. No, okay. This
The knight on A8.
Yeah, it's better than on B6 once it gets here. But something will happen along the way also. Oops.
Bishop A3 is quite an annoyance.
Vladislav.
Yeah, but then again, like yesterday, would he make this draw yesterday, right?
Yeah, that's a different game today as well. He won't go as crazy trying to create chances and so on, but it is what it is. You play the score you're given. Vincent Keymer leaves the board.
Let's, before we do anything else, let's revisit Hans Niemann on board 10, because even though Compi still says it's equal, it's not,
messy.
Yeah, it's kind of getting spicy. Knight B8 was the move instead of Queen B8 on move 21, and Hans, the principal, Niemann, sacrifices the rook. Well, not the rook, but the knight in reality, but still, rook takes c6 is a nice move.
So what is this? He's a piece down, but he collected 3 pawns. White pieces are active still. Without the computer, I would have no idea if this is winning for white, equal, winning for black. You could tell me anything, I would believe.
Yeah, winning for black.
Maybe less likely, but I wouldn't be
could
too
be
surprised either.
A pin, fair point.
Tactics work. Yeah, Compi says equal, as usual.
Knight E.
Lorenzo. Hans also taking some chances here. Same scenario. You lose, you're out. This World Cup is brutal.
So, yeah.
But 87 played, best move. Lorenzo's on it.
97, then...
The point is Queen E4, Knight takes D5, of course, and you can't take
because Queen E3 check
because of the rules, or if you do this, this happens.
And
so I mean, Hans goes back.
Sometimes, some people would argue it's annoying that, when it's a check, you cannot come up with a counter check, because you could go on with this line, like Queen E3, Queen E3, Queen A8, you take
Queen
the king,
G1
Queen F8, and it's still...
White is 2 pawns up.
Yeah, 97, rook to D3, and then Knight C5 is recommended. I was thinking, how does it look if you just go rook D1 immediately instead of rook D3, for instance?
Yeah, I guess you
because
needed
Compi,
to stop Knight F5.
Yeah, Compi was saying Knight F5, Queen E4, Knight E3. Okay, so it's not Queen E3, it's Knight E3. And then it's a bit annoying for and again it finds some way to call it a draw after some rook D7.
Yeah. Okay, went rook D3.
Rook D3 is okay. Knight C5, and then you're supposed to go rook C.
You're blocking your queen. Now you go. I guess the rook goes. Very sharp. I guess Hans is not in trouble with the 3 pawns and the slightly safer king, but anything could happen.
Well, Hans went rook D6 instead of rook D1, which is marginally less liked by computer, but okay, it's back to being equal. Yeah, back to being equal. But very sharp. Hans's first World Cup so far.
Yeah.
Only second game.
Wesley, they got this kind of business. I am saying, because I believe in Wesley, this is going to be a draw.
Well, that is a very serious claim, but we'll see. We'll see. Some favorites, though, are not in the top form. Because Abdusattorov, after having the pawn on e7 and a huge advantage, close to decisive advantage, seems that he let at least most of it slip. And Denis is back in business.
There's Wesley. How unhappy does he look? I don't know, keep the Wesley cam. I want to see.
Yeah.
Queen g5.
Yeah, after bishop d5, he gets queen g5.
2, rook d7. Yeah.
Force the bishop back.
Hang in there, Wesley. Defend your stuff. Exchange the queen side. Then make a draw because white has the wrong h-pawn.
Yeah, I mean, if you exchange the queen side...
Yeah, easier said than done.
Yeah, I'd be... Yeah, probably.
White king is also a bit open, so it's going to be very hard to coordinate. I'm serious now. To attack anything in the black camp, you have to be so careful. I do believe.
No, I totally agree, right? Like, black did not fall apart immediately, and then, yeah. So it gets annoying, right? So that you cannot somehow fully coordinate.
No. Wesley is so good at these short tactical lines. Like, I'm sure he's not happy with how it went. But sometimes those are the most important matches. You're lost, you're on the verge of defeat, you secure a draw, and then... Okay. What do I know? But Wesley's still in it. Who else is worth our precious airtime?
Mamedyarov. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is in trouble, huh? Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
He won yesterday, so stakes aren't as high, but in trouble he is. And it all started with e takes d4, allowing this rook e1, castles, and Cantor even had e5, which we talked about, which was apparently very strong.
Yeah.
So he went for c takes d4, which also doesn't look terrible. I'm also not sure what Mamedyarov's point was. I guess he just missed rook e1.
Yeah. Because even the way it is, he's just down in exchange. I imagine.
See what happened, rook d8, queen c1, sidestepping, and he just has to give the exchange.
Yeah.
And act like nothing happened, yeah?
Yeah, bishop takes, rook takes. And it's not like it's a tremendous amount of compensation. Yes, there is like some f2 potential, but yeah, it's still far, far away from being a real target.
No, it shouldn't be enough, but to some extent I think I could reuse my Wesley logic. Black is still compact, and against the top player, if there are no immediate targets, it's going to be very, very difficult to breach.
True. It's like these guys, they're just not falling apart usually.
That's what's so annoying about them. Even I've had good positions against Mamedyarov, but it doesn't mean I would come close to winning them. Still, an exchange is an exchange.
Right.
Okay, so on the knockout watch, who's in most danger? Nepomniachtchi has to be maybe number one.
Yeah.
Then Mamedyarov is in some. No, he's in very.
No, he cannot be. Yeah, he cannot be knocked
Wesley.
out.
Wesley is number two. Hans is unclear.
Hans, yeah, like he's in as much of a danger as his opponent, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the favorites here. Obviously, many players will be or are already being knocked out. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi is just... It's just so lost.
No, Jan's completely lost, and
also straightforward stuff, just with bishop e4, b3.
You know, it would seem as if Diptayan Ghosh was listening to our kind of ideas how to play this position, because he definitely does everything.
And we should mention our ideas are normally brought to us by Stockfish 17, so they're good ideas.
On average, are good ideas, right? On average, these are good ideas, and yes, indeed, bishop to e4.
It's not the only way at all, but it looks very straightforward. No, go b3, put a bishop on c2, and something's going to give. Speaking of good ideas, it's always a good idea to switch to Ketty with some chess action.
Here we have the game, Sindarov against Petrov. We were talking about this matchup yesterday with the light square bishop endgame. And
did he win the endgame yesterday? I can't recall.
He won.
Yeah.
He won. So today in this match, he needs to make a draw to go to the third round. We're talking about Sindarov, and in this setup, he goes with knight to d5, a piece sacrifice, a typical sacrifice in Sicilian. The point being that if you take with a pawn, I have rook to g3. I want to check on g7 and pick up the rook. Obviously, this is a blunder of checkmate, and only move you can play in that position after rook to g3 is bishop to d6 or bishop d6 is only move, in fact, because after check, you need to cover the e-file with the bishop. However, rook goes on c3, attacking the queen, and when queen moves away, we have f4, bishop is hanging, and obviously you cannot survive in that position unless you trade the queens. So after rook to g8, white takes here the bishop, and now black can either take this pawn or take the queen, but basically we're going to go to the end game where white can play rook to f3 and start to pick up the pawns, and white stands here much better. After knight to d5, black decided to play the only correct move here, which is bishop to d5. And the game continued with bishop takes d5, pawn takes d5, and rook to g3. The difference is that now queen has more space on the queen side, and in the same line with a check, we have to first give a check here. We have after rook to c3, queen can now go also on the other side. However, now white can just make a draw with rook to b3 and try to chase this queen. If you become very greedy and start to pick up the pawn on f2, then we have actually very beautiful sacrifice with the rook to e5, and obviously in this position you cannot survive. Well, that means that in this current position we will go to the variation where white can repeat the position and achieve a draw, which is totally enough for Sindarov.
Yeah, great job by Sindarov and great job by Katy bringing us the news. We will go on a quick break and then we will come back. Maybe, if you subscribe to the FIDE Chess YouTube channel.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events. A knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower-seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place. And that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player one step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive, one match at a time.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back. Day 2, round 2. It's an elimination day. Win or go home. Not quite, but play 1-1 or go to tiebreak. One guy that's trying to avoid the tiebreak is the world champion himself, Gukesh, on the top board with a good position against Kazybek, Nogerbek. Slowly improving. He went b5, weakening that c5 square, but his own knight is also very jumpy. Knight d6, followed by knight e4. Very much in the air, so it's not obvious that white can establish the horsey here without troubles, for example. If it jumped here, there's already e5 undermining it. So it looked like Gukesh is playing well, keeping control, but still pressing, not opting for a draw, not allowing simplifications. And Miro, I've heard Gukesh is quite popular here in India.
Yeah, we had this debate that, remember Hans Niemann being one of the most popular in the world, and then the argument was like, in India, for sure, they have their own heroes, and the world champion Gukesh, of course, is among them.
Of course, the world champion is a hero to the entire chess world, and if you are 18 when you become chess world champion, it doesn't hurt. And let's see if we have some footage that confirms our suspicions.
We're here at the entrance of the hotel where they have made a special walkway for our top players to enter the hall. As you can see, we've got a lot of eager fans around waiting for that picture, waiting for that autograph. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Sharvi.
And who are you here supporting?
All the players, I like all of them.
You don't have a favorite?
Yeah, I have one, Gukesh.
Gukesh. Are you here to get his autograph or you already gotten it?
No, I am here to get his autograph.
Well, hope you enjoy the show and hope you can see Gukesh. He'll be coming soon.
Oh yeah, thank you.
All I saw was Hans Niemann signing autographs, so he's up there in popularity. But wow, yeah, Gukesh there, surrounded by 4 security guards. How many do you have on your way to the studio?
Well, not many. Not less than Gukesh for sure.
Yeah, it's disappointing. No, but it's all very well organized here. Everybody can move around freely, while, of course, it's taken care of that nothing happens. So it's a beautiful event, beautiful resort. Everybody seems very comfortable with it. I'm not sure how comfortable Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So are with their current positions. So let's jump back into the struggles of some of our favorites. The 2-time vice world champion here, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, he's already leaning back. The body language does not say that he's thrilled about this turn of events.
Rook to f1 was Jan's last move.
Does that allow... It allows many things. Bishop takes a4, but also rook takes e3, no? Like rook takes c6, rook e2, then he wants to give a counter check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is,
sure
that is kind of the whole point.
Things still kind of lost, unfortunately, but that's the best he can hope for. But
yeah.
Rook f1, yeah, black has so many ways. Just bishop takes a4, apparently. It's also plenty good enough.
Yeah, bishop a4, you know, just to keep the opposite colored bishops on the board.
What about rook f5 check, just being boring?
Yeah, rook f5 seems like a good idea as well.
Allow any checks.
Because the best they can do is to block, and then you take a4. Yeah.
No, this is gone, and I don't really see any ways back. Gosh, has to find one clean way, but they're already at move 42, so it's not like he's short on time, I believe. To these 7 minutes shown, he will get another 30 minutes once he used those, so he can spend some time looking for a clean way here. That would mean the end to Jan Nepomniachtchi's hopes to return to the candidates tournament and potentially the World Championship.
Yeah, so this season he wasn't successful in any of those attempts, right?
No, for most of the guys, because 5 of the candidates participants we know, so winning one of the 3 spots here really is
it's the last
only way,
kind of
the only way
last
left.
train.
Yeah. King G8 played by gosh, hang on, my board is hanging. He went king back. Also, nothing particularly wrong with that.
Yeah, so
Bishop
but basically
give a check and you win.
He collects the a4 pawn no matter what, it seems.
Yeah, now he's really threatening. Rook takes e3, rook e2. Now it's just lost. What can you say? G4 plate.
Now you can
go for the rook ending. Rook e3, rook c6, rook e2. King f3 takes, rook d6. And this should not be much fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just one way. But this looks completely winning with the rook being passive. And then you bring your king up the board. There will be Zugzwang. The g-pawn will disappear.
Right. However, Wesley's situation is somewhat different still.
I believe in Wesley.
Never doubted him.
Never doubted him, never will. Still a piece down, but some simplifications. Rooks have disappeared.
Yeah, and the fact that rooks have disappeared, so now it's really hard to imagine the scenario where he takes the a7 pawn, for instance, and not getting perpetual check. Yeah, so if white has something, it has to be. I'm not even sure what it has to be. Like some bishop d5 and the king runs if you give checks, but where does it run?
No, it might still be objectively winning just against an active queen.
Yeah.
It's so hard to keep control. I know what you do. Play some move. Queen d2.
Yeah.
No, Wesley has good chances to survive this. Pretty sure it's not how he expected his day to go. But now that he's here, he has to defend.
Right.
Let's see. Young Master Pragg. Yeah, slowly making some minor progress maybe. Compy still says 0-0, but it feels like the trend is in his favor still.
Yeah, the bishop's good. The bishop's good. Yeah, queen e7, queen e3, f5 is...
Yeah, f5. Queen e3 wasn't played yet. I just made random moves.
So the reminder...
Something else.
First game...
c3.
First game in this match has finished in a draw, so...
c3 strikes me as strange.
c3, bishop f5, queen f3, king h6, and Compy says go king d2 and then put the knight on g3, I guess.
Still solid, seems. Okay. At least he's out of danger.
Yeah, the game goes on. Pragg out of danger, potentially a tiebreak here.
Anish, is he... Oh no, he's not finishing his masterpiece. Or maybe he is, but something happened. Queen b4, queen f8 was played. And now g6 was crushing, but he did not do it for some reason.
Kept the queens on.
Maybe he thought this is the time to threaten queen takes a6, followed by rook takes a6 checkmate. But that was spotted.
Queen c8, and somehow now it was too late to go g6.
I guess now the queen is so far away that...
fg6, and if
something bad happens, yeah. So he went for...
Well, but how is this line? So you take on e6, or...?
Yeah, knight takes e5, no?
Yeah, d5, queen e6. And the rook is... No, I mean, but I just showed you. Now the rook defending a7, so that's the reason why the whole thing doesn't work.
We freed the rook.
Might have been originally missed, in fact. Like the 7th rank is so, so occupied that to see that the whole thing doesn't really work.
Now time is getting a little tight. They're already moved 35, so no particular time trouble. But let's not forget, Anish sacrificed a bunch of pawns, which is not something he does every day. I guess he's still solid in the sense that black can't really ever advance these pawns, and black has no ways to make progress, but not clear if he's still better.
Right, so if you wanted to continue Alpha Zero style, and I think you could call this like what Anish is doing, so get the king to g3 to defend h4 pawn, keep black busy on the queen side, and then maybe one day just take the h pawn.
Maybe one day we bring the knight around, but that's
but at some point 95, at some point 95 might happen. Yeah, also king g3 might run into f6 now that I'm thinking. It's
still quite taking on h5, even if you get the pawn cleanly. Rook gh7, you're always sort of tied up. Okay, I've drawn enough arrows here, so anything can still happen. Keymer won, meanwhile, sweep against Vladislav Kovalev, 2-0. Vincent Keymer not only advancing to the next round, but also collecting more rating to establish himself even further as the world's number 4. Great job by the German star. Wei
Yi does well, right?
He's all right. Sorry?
Wei Yi does well, so he's even like slightly better in a game where he only needs a draw to advance.
He's also looking for the sweep, the rating boost. We've mentioned, or maybe you mentioned it during the break, Denis Makhnyov held his ground against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Draw, tiebreak upcoming there for Nodirbek. And Denis Makhnyov, I don't know much about him, but he made a very good impression here on these 2 games.
Yeah.
Very stable.
Mamedyarov is in trouble, so...
Still in trouble?
Still in trouble.
No, it's not very complicated trouble even. It's just an endgame down a bunch of stuff.
So...
g4, he remains tricky, hoping for hg95. Rook h6, bishop f2.
Yeah.
But no, it looks pretty bad.
And Jan has lost his game, it seems.
That was coming. So rook takes e3, rook c6, rook e2, king f3 takes.
Yeah, the whole sequence you've shown.
Happened.
Yeah, rook d6 and Jan Nepomniachtchi is out.
That is a bit shocking. Happened so quickly, but yeah, he was careless in the opening, and pretty much here was the last moment to get a normal position with bishop e3 or bishop c4. But he blundered h3, bishop a6, intending bishop c4, which runs into bishop takes f2, and you lose a pawn after king f2, queen c5 check. The state chose to retreat all his pieces, but if you give a 25-70 player 4 tempi, that's a lot. And also here, I mean, he's in big trouble, but he wasn't patient. He went for direct play, didn't work. Opponent played perfectly as far as I can
that's true, but again, your argument about this a full move, right? Somebody like Wesley So would have much better chance
of
defending this one.
Sure. Would have worked, but looked like Nepomniachtchi. Tried to create some play, didn't work. Yeah, a bit sad to see the 2 times vice world champion not only out of this tournament, but out of the circuit pretty much. He's not going to make it to the candidates.
Maksimovic is cruising towards a win in the match, at least, after somewhat shaky opening display. Now he's
completely normal. Maxim
is in control.
Yeah,
now he's
not losing. Enough play with these h-pawns, and advancing these guys always exposes the king, which the queen will note. So now Ganguly is not winning that. Le Quang Lim beat Jobava, qualified. Rapport beat Luis Paulo Supi 2-0. Aronian advances against Aroniak. That leaves us. Let's check. Fedoseev, I guess first round was a draw, I can't recall.
No, Fedoseev has won game one.
Fedoseev won, so Fedoseev advanced. FIDE we've seen against Faustino Oro going to tiebreaks. And spoiler alert, we will only cover the FIDE Fausti tiebreak. There might be others. We do not care. We'll not watch. It's gonna be all Oro all the time.
Yeah. Sindarov Petrov. Shall we revisit this game that is what, both 16?
Okay.
The one that Ket is shown us because White kind of did go for all this sacrifice and stuff, but
so rook down.
Yeah.
The king is a bit shaky.
Rook c8, c3.
We take.
And I think, black just kind of blundered everything, but at the current position,
just gets
strikes as. Wait.
This White was right after a4.
Yeah, a4. So White was completely winning his rook e6 instead, and again that's compy stuff. a4 apparently king a5 holds.
Yeah, king a5 plate. Rook e6 plate. Some
what was holding?
Topalov vibes.
Yeah, precisely. No, it doesn't hold. No.
One funny line. I'm not sure if this has to be done, but it is funny. It's to take here, go b4 check. We win the queen with check. However, the king enters.
Do we win the game though? That's
clear.
It's not as apparent as in Kasparov's case.
No, the entering king is safe, I was taught. And here, once again, it's holding its ground. Okay, but still, Sindarov won the first game. He's not going to lose, so he's very comfortable. Going through the list. Stamatis, Kokulos, Aditis, and now Nihal got some degree of control. Pawn to g4. And not so hard to move anything. So, Kokulos Aditis no longer in the driver's seat against Nihal Sarin. Well, there we see.
But probably holds, right? I mean,
no, Nihal is nasty. I mean, like, don't think he's lost yet, but I wouldn't like playing this against Nihal, who probably still has a lot of time. 11 minutes. No, my mind is on Nihal in this one. Sevian, Jing Yao Tin ended peacefully. Hare Krishna won. How did he finish that? Takes, check. Rook e1.
Threatening bishop c4.
Yeah. b5.
b5 and
ready
then
to give up the rook to buy
check
some space. The rook was taken, but the attack didn't slow down really. And black had seen enough.
Wow. And we are back to this game for the resignation of Mamedyarov.
That is a surprise. Good job by Gergely Kantor, beating the favorite, forcing a tiebreak. 1-1. And drawing of lots is done for the tiebreak. Mamedyarov chose black, which means he gets black in the first game, I'm guessing. I always thought they just keep changing colors, but apparently not how it works.
All right, more and more results below the top boards.
Yeah, Andrei Yesipenko did indeed win his game.
So Yesipenko
Abasov, so Abasov homework was not rewarded.
2-0.
Bluebaum against Adli. Bluebaum won the first game. He's been comfortable all game, nothing much happening. But didn't look like Bluebaum was in any particular danger. Still, the game continues.
Kirill Alexeyenko, did he win game one? Oh, no, it was a draw game one. His position looked winning.
This was Italian where he was making progress. No?
Yeah,
yeah.
But I'm checking right now, and the result was a draw. So now he's winning again with black, but still not. The game is not complete.
No, but this he will win. And there we see Matthias Blübaum against Ahmed Adli. Gabriel Sargsyan standing there in the white shirt, looking at something.
Yeah,
we don't know what.
Sargsyan, I think he finished his game a long time ago.
Is he allowed in the playing hall?
Yeah,
someone do something.
That's a big question if he's allowed at the playing hall.
There is Yakuboyev in his T-shirt. Authorities have been notified. Playing hall is slowly emptying. What else do we have? Petr Leko, or Leko Petr, as they call him in Hungary. Looks like he's crushing through against Bobby Cheng. All right, and we will switch to one of the giant killers of this round. Jan Nepomniachtchi, defeater Diptayan Ghosh, is with Charlie, so let's see what he has to say.
I'm here at Diptayan Ghosh, who had a stellar round 2 of the FIDE World Cup to go through to the 3rd round. Tell us about your match. How did it go down?
Yeah, I was playing Jan Nepomniachtchi from Russia. So obviously I started as the underdog in this matchup. Yesterday's game was a pretty dull draw, I would say, but today I played a new opening, which I haven't played before. The opening part, I think I equalized, but in between he made a small inaccuracy, and after that I got a very pleasant position, and maybe he made some few more inaccuracies and I just won a pawn. And it was opposite color bishop endgame, but I think, I converted it smoothly.
When you say this was a new opening, is this home prep or is this something you prepared here at the event itself?
No, I prepared it for the first round, but I did not face it. My opponent played something else, so I used it for this round.
Yeah. And taking out a titan like Nepo, who was in the candidates, who's qualified to play the world match, that's quite big. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, obviously I feel good. First of all, qualifying to the World Cup itself is quite a thing. So, and then defeating Nepo in a match is icing on the cake.
And you've got a lot of fans who are out there also waiting to greet you. How has it been being so well received and seeing the love for chess and the fans here in India?
Yeah, chess has obviously become more and more popular in India in the last few years, and with Gukesh winning the world title, then there is Arjun. Chess, fans love chess over here, so I hope the Indian chess legacy continues.
Well, thank you so much, Diptayan. Congratulations on your stunning victory and good luck for the next round.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, impressive stuff. And speaking of vice world champions being eliminated, one guy who wants to avoid that fate is Petr Leko. And maybe we can go there because move 32, he's winning, but it's sort of time trouble. So let's see if Leko can keep us cool and convert against Bobby Cheng.
Yes, move 32. Peter just played h4.
H4, apparently there were many ways, but actually I did a quick body count and he's not even material down, yeah? Like for this type of position, you would think he sacrificed something.
Like he sacrificed a piece to get the king in
something.
Yeah, like with Leko, you don't expect him normally to be material down. He's a pawn up, in fact. So everything under control.
Man, it might be too winning. For an exciting time trouble for us. No, Queen e4 threatens a check.
No. That is quite impressive how black doesn't have moves pretty much. Like all of black pieces are completely paralyzed.
Yeah.
So cool stuff from Petr Leko.
Yeah, but I oversold it. We don't have to stay here because he's just gonna win.
Right, Vasily Ivanchuk, I'm afraid, is getting eliminated. Already gotten eliminated by Sam Shankland.
Over 2-0. Another legend leaving the World Cup. Not sure if we have the statistics on Ivanchuk's World Cup appearances, but I'm sure he's had a few. Even before it was called World Cup, of course.
Yeah, he was in the
playing the final against Ponomaryov back in, when was that, 2001?
Yeah.
And Ivanchuk. I believe he was in the top 3 of the world the first time in 1989.
Wow, so that is...
He's been around
quite
for
impressive, yeah.
Okay, but he's out. Sam Shanklin advances. Congrats to Sam. I shall scroll again. Bunch of draws, bunch of tiebreaks. Arjan Tari wins against Praggnanandhaa, forcing the tiebreak there because, if memory serves, he lost the first game.
Arjan, yeah, he lost it now.
He won with black on demand. Not the easiest thing in the world. Somehow got a good position from the get-go and managed to come back. All right, bunch of draws here. I'll check the bottom board. Fredrik Svane trying to defeat Edis Gurel, but Gurel is hanging in there. Might not be enough.
Yeah, speaking of Turkish youngsters, Yazkan Edermuş, after winning his game yesterday, today he's better once again. If he wins this one, he will be on 100% record so
Pretty
far.
Good score.
Yep.
Bishop f6 was just played by Wang Shizhu, one of the big upsets in round number 1.
And
that's
now
not enough, is it?
Black has to find either rook f8 or rook
rook
f8,
c5.
So, yeah, rook f8.
So common sense, just forcing resignation. Pinning the bishop.
Yeah.
Nothing happens
Pinning the
here.
bishop
Rook
to a queen. He went rook c1 though. Does that work? Yeah, it does. And in fact, white has to go queen d5, where you trade the queens, you take the bishop. Yeah.
Okay. Anything wins.
c1.
Yeah. Yaz in control.
He kept his cool. Michael Adams against Ivan Cheparinov. Was
a quick draw.
Was a quick draw, yeah.
Not today, though.
Veterans, I want to say. Even Ivan Cheparinov.
Yes, winning.
Can be considered a veteran.
Mickey Adams, e4, e5, as you do. He's not changing his openings. Getting good old martial maneuvering position. Was maybe slightly worse along the way.
But yeah, but now everything's all right.
Nothing too crazy. Okay, looks like a draw is incoming. Nils lost the first game.
Is he
coming back?
Wow, he
might be coming back. How is this?
Might.
Is this winning? Hang on, what am I doing? Takes. Ah, we have a Zwischenschach.
Yes,
that
bishop
sort of helps.
This is winning.
This is
very
winning.
Confident. I'm very confident this is winning.
Okay, so Nils with the comeback. Jospim against Ibic. Master Jospim should be draw. Dmitry Kollars still in trouble against Pranesh, but Kollars, if there's any counterplay, he can be tricky. So this is not over. They made the time control. The pawn on a6, a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how Kompi almost always in this position. There is one Sveshnikov line, like, you know, where white confiscates pretty much all the queen side, and then you come with this attack. And it looks so scary for the human. And then Kompi just said, white's winning. No problem. And here it's sort of the same. Yeah, it's +2 to something, but yeah, like you have a bunch of black pieces attacking the king. And that's what we humans see usually.
Yeah. Okay, Pranesh brings back the queen. Do a bit of defending, I guess. Now you also bring back the bishop, and once this pawn gets here, it will tie up a lot of the black forces There we see Dimitri colors. The blue shirt.
The blue colors.
Nice, nice.
Right.
Maybe it's time for him to switch to white colors drop.
Yep. Well, checking on the top boards, Gukesh, well, it's getting better and better for the world champion. Erigaisi seemingly winning, and even if he doesn't win, he has zero chance of losing this one.
Top 10 guys, they really want the 2-0 if they can get it. Grab some more rating.
Anish is crushing through, finally.
Arjun, yeah, might be winning. Master Prag, still similar. Anish is crashing through?
Yeah.
Oh, the queen somehow
I don't know, stuff happened.
entered.
Stuff happened.
A lot of stuff happened.
Yeah,
So
he
no,
won.
No stuff yet. He allowed queen e7, which was already tricky. Then he didn't go chase that queen away. Rook 8 h7 looks risky. And yeah, now a lot of stuff happened.
Yeah, rook
Can
8
go
h
g6 if you're
8
feeling
h7. 8 h7 was particularly funny, yeah. And get more queens on the board, right?
Try to get
Hans Niemann. What's that? The end of Hans Niemann's game. And
At the end of this tournament, I'm guessing. No, draw there.
Yeah,
Tie break for Hans.
Yeah, but Lorenzo somehow was looking upset or something, or did he miss?
Miss a big chance.
No.
Really? Maybe Hans said something mean.
No, it was fair square game.
You are a bug, and I shall crush you. The tie breaks.
That's the type of interviews we want to hear. No, just kidding.
Hans normally says the chess speaks for itself, but he also speaks for the chess.
He also speaks for the chess very often, yeah. That's true.
He got the white pawn. He's keeping it. You're not supposed to keep the pawn, Hans. Give the pawn back. Someone stop him. Don't let him leave the playing hall with the pawn. It's in his pocket. It's just for drawing of lots. We need the pawn tomorrow. Where are all these security guys?
Right.
He still has the pawn.
Yeah,
have
well,
it on camera.
Hans is my absolute favorite after Samarkand interview where, you know, we had those really long hours on air and I was like low-key complaining during the broadcast and so on. And then Hans comes to the interview and what you think about the format, it's absolutely atrocious. Yeah, that is...
There you go.
You know.
Always speaking his mind. I don't always agree with the framing, but often I agree with his point.
Right.
All right. So overtime for Hans, and if
many players
a white pawn gets reported stolen, we have video evidence.
We know where to look.
And I'm willing to testify in the Goa public court.
Yeah.
What else is happening? Well, bunch of results. Yeah, I mean, the Indian trio is still chipping away. Gukesh, Arjun, and Prag. But below that, a lot of results. Mr. Wesley is still hanging around.
Yeah, Wesley's hanging in there. Pretty much nothing has changed.
No.
And he, I believe, wouldn't mind if nothing changes. Just to keep his queen active, keep this potential for perpetual checks.
That's true. It will make him work for a while, but as always, I believe in Wesley. This will be a tiebreak.
Right, then...
Yes, the best chance for Titas was earlier.
Well, Wei Yi won the second game as well. Yeah. It's not like, it's a terrible surprise of some sort, but... Yeah, he's very impressive. He's very good.
Well, Wei Yi is very good. There we see Wesley So's World Cup appearances. Wesley, not old, I don't know how old he is, 30, 31, but a veteran. It's been good for a long time. Oh, that went away too quickly.
Yeah, no, but starting from 2009, it seems that he never missed a single World Cup.
What's not to like? And yeah.
That is.
Really trying hard not to have to leave this one so early.
Yeah, the position we have on analysis board is, by the way, Wei Yi's position.
Switch back to Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley, we should show Wesley.
I guess you can't exchange queens. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about that.
Even here.
But I guess normally the bishop is too strong, like controlling the pawns while the white king goes to damage. No, so you should keep the queens on the board, because then there's always so much potential for checks.
Yeah. It's tricky though. So what white has to achieve? It's like somehow king e2?
It's a big mystery. Must be some coordinated king attack while there are no checks. Maybe bring the king
here, like try to evacuate the bishop on d5, yeah. But then black can try for, for some king side passed pawns, yeah.
No,
which is harder against the bishop than it is against the knight, but still.
Yeah, but doesn't have to lead to checkmate, no? Just simplify, maybe. You can push on the queen side, exchange a pawn there. I don't know. If Wesley was white, I would say, no, Wesley's winning this. So, count my Wesley bias, but it looks hard to win for me.
Yeah.
Monsieur Maxime, pas de problème.
Might not be winning, but he doesn't need to be.
Rien de rien.
Doesn't.
So where's the action?
Where's
Yu
the
Yi
action?
against Felix Bloberger, or Bloberger, as they call him in France. This looks around equal as well.
Yeah, the same way it looked yesterday.
Yes, they will also draw, yeah?
It was a draw yesterday, and it's quite likely to be a draw today.
Popular streamer, but improving as a chess player as well.
Motilev.
Indian clash, what happened? Did Venkataraman... no, it was a draw the first game. He was putting pressure.
Yeah.
And he's putting pressure again. Aravind really struggling in this matchup.
Wow. Yeah, Compi likes its material, +1 for black, because more pawns.
Yeah.
Well, whenever I see a pair of bishops, I think, okay, it must be hard to win.
Yeah,
it probably is hard to win.
It's not the most impressive bishop.
Yeah, the bishop on
in chess history.
Not indeed.
Max Warmerdam got swept 2-0 by Awanda Liang, so Liang in the next round, one of the many incredibly strong US youngsters. And we have another player who we barely covered. Ready for an interview, Benjamin Gledura. I'm assuming that means he won his match. The Hungarian player, let's see what he tells Charlize.
Yeah, we are getting ready for an interview anytime soon.
Hear from him in a minute.
I'm trying to find where he won again. So that means he won. He made the draw yesterday and he won today. So that was an important result.
Good recipe. Let's hear from him.
I'm here with Benjamin Gledura, who beat Amin Basim in round 2 of the FIDE World Cup. Benjamin, we're seeing these pairings of much higher rated opponents versus lower rated, but you two were quite closely contested. Tell us about this match.
Yes, I mean, round 2 is very tough for everybody, I would say, because, I mean, for two games, I mean, anybody can beat anyone, basically. And of course, Amin, he was a 2700 player, so I would say he's a little bit underrated. So I wasn't so happy to play against him. But anyway, I mean, it's very tough to play anyone. And I knew that he's a fighter, so at least I was looking forward to some sharp games. And I think this is what we got in the second game. The first game was kind of solid. We played a Catalan, and I was maybe slightly better, but I couldn't prove anything. And then the second game, I think I messed up the opening a little bit, but maybe he played A5, B5, which was not the right plan, long-term speaking, and somehow I managed to trick him at the end. Yeah.
So you've said that kind of all matchups are tough here at the World Cup and knockout format. Tell me more about your thoughts on this format.
It's a very tough format. I mean, basically, you make one bad move and you can go home. So that's not an easy thing to deal with in every game. But I like this format, especially the tie breaks. I really like the tie breaks. I played last year, 2 years ago, I played tie breaks, and it's one of the most exciting matches, I would say, as a chess player. But I'm happy that I don't have to play a tie break tomorrow.
That's quite refreshing. I've been hearing how stressful the tie breaks are, and here you are happy about it. So if you do get to that point, do you think that you'd be ready, prepared? You bring it on, kind of?
I mean, at this point, any tie breaks would be a success for me because I will only play stronger opponents. And so to reach that's already very exciting. So I'm looking forward to the next 2 games. I hope it will be a tie break.
Well, thank you so much, Benjamin. Enjoy your rest day tomorrow, which is also important while other players have to do tie breaks. And good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Benjamin. Gledura, impressive victory. And that's one of the perks, but also the problems of this format. There are so many matches between equally rated strong players that we barely cover because they're on board 53 and it's hard to see everything, but it doesn't mean they aren't fantastic players. But also what's nice about the World Cup, sometimes some names that maybe you haven't heard of make it to round 3 and 4, to the last 32, last 16, and they can really enter the spotlight in this event in ways you can't in quote-unquote normal events.
Yep. So I imagine the game you are checking is
I was secretly looking up my German boys, so I thought we were off air. Frederick Svane, he's still trying, but it looks drawn. We talked about Donchenko as well, and I was surprised here because my gut feeling would be that this has to be winning for black, no? The 2 bishops.
6 pawns at the very least.
A silly rook.
Yeah.
But computer says it's a draw, and I read somewhere, or someone did research, that this is supposed to be a draw if white gets the standard setup h4, g3, f2. I think similarly even with bishop and knight, but it's still surprising to me. I guess the problem is you can't attack that much. Here you can f2 with the king, attack f2 with the king and bishop. But if white covers it, there's no progress. Still, I would think, I don't know, you attack f2, you go f6, g5.
Yeah, if you tie them down completely, then it feels like you should be somehow able to to crush through. Yeah, computer is not impressed.
Okay. Computer's not playing.
Computer's not playing with us. Yeah.
David Anton, the Spaniard, Niño Anton, they've called him for the last 20 years. Not sure we can still do that. He doesn't look like a kid anymore. Alexeyenko won his game, moving to the next round.
Alexei Sarana won his game as well. The Serbian Grandmaster. I've seen quite a bit of equalizers today from what I've seen, right? So basically, Niels came back against Bakro, that has already finished. There've been more. There've been today. He's on schedule.
Good, yeah. He's on schedule. Niels. Saw him in the gym. He arrived 11:00 as always. And the only variable in his daily life is the result of his chess game. Everything else, exactly the same.
Scripted.
It's like on wheels.
Right.
Yash, Erdemush, we were talking up this matchup. Chinese guy is underrated, blah, blah, this will be tough. But Yash made short work of him, 2-0, without any apparent problems. So impressive stuff from the 14-year-old Turkish youngster.
Yeah.
Here we have a battle of veterans. Maxim Rothstein against Gabriel Sargsyan. I've played both these players multiple times, which normally means they're old.
Yeah, so I had it confused. I thought Sargsyan, Hrant Sargsyan.
No, that's Sargsyan.
Sargsyan. Gabriel is playing, and the position is also something that what you would expect from Gabriel Sargsyan with
this
white.
Looks like normal chess stuff. I can understand. You know, one side has an isolated pawn. H4, G3, you maneuver, you try E4, it's going to be draw in the end, but you feel like you played a proper Grandmaster game.
Yeah, you've you worked, you worked at the board, as they were telling us.
You showed up, you put some mild pressure, probably enough to beat the 2400, but it wasn't enough here. Like, this is good stuff.
Right.
What else is there?
Well, not much.
Let's switch to the top three, maybe?
Yes, Gukesh
is going places.
Gukesh is going places, and they've reached time control. I believe by now everybody has reached the time control.
Yeah, it's move 41.
Yep, rook to A8, and rook's going to go to A3. Somehow, I remember this E-pawn being a backward pawn on E6.
Yeah, this pawn had quite a career. But yeah, there was a problem for white in order to establish the knight on C5. You had to allow E5. Which is what happened. It looks like this trade-off.
And we are shown that Maxim Vachilegraf finished his game. I think it was a draw at the end.
But draw, maybe it was pushed further, but probably he's not too unhappy to advance, having dodged this completely lost position. Yeah, Maxim will be a force in this tournament. He's quite stable normally, in spite of his occasional night of troubles. Very sharp tactically. Keep an eye on Monsieur Maxim.
And I think one has to admit that in order to win the whole thing, usually you have to have one shaky match, which you overcome.
You rarely see someone.
Sometimes it's the final, sometimes it's like one of the earlier matches. So Maxim, we could argue, already had his.
Okay, not the won match. The first one. It's never shaky if you win the first one. Like
yeah.
But yeah, good job by Maxim. Arjun is now also completely winning. I guess don't hang your bishop, but then the king will enter, and if you try to keep it out, you won't manage forever. This bishop will just chase the knight away. And
yeah,
these
no
will be
this
over.
H1.
Still, I do like that jacket.
Prague? Is Prague getting anywhere?
I don't know, not in computer lingo yet, but it still feels like he will ask a question. Maybe there's not enough there. Something like this doesn't look so pleasant.
Yeah, I would agree. Like it's almost insulting how computer says it's equal. There is nothing to worry about. Yeah, like black gets both of his pieces sort of in. King h6, like you move the knight, king h5, you've lost the h-pawn. Yes, and that is not necessarily that is equal, that we call equal, right?
No, it's not practically. No, there were other moves, apparently this is better. And no, Compi would hold, but Prague will put in some work here for sure. Anish is now, crushing through. And yet it's a bit of a new Anish, like the game wasn't perfect. The Sargsyan-Rothstein clash ended peacefully, no surprise there. But Anish sacrificing 2 pawns long term, taking chances, also not playing perfectly, but it's a new attitude that he will risk a bit more, and it shows in his results. Number 5 in the world, already qualified for the World Cup.
The game, we have to say, was quite eye-pleasing, even if not played
nice
perfectly.
Ideas,
but
you can't expect all computer moves, but some very nice ideas.
Right.
Wesley, less eye-pleasing, but maybe holding.
Wesley. Is he planning to play another longest game of the round? He might as well.
Sure he's planning
might
to.
as well.
He might have to.
Yeah.
Also.
And right, it's amazing how top 5 boards are all in play, while
everything
then
else is finished,
It's like even hard to find the game which is still either still going or like.
That's why the top boards, they just work harder. There we have Le Quang.
Yeah, I think are we ready for an interview with Le Quang?
Didn't hear anything.
It looked like quite a clear hint that we have it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a signal for us, Jan. We've survived till the time control. There will be more chess played after the time control, and maybe
go and break, idiots. We have stuff to do.
I'm here with Liam Le Quang, who has qualified to the next round of the FIDE World Cup. Tell us about your match and your game today.
Today's game went really well for me. I think he got surprised in the opening very early on, and he misplayed it, and I got big advantage already, and also time advantage on the clock. So I think this critical moment came when he played this move Queen F3 and allowed me to play Knight E5 and complicate the games. And after that, all the tactics worked out for me.
And we can see that you have a lot of fans here. How is it being treated by such hospitality and excited fans around you?
Yeah, I'm very honored and humble to see so many fans here, and it's really great for chess to be really recognized in India, and it's wonderful to play this event here, and I hope to stay here many more days.
Have you played in India before, and how are you enjoying it here in Goa?
Yeah, I have played so many tournaments in India. My first time was when I was 10 years old, and yeah, that was my first international tournament also. But this is my first time in Goa, and I like the city so much.
Which international tournament was that, and in which city?
It was the World Youth, Asian Youth under 10 championship, and I won a silver medal in I think Kolkata.
So it went well for you then. Let's hope it goes well for you here as well. Thank you so much, Liam.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
In this December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back, everybody. We are awaiting an interview with Arjun Erigaisi, who just won his game 2-0, moves to the next round. But before we get to that, we get to Ketty with some more highlights.
We talked about this game of Hare Krishna. He won already, and I promise you to come back and update how it's going to continue. So this is the last moment we saw, and here Nesterov played king to e7. He was trying to put his pieces together, but Hare Krishna was at the point. Now he sacrifices an exchange, and at this point it is just a piece for the queen, but the position looks quite nice. If you just pass the move and get the pawn on b2, then we have this really ugly line for black. You have to give up the rook now. White is not taking this rook because there is a pin. The rook goes nowhere. Instead, brings the white's rook on the e-file, and the game could finish in this beautiful checkmate. This did not happen. Instead of this, black also decided to give back everything that white gave earlier with these beautiful pieces. Now white just launched a beautiful attack on the king, and we can see king went on d5. Now after bishop to e4, the rook is hanging there. White catched that up, and at this point white is already just fine on material. The game ended in a few moves when we have all the pieces around against the queen and the king, and after h4 black had it enough and decided to resign.
Yeah, amazing game by Hare Krishna. Moving to the next round. Are we ready? Not ready yet?
Not ready.
Then let's check back in with the top boards.
Prague confirmed will play a tiebreak.
Prague made a draw. Yeah, could not make progress here.
We thought he will make a progress, but he didn't.
Fair enough. Draw agreed there. So number 3 player in the event has to go for tiebreaks, at least by seating. And Gukesh is trying to avoid that tiebreak. It looks like he will. He has established dominance here. With hindsight, maybe it wasn't a great decision by Kazybek, Nogerbek to play like a long strategic game, because often the stronger player will just find ways to put pressure, while you could, of course,
in
play
order to outmaneuver somebody, first you have to have this maneuvering phase. So I guess maybe it was a better idea to just try to avoid it altogether. But again, like it's easier said than done, first of all. And would he go for something sharp and lose because of some tactical failure? Then we would call, one has to be solid and play a maneuvering game. As the commentator, you get to do this very often.
Of course. Gukesh looking good, though. Concentrated, outplaying Kazybek, Nogerbek here. Then we have Anish, game still not officially over, but rook takes b7 is mate in 8.
Ah, he's to move, right? Ah, that's beautiful. You have to put the queen on f8 first, and then
checkmate.
That is a checkmate, right?
And this is also checkmate. Wesley is still trying to hold this together. Not an easy task, but he is fighting.
Wesley's position, so just to make sure queen d2 doesn't win, right?
I don't know, king g5, what do you do?
I thought, can I just wait so that you will have to take?
Yeah, that's what I mean. King g5, you gotta cover the queen, no?
And then you'll take.
Takes. Now I'm in time.
Yeah.
For counterplay.
So king h6, queen d2, king g5. Yeah, so some bishop b5 has to happen so that I go behind.
Now I take. I guess if my
king enters, there's nothing. Yeah, with the king on f4, it's not much to do. Compi apparently wants bishop b5 right now, which is
a bit mysterious.
Which is somewhat mysterious, yeah.
Okay, still not easy. not a clear-cut draw, even with best play it might be winning. But as always, I believe in Wesley until proven wrong. A lot of results on the other boards, barely anything still going on. Wei Yi is still playing against Blauberger, but it looks fairly equal.
Wei Yi, anytime I check, it seems like the position didn't change at all, right? So they really like taking that time there.
Yeah. Venkataraman is still better against his higher-rated compatriot Aravind, but still a long way to go.
What was the result of the first game? Was it a draw?
But
it was
Aravind
a draw.
suffered in the first one as well. So far, Kartik doing well. Kukulus is hanging in there against Nihal. Weird position. Nihal sacrificed an exchange somehow. Oh yeah, he took on b5.
And d5. Yeah.
King goes away. Looks like black is active enough. This doesn't look crushing, especially with this knight pinned.
Yeah.
So, might be going to overtime as well.
And we are shown Anish Giri.
Anish won, yeah. He found the checkmate. Yeah, looks like it from the pieces there. Good job by Anish. Very interesting game. And he does overcome. I know it wasn't a direct checkmate, but it was good enough. Didn't have to sacrifice all his pieces. Queen c5. Forced resignation after king a8.
Now you go check and rook b7, right?
This is still checkmate, yeah. Although I would wait for it. The problem is rook b7 directly.
Rook b7 directly, and
I mean, this is what you should avoid. So I would still have waited for that, but apparently Maksimovic had seen enough. Let me scroll down further, looking for
something
drama.
that is still on.
Grandmaster Motylev is in trouble. Yeah, he's losing.
Motylev is losing.
Arjun will go through.
And
Niklas Huschenbeet is also losing against Yakuboyev, so that would be the end for Niklas. And Matthias Blübaum, who won the first game smoothly against Ahmed Adli, is under some pressure in the second one.
Yeah,
A6
somewhat worse.
Very weak.
Somewhat worse. And I imagine, yeah, like bishop c4 could be one idea for white as well. Did he just play rook a2? Yes.
He played rook a2, but queen d3 keeps asking annoying questions. And we will go to an interview with Arjun Erigaisi, who's already through to round number 3.
I'm here with Arjun Erigaisi, who's had a spectacular start to his FIDE World Cup, winning both games against Martin Petrov. Arjun, tell us about it. How did this match go down?
Yeah, yesterday was a tense middle game, and towards the time control he kind of collapsed with a few inaccurate moves, but otherwise I thought till a point it was him who was putting slight pressure. And today was quite comfortable. I think I was never really in danger of losing, and yeah, today was smooth.
Today's opening was quite interesting. It was quite chaotic. You're giving up a pawn, you've got the double pawns, but you played quite quickly, so it seemed you were comfortable. Was this preparation? Did you know what you were entering?
Yeah, I remember till bishop g2, and if I remember correctly, knight takes c4 was already a bit inaccurate, and his best was to castle instead. After bishop g2, I remember it was some edge for white, but yeah, I wasn't exactly sure. Like instead of bishop c6, if he went to h8, I didn't see how I can put pressure. But okay, I at least had ways to make it though, so I was fine.
You're, of course, the favorite in this match, but still winning 2-0 against a grandmaster in such a high-stakes level. This must give you quite a confidence boost going into the event. Do you feel like you're in really good form?
Yeah, I think I played pretty decently so far, and I have nothing to be worried about as of now.
And you are the highest-rated player. Do you think there comes a little bit of extra pressure with that, or do you not think about it?
I think it doesn't matter. Like a lot of people, like maybe 6-7 offers a similar strength, and yeah, I think the ratings keep changing between us.
And what about being here in India on home soil, having these millions of fans waiting for you? Does that motivate you more? Does it put some more pressure on you?
It's definitely nice to play in India. First of all, I don't have to travel too far and having the comfort of home food as well. That's definitely nice, and it's also good that there's so many fans following and rooting for us, and yeah, definitely doesn't put any pressure, and I'm happy to see them.
We're not really getting hash browns for breakfast, but do you have a routine with your food once again and a system you're doing every day?
No, it just keeps changing.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Arjun. Congratulations and enjoy your rest day tomorrow. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Coastal paradise, abundance of natural beauty, cultural richness and delectable cuisine stands tall as one of the most sought-after destinations in the world. I am Goa. Golden sands and waves embrace the shoreline, where adventure awaits in thrilling water sport of every kind. Feel the rush as you surf, dive and sail. Goa's seas and beaches, an aquatic paradise unveiled. I am a thrilling delight for those who want a rush. Parasailing above, feeling weightless and free. Jet skiing, kayaking. From scuba diving to thrilling boat rides, Goa's adventure sports bring smiles far and wide. From adventure to chill, indulge in opulence at my luxurious retreats, where comfort and relaxation await in elegant suites. With chilling, the complete rejuvenation I offer by experience, my beachside meditations to holistic retreats. Detox your mind, body and soul anew. Amidst nature's beauty, find wellness in true sense. After mind to satisfy your taste bud, enjoy the flavors of Goan cuisine divine. With spices and herbs that perfectly align. From fiery curries to tangy fish curry rice, Goa's seafood delicacies are an absolute paradise. These are the part entire world is aware of. Now take me to part which is beyond beaches. Know me more. My monsoon are as satisfying as my other two seasons. When the monsoon clouds gather above, Goa's beauty transforms with rain's gentle love. Lush greenery emerges, a vibrant display. Rain-kissed beaches and cascading waterfalls, nature's symphony as the monsoon.
Welcome back, everybody. Some action on the top boards where Gukesh appears to be winning his game. Arjun, as we heard, already won, and Wesley is now holding and going to tie breaks most likely. But we're here with the winner of the second round. Anish Giri is with Ketty to show his game.
Anish, congratulations. First of all, tell us how do you feel and how do you enjoy here in India?
Yeah, I feel very happy to win today. Nowadays very difficult. I think the gap is somewhat smaller. Probably if we play like long matches against the lower rated player, we'll win quite certainly. But when you have two-game match, nowadays it's even harder than like 10 years ago, I feel. And today you saw some people didn't manage to win. Very strong players already knocked out in round one. So yeah, I was, and a lot of players going to tiebreak actually as well. So I was really happy to have won. Didn't take this for granted at all, and especially in the classical portion. And yeah, I'll enjoy India more than before. But if I'm here to stay for a while, I should probably slow down on the curry. So.
Ooh. Oh, so okay. I guess that's your favorite.
Yeah, I mean, in general, like I'm okay for a short stay in India to eat Indian food every day, but I know that if I'm here to stay, then I should add some more international food to give my stomach a break as well. So.
Yeah, Anish, for a moment I just heard a lot of screaming coming out from outside. Those are the fans actually greeting their favorite players. What is the relations between you and fans? You are very popular in India.
You sure that they're fans? There's no emergency happening?
No, it's fans. It's fans. We heard it.
The tournament in India, actually, we had a fire alarm emergency. So it can always happen.
No. It's fans. We heard it several times.
I don't have such fans. At least I hope. Where
are Anish fans, guys? Come on.
They are quiet in real life, but very, very loud on social media. This kind of fans. Yes.
Well, it's also acceptable. Anish, could you please take us through your game to show what was the interesting moment and just
it was fascinating. This is sort of a relatively fresh line. One of the early times I remember it being played at high level was when Carlsen played it against me in World Rapid. It's a very unusual position because you're not in Vinaver. Usually, you're not supposed to weaken your pawns this way, but here, like the main line is sort of something like this, let's say, and then you can get these positions. But here, you sort of are not able to protect this pawn somehow in a normal way. And King of 8 is a concession, of course, very big one probably, and G6 is also. But turns out it's not so bad because Black gets this H6 and. Okay, it's sort of a weakness, but Black puts Rook H7, castles long, and then prepares F6 anyway. And okay, of course there are dark square holes, but EF knight takes F6 is possible, and then Black has some play, so it's not such a bad line, and not so bad as it looks. To be honest, I wasn't really expecting it to happen. He has played it before already, and this is the kind of line you don't really repeat much, but okay, I prepared, of course, a little bit. I knew there are many setups against Carlsen. I played something very direct. Like back then, I thought this was most critical, something like this. But then there's like so much theory here, and there's this whole thing became like very theoretical. And what happened in the end of this game? At some point, he went c4, and my bishop was totally shut off. Quite a remarkable strategic game. How I was in a good position, but then somewhere I just got totally outplayed. And so this is a bit double-edged. But how I played is different. I knew that this bishop h3, this setup was there, and I remember the engine is going h5. I couldn't quite understand the point of it. So h5, king a8, and I remembered queen e3. I actually remembered I looked at it, but then I was thinking, okay, he'll take, play f6. I was thinking, like, Black has such a nice position. Then after the 4 knight e7, I thought maybe rook g1 is the point. I thought take knight e7. It started to look like I put my position. I didn't understand what I prepared, why I was so happy. And I was thinking, like, okay, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I remember h5, queen e3, but this doesn't make any sense to me. So I thought, let me try to do what I sort of would do if I'd not prepared. But it's very odd what I have done to shut off the position like that. I think maybe h5 is a mistake, although it's very tempting to close. In general, conceptually, it's a very interesting position because White is not supposed to close the kingside, because kingside is where White is actually playing. You cannot attack here, you don't have enough resources. Even though you have open files, Black is very safe. So you're supposed to attack on the kingside, so you're not supposed to close it.
Yeah.
But I was kind of thinking that the pieces, like Black's pieces, are really bad. This bishop can never now come to these good squares. The knights, if it goes to f5, then I will take, and then after gf, I have g6, after ef, I have this pawn is weak as well. So sort of the way in which it's closed is kind of favorable for me, and I maybe have a rook to f6, maybe f4, f5, like maybe some breaks. But I was, of course, really not thrilled with this whole thing because I don't know what I'm doing, and maybe he has some setup and just a dead fortress, and I don't know, I was not so sure. But I felt actually relieved that, because it is tempting for him, but actually maybe indeed the circumstances here are much better for him. I was thinking about this. Luckily we got this, and you see the engine. I think the evaluation is not so relevant on low depth because it's just very, very concrete. Okay, I wanted to bring my queen over and also get a 4 f5, so I think queen to h1 is good. I think f4, now I don't know, I was just kind of, I'm just pretending that what I'm doing is great. I'm not sure at all, so I'm going, I didn't like knight b8, felt kind of off, but okay, f4, f5, pretend like I give this, I give that, like it's like I'm genius.
What do you think about this capturing on A4? Was that something that you were happy to see?
No, I wasn't happy to see at all. I just decided to pretend that like it's all part of the plan and just go with it and not look back. But I didn't feel at all it was great. I think he played very well actually. I think collecting both the pawns and going GF. To be honest, I underestimated from like afar. It's not like I care, but anyway, I was kind of without knight b8, but I was kind of looking at these sort of positions more. And I was really liking it because this pawn is weak. I mean, not, but like here somewhere. Yeah, I was expecting some other moves, and I thought about EF capture. I always got the GF, like somehow I'll just break. But then I realized that, of course, he goes GF, obviously, and then obviously I can never really take this. If I take H5, then he'll pin me down, like it happened in the game. Let's say, like all these positions. Let's say, like if I take, then he pins me down. Yeah, I can't move. Like I want to go out and go H5, but I can't. So I can't never collect this. I need a few more pieces. Like I need. Just more pieces than I have. I need like these two rooks to be here, but also need one rook on g1. I need one bishop to capture knight, but I need one more to still stay there. Like I just don't have enough pieces. And
yeah, that's kind of illegal, right, in this game.
It's just not. I'm just. It sort of almost works, but not quite. And I realized that he's probably very fine. I was just hoping I'm not worse, to be honest. But yeah, probably I'm not worse because of the. But yeah, it's kind of unclear position. I have this g6 break, but. It's really hard to time it. I was not sure. I think about rook g7 probably. I was not sure. And I thought some lines where like he goes like rook to maybe he'll sack it on g4. I don't know what. And I was not sure at all. And I didn't know what I'm doing honestly. I thought okay, because I don't know what I want. So I want maybe g6. My initial plan was to go rook g1, g6. But then what was I thinking? Bishop e8. I think. Yeah, this, and then I realized actually it's nice to have a rook here. But this was the thing. I didn't have enough rooks, and I wanted one queen on e2, one queen on b4 as well. So I just didn't have enough pieces. I didn't know what to do, and I realized that when you lack pieces like that, then usually it means that you are not better. And that was just, I was very lucky actually. So we're sort of moving around back and forth. I was very lucky that as we're kind of shuffling, I was thinking probably it's objectively equal, but I can keep the tension if I want and hope somehow he makes a mistake.
Yeah.
Although there's almost nothing to do for each side. But then I was lucky that just before move 40, suddenly he gives me this queen e7 opportunity, and suddenly it's very tricky for him. And I'm very lucky that he suddenly has to solve a big problem, and he has no time, and it all comes together. And because I think he can sort of. Can't he like play? Oh yeah, that's the thing. Here, if queen f8, I have queen b7 maybe. This was maybe the thing. Like normally he goes queen b8.
But what happens if I take it?
I'm hoping it's mate. I don't know. Just takes and maybe just knight d5. It just looks like mate or not. Like.
Oh, looks really fancy.
Yeah, something like it must be a mate some way. Probably everything is mate. So because otherwise I don't really want much, in general. But somehow it happened that in this particular case I want something. And here it's uncomfortable for him. Also, I was wondering, actually, when he was thinking long, maybe he can now use the opportunity and play b6 for a change. Yeah, I was not sure, like, do I want an endgame? Because endgame, again, is the same problem that, like, conceptually, I'm sort of going to crush here, but tactically not quite, because if I take, he can pin me. And I'm, again, not in time. Like, I need one more tempo. So let's say here, I think rook h8. Like, I need rook h1, king g3, and back. But rook h1, he has rook h7, and I'm just sort of not really in time. So I was trying to find some, I was calculating some things like that. Maybe I have some trick like g6, but then, okay, he can take. I collect the e6 pawn, but then already so many pieces have changed that it's not anymore much, and he has the a pawn. So I just think it's kind of okay for him, everything. I was going to maybe keep the queens on, and I have some kind of tactics, sometimes. And at the right moment, I was going knight h5, knight f6. That was sort of my idea, that somewhere I might blunder this, but. I was not sure what's happening, but I was lucky that here somehow it's a problem. Like knight e6 is a threat, a lot of things are a threat, and it's easy for him to blunder. And if he goes rook h7, I go g6 here. I'm into chess technology, and I like chess websites, right? I now own my own website, and I want to make sure on my website this engine is like always working when you do like
yes.
You know, I understand it's in local.
Yeah, it's not working.
But I will try to make sure the mine is working because it's so frustrating. I have no clue what to say. I don't see the engine moves.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, it's kind of frustrating.
Thing, right? Like that. It's Lichess is like the best we've got, to be honest. Still some trouble, yeah, because I understand like it's local. It's running on your local hardware. Not so simple. But
we take your word on that to have a good engine.
The engine running on a TV. How strong can it be?
No, but nowadays they say your fridge can beat you, yes?
I mean, I'm sure it does.
Like, that's the thing. Nowadays, actually, you don't need hardware. Like any CPU running Stockfish 17.1 with neural network in there, it's just incredibly strong. And so, just any hint would help me do commentary. But I just can't now. I have no.
I can see the engine moves. You're winning. What do you want to know? Rook GH7?
No, after Queen A7 winning, yeah or not?
Yeah. Rook G7 was better than Rook HA7.
But then
G6, F3, Queen E6, Knight F8, 0-6 only.
Yeah. But I've broken through. Like basically, what I need to do, like what is a dream scenario, is that I collect the E6 pawn because then D5 is very weak. Because let's say, if I just collect G6 and then he has Knight and F8, it's not. But this is kind of exactly what I want. And finally, I'm lucky that just on move 38, like just here he's. So here, look, we have like 11 minutes, both more or less same time. And now just on move like 37, like just here, he has 3 minutes. He has to make 3 moves, and just now he makes a mistake. Just very fortunate.
Yeah. For him, very fortunate.
But in the end,
after Queen E7, he's still at Queen D8. He's sort of still hanging around.
And then I was, I would probably go to D6 right now.
Yeah, and then he has to do some strange stuff. But Queen A5, he's still in it.
But Queen A5 is difficult because you have to see that take doesn't work, right?
I don't know. I'm just reading out, reading out information.
I actually saw something like this. Okay, I mean just saw, let's say, not calculated.
Rook B8.
And Knight D5. I saw this. I thought maybe I'm winning here, but I didn't, because I thought maybe I'm winning, but I don't know.
ED?
ED?
No, Bishop D5, Queen D5. Yeah, here doesn't work. No, ED just. Yeah, there's actually no threat then. Maybe E6 hangs. Then FE and Queen C3. Yeah. No, it's probably okay for him. Yeah. Yeah, Knight D5 was somewhere else because now I just don't have enough pieces. Yeah, so somewhere else. I don't think I saw Queen A5, frankly. Maybe I saw some other move here. But I was just hoping that there's, like again, this is move 40, so I was hoping, okay, he'll go Queen D8, I go Queen D6, and now he has to find some very difficult move. And somehow I just got more, like it's got more nasty, like then here, let's say, like nothing is, but Queen D6 is much more nasty. And then also I was thinking like a very, very long time about these things, just trying to make this work. I just could not. I was thinking, is that not like, it's just not made at all. Yeah, Queen C5. If King A8, I have actually Rook A6.
Wait, Queen B6, Rook. No.
Yeah, that's not made, surprisingly. Yeah, and Queen C5, I thought if Queen A8, I have Rook A6, take D5, take, everything with check. I may be better there. But he just has B6. I couldn't, again, like I just no mate here. So I was, like I lost all my time advantage here because I couldn't find, anything somehow. I just thought maybe it's just some kind of weird draw or something. But yeah, in the end, it was one nice, pretty idea that he has Knight takes E5, kind of thing you can blunder because Queen C7, Knight F3, suddenly there's some beautiful stuff.
Nice.
I have counter punch, and the point is that my king can escape by C1.
B2.
One last nice line, but basically here he has collapsed with no time, and this is just completely lost. Yeah. G6 wins, and I hope that this is also clean enough. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice game. I think you enjoyed the process of calculating all these lines, and that was never too risky for you.
Yeah, no, probably not too risky, but of course it's not risky. Like actually, it's fascinating. These number positions, I was also writing into my course because it's kind of interesting. Like many of these positions, they are not risky and risky at the same time because okay, if white wants to make draw, often white can just stand. But if you want to play with white, then you do some breakthrough and then it's risky. So it is kind of either draw or risky. It's not like you can't like play risk-free for a win. This position. So it is interesting. And I was going to play for a win, of course. So I felt it was quite risky. But okay, if I'm meant to be knocked out in round one, then I thought, okay, so be it. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. And from me, final question to you: how your day will look tomorrow? Because you're not gonna play tie breaks.
I told my coach before today that it will be really good to have a free day tomorrow. And then I added. And not have to fly back home, because that could also be a scenario. To get a lot of free days after the day was a possibility. So I was like, no, wait. I want a free day, and then to play the day after. So no, it's very, very good. Yeah, to have just 3 days is very, very good. It's just for the routine, we can do the rest day routine and just, it's really nice.
Awesome. Thank you very much for sharing us. Guys, do you have any questions?
No, we have to jump to breaking news. Gukesh won the game and he's moving on to the second round. Thank you so much, Anish. Must be nice to have a rest day. Must be nice. Enjoy. And there we see the world champion talking to Kazybek, Nogerbek after their game.
Yeah, so apparently it's risky. It's risky to play for a win, Jan. We've been told by
always knew that.
Giri.
I always knew that.
Wesley, though, escapes easily.
Wesley made draw already? Or not yet?
No, but now even the computer agrees with what we knew all the way. Wesley will not lose.
No, and he also found the correct setup because he had to put his pawns on g3 and just stand. I was trying, of course, to queen these pawns, but that's how you lose, because then the bishop will stop them.
They just wait, and then you eventually have to push h2.
Have trouble keeping them. But Wesley did the right thing. He put his pawns like this. Now his king will come over here, and he will try to exchange stuff. Looks like it's a draw. Never doubted him. Never will.
All right.
I want to switch partly, of course, through my German glasses, but it was also an exciting game. I'm trying to find it to the Colors game.
Colors actually escapes from what I
exactly.
What I've seen last time.
Praggnanandhaa. So if I manage to track it down, there was some.
Is there still a
drama there?
I'm not sure. Board 59.
Here we are. Yeah.
No, he's not escaping anymore.
Now he's winning. Whoa! Because look at what happened. He was getting outplayed a bit strategically, but we're used to that. He's incredibly tricky later on. And here, after rook a8, the winning move, it's very weird. I don't really understand. Apparently it was queen b7, but the point is some crazy stuff. Knight g2, you go knight e7, bishop e7, rook g1, and then you win. But Praggnanandhaa went queen b8, knight takes g2. Now it was already getting messy. Queen takes, knight to h4. And here black has enough counterplay.
No longer winning, right?
Oh, he's
queen here, rook here.
And potentially another queen down, but the white king is an issue. So here, queen c4, and the white is playing with fire. The best was to go rook g1, forcing queen e6, go back, make a draw. They went king g2, which is not bad, knight e1, king h2, knight f3. It often happens when you've been winning all game or better all game, you don't want to accept it's a draw, which is what Praggnanandhaa had to do. But instead he went king g3, and that allows queen to f1, and now...
Which is already played.
The walls are closing in on the king.
No.
Rook takes e4, and
he went knight g1.
He messed it up. He went knight g1. He had to go knight e1.
So knight
Dimitri,
e1.
make the first computer move. How hard can that be?
Hang on a second. So knight e1 would have won. Let's kind of try to figure out what the line is. So if king g4,
really much of a line, is there? King g4,
h5 is a checkmate.
Okay. It's not that obvious actually. But what a pretty checkmate! Look at this.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Queen h3, right. So knight e1 and knight g1,
threatening checkmate. But why is this not winning? I know you give one of your queens
queen c8.
a new queen. I'm not sure why you can't use the old queen for it.
Yeah, you can go queen c8 and just defend
maybe
h3.
Let's keep the a7 pawn just in case.
Yeah, queen c8 after knight g1. And...
now it's a perpetual knight e2. King f3, knight g1.
And that's the best black has.
This would be too much. So yeah, a lot of action. White was winning most of the game. Carlos was winning for a move or two. But now it looks like a peaceful outcome.
Which will lead... Yeah, which will lead to more games played between these guys.
Could, however, be, of course, that Praggnanandhaa is still looking for a way to win. And there is no such way. I don't know what you could think of, though. Like, this is just checkmate.
f4, bishop h4, queen h3, g6.
Not forced, but yeah, none of this stuff works at all. So, there we see. Blue collars, as you coined him, against salmon Pranesh. What's that color?
I guess salmon. Yes, yeah. Salmon. Should be salmon Pranesh. Right. What else do we have? The other German guys, Donchenko.
Donchenko is still trying to convert his two bishops versus rook.
And Frederick Swan, I actually gotten
also putting a bit of pressure. Yeah, I'm following.
Gotten reasonable
secretly.
Chances. Yeah.
Still not winning apparently, but also still not a draw.
Not a draw. And we know how it ends usually, so you can only hold for that long, and then something happens.
That's
the F1 gets to F5.
Maybe it's just me, but normally the attacker, especially with this time format, it's so much easier to be the attacker. And Pranesh found Queen C8, Knight E2. I guess we're headed for the perpetual. King G4 just loses. He's not going to do that. After King F3, there's nothing better than Knight G1.
So you have 3 legal moves. One, it's a checkmate in one. Yeah, King G4 loses. He will find King F3. Here, two legal moves. Yes, it's not easy to mess up.
Shaking his right leg.
Donchenko, yeah, nothing changed in Donchenko's game.
No, not much changing there. What else is happening? That's frankly a lot of games already over. So let's see. Gukesh
we are left
won.
with 9 games only.
Arjun won. Prag draw. Giri won. Wesley still playing, but will be a draw. Keymer won. Wei Yi won. Abdusattorov is going to tie breaks.
Mamedyarov going to tie
breaks. Niemann going to tie breaks. Nepomniachtchi is out. Chupava lost to Li Kwang, he's out. Rapport wins 2-0. Aronian beats Aroniak. Sindarov moves on. Yu Yang goes to tiebreak, and we have action from the playing hall. Maybe we get Gukesh himself. Let's have a look.
I'm here with our world champion, Gukesh Domaraju, at the FIDE World Cup 2025. Gukesh, a year ago, we were in Singapore where you got your title. How has the last year as world champion been for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting experience. Obviously, the results have not been great this year, but recently I've started to pick up a bit of my form. So. Yeah, I mean, a great learning experience, and here we are for the World Cup, yeah, so only focuses on this tournament.
And how informed do you feel for this event?
I mean, today was quite nice. Yesterday was also a good game, but fortunately couldn't convert it, but today I felt great over the board and played a clean game. Not very often you get such a dominant position, yeah. So in the end I was just enjoying my position, so yeah.
Gukesh, in general, the chess world eyes are always on you. Before this event, you played this Clutch Champions event, which is quite interesting because it's the other side of the world. So we want to know your reasoning for playing that, considering the jet lag, considering how close it is to this big event.
Yeah, I mean, for me that was also a big event because, like, I mean, you don't get tournaments where, like, with such absolute elite players, yeah, Fabi, Magnus, Hikaru, and I thought it was a great experience great also to train a bit for faster time controls, because in the World Cup there might be some tie breaks. So I took it as a learning experience and a training tournament. And obviously the jet lag was a bit of a problem, but okay, we had to plan things, and anyway, like, I mean, I was telling myself, if I don't push myself at this age, when am I going to push myself? So, yeah.
That's a great answer. I'm curious to know your thoughts about this. You're playing the World Cup, which is a qualifier to the candidates, which is a qualifier to the match. What is your thought on the opinion that you're making this journey a little bit tougher for those wanting to qualify by playing here?
I mean, like, I don't really see the reason. I mean, also Anish and Bluebomb are playing here. So. I mean, like for me, this World Cup a prestigious event in itself, especially happening in India. I wouldn't miss it for anything.
Tell me more about how special it is that it is here on home soil. You know, we could hear the fans chanting your name before you even left. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot to me, and I actually miss playing in India. Not many tournaments, unfortunately. I think the last time I played was in 23 when I played the Chennai Grandmasters. So it's been almost 2 years. So yeah, that is quite exciting for me, and always nice to interact with the crowd. Always nice to not travel for a tournament, because anyways, like most of the tournaments I play, I have to travel like 10 hours at least. So now I can just play at home. I have the comfort. So it's quite nice. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Gukesh, for joining us today. We'll catch up with you later in the event for sure. But enjoy tomorrow and good luck with the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to hear from Gukesh there, who played a tremendous game.
What is not great to hear, that Wesley apparently misplayed
No, not Wesley.
his position, and now he's completely lost.
Oh.
At least Compi tells us so. At least.
I'm going to be here for the whole run. I need Wesley around.
Wow. And the moment we praised him, having the pawns on G3,
I praised him for not touching the pawns, and then he touches the pawns.
So
it's tempting to play H3.
When was the last time it was a draw? King E5 was okay. King E3, and all he had to do...
No, H3 is a mistake. He just makes it too easy to get to his pawns.
Bishop D7, H2, Bishop
do what the
C6.
computer says, Wesley.
Play all the top moves. So King
H3
D6.
was losing. Yeah, this is... Maybe it's counterintuitive. Then again, it's not, because now it's much easier for the white king to collect these pawns.
But yeah, but hang on a second. How do we win still? It's not like we go King F4, King G3 and we win.
No, somehow we do weird stuff.
King D3, and then if black...
Let's say I go A5.
Yeah.
It's computer stuff, yeah.
Some
like
Zugzwang and... No, what's impressive here, like, yeah, B3 you have to play...
Now I'm in Zugzwang. Now I'm in...
then...
Forced to give ground again. And...
well, and you go A4. And I guess you're not winning the G3 pawn, or what do you win?
It's too complicated for me,
it
of course,
is, yeah.
But it's not surprising that it's winning. Because at some point you just get Zugzwanged. Hey, Wesley. I still believe, just to be clear.
We are still Wesley believers.
But don't play with my feelings like that. Quit playing games with my heart.
Well,
I guess he doesn't do it on purpose. But yeah, that would be shocking to have Wesley lose in the classical portion. Of course, Stremavicius is a very strong player, and we've seen yesterday how well he defended that position. But you would still think, okay, maybe he makes 2 draws, but that he kicks out Wesley in classical would be a big, big upset.
Yes, it is.
It sounds like Pranesh and colors are done. My best guess is that was a perpetual. Yeah. That is over. Both sides missed a chance to win. Although Pranesh, who was winning for
longer
50
period
of the 59 moves, is probably more upset than colors, who was winning for 1 move.
Marius Bluebound seems to be escaping if there was any serious trouble. So now he did manage to escape.
The Germans are escaping.
The Germans are escaping. Well,
where's Bluebound?
Bluebound's on board. Wait, where is he? 29, board 29. Bluebound oddly. He found some trick.
He found some fortress. Oh yeah, I had this endgame once against Grandmaster Taimanov, and it was drawn. Showing my age here. Taimanov was still a young man then.
Taimanov? You're not kidding?
I'm not kidding. I'm kidding that he was a young man, but
he wasn't. Yeah, I know.
Him.
But that is impressive that you got him to play Taimanov.
Yeah.
To get like full disclosure, I'm older than Jan Gustafsson, so you know I've gotten to play some guys as well.
You defeated Steinitz in a match.
Yeah. But I did play Ullmann, for instance, which is not
Ullmann many times.
Okay.
I have a good score against Ullmann. He wasn't up to date in the bayonet attack of the King's Indian. He's a legend. All these German legends. Ullmann, Unsicker, I got to play.
Yeah, so this one is just a draw, no ideas really, right?
Frederick doing? He's doing well, but who plays bishop to b4 here? Most people would take this pawn one way or another.
No, but that's quite cool though, right?
It is
so
very
you go
cool.
f5,
No one
g
does it.
takes, bishop b4. Wait, and the point is like, yeah, if you allow all that, you're getting checkmated.
It's a nice move, but it seems hard to find. Frederick is also down to seconds.
It's live on the board.
He's played it.
He's played it.
He is good.
So now you got to play rook to d7, and then white.
Then you go gf, and you keep chipping away.
Pawn takes pawn, and yeah, now.
Very nice move.
This one's like really rough for black now, because you have to guard 7th rank, but also the 8th rank, because like the rook will at some point get to h8. Yeah, that is a tall order.
Annoying pawn, as usual in modern chess, is in place. No, this might just be lost. You go bishop a3, rook a5, and you will enter somewhere. No, rook b5.
Yeah, no, bishop b4 is quite impressive.
Yeah. Tough matchup for both of them, because they're both young, up-and-coming players. I understand Gurel is younger, but Freksvani is 21 for German standards. After finishing school, he improved a lot. So he's still, for our standards, he's very much a young talent.
Still qualifies for Kindergeld, so he is young.
That is true. Till 24. That is my retirement plan. And Freddie Swain. Thinking here. What happened? Rook d7 was played? Not yet. Back to light mode. No. Gurel taking a moment.
Has time. Yeah, 11 minutes, and he's thinking still. Something happened in. Okay, let me see. Yeah. I'm afraid we'll have to use my brain because the engine doesn't work.
Now you can ask me, I have an engine. No more brain work today.
Yeah, out of 8 remaining games, what do we have? Wesley, who is either losing or not.
Those are the options.
Yeah, Aravind against Kartik seems to be a draw.
Seemed drawish, although Compi still said black was better. But it did seem somewhat drawish. And Wesley is back to a draw.
Wesley's back to a draw.
Oh, no, I was wrong. Computer was wrong. Oh, now even the computer is playing with my feelings. B5, waiting move, and no, he's lost. Oof, this is
heartbreaking.
All credit, of course, to Stremavicius, who's played a fantastic match. But what am I going to do without Wesley around? It calms me down just to see him.
Yeah, but this would definitely be the biggest upset.
Yeah.
There.
The Nepomniachtchi elimination was also there, but here the rating difference is even bigger. And it's also Wesley, like, he's so solid, he barely ever loses playing the best in the world. Countless times.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So Wesley, like the way Wesley would get eliminated one of the early rounds, it's like you have to survive all the way to Blitz and then something happens, even though he is good at Blitz as well, yeah, right? But you don't expect him to lose in a classical game. All right. So
B5 played, but Titas is on the case, bishop f3, waiting move, Zook swing, and it's lost.
Well, apparently you still have to show some...
There are subtleties, a4, b4, no, I think there's no more subtleties.
King d6, what do you play? King d4, king e6?
D4, yeah. Now, why do I need all these waiting moves?
e4.
Caveman. I'll just go king c5.
King c5 also
any
wins,
of the subtle stuff.
King c5, king e5. You move the bishop again, and then...
okay, it's still...
King f4, and you have to go back.
Have to go back. Oh, you can't take yet.
Yeah, so it's still a little bit complicated.
I still believe.
Still a little bit complicated. So how many games have we got? 7. 7. Alexander Motilov has lost his game against Parham Maksudlu.
That was
gotten eliminated.
In the making. Poor Wesley. We will go on one last break, and then we will witness the end to all the action, and hopefully not the end to Wesley's hopes and dreams in this World Cup. See you in a couple of minutes with hopefully the exciting finish.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
I'm on a quest to explore the history of Goa. A land steeped in diverse and intersecting cultures and traditions.
I think this is one of my favorite pieces of art in the city.
Here, influences from multiple faiths coalesce in beautiful ways. From religious sites to charming villages and vibrant streets. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess had come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Chess, 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 chess. खेल ये हमारा है. आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है. अपना गेम भारी है. हैंडशेक की बारी है. अब इंडिया बोलेगा. It's your move. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. ए तो तू एक और.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग. शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन. विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन.
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है. खेल जमेगा खूब. It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. Esto todo. It's your move. एक दो ढाई. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
the FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Welcome back, everybody. It's decision time in the Wesley So game. So let's jump right back into it. It's a big, big moment. Time is running out. If he plays b4, it's a draw. If he takes on a4, he's losing, and he has played b4. Good job by Wesley. King to e4, king to g4. And it looks...
Do we understand anything?
I don't understand anything,
That's
but I
very
can
hard.
read 0-0 or +6.
Yeah.
And this says 0-0. So king e3, king goes back, king f3, king covers pawn, king goes here. And now the trick is you go h1 queen, takes king h3, king here, bishop here, king g1. And if you take, it's stalemate. And other than that, there's no way to improve, because if the bishop goes away, we chase it.
That's a stalemate trick, that says Wesley.
Very, very cute. Not sure you spot all this, but he might stumble upon it by bare necessity.
Yeah.
He's low on time.
So king e3 played. But
will you already go h1?
If you go h1 immediately...
No, not yet, because then the king goes to the other side.
Yeah. They just sacrifice the bishop and the king runs to the other side.
So you have to be patient to go here, and if the king steps this way, now h1 always works. Ooh, this is tough stuff. See, Wesley can navigate.
Otherwise, it's impossible to kind of make any progress.
Yeah.
Right.
Some of these endgames are too tough for humans on such little time. But here, since everything else loses, he can probably get there by elimination. You wait, you must force the king to f3 or f4, so it's too far away from the other pawns. Then you have this amazing h1 counterplay. Wesley looks broken, though, and he's only down to 7. He resigns! He resigns in a drawn position! No! He gets eliminated from the World Cup by resigning in a drawn position.
Imagine finding out.
Oh my God.
Imagine finding out.
He will find out. Within minutes, someone will tell him. Wow. That is heartbreaking. Wesley So resigns in a drawn position and is out of the World Cup. He did not spot the stalemate trick, and if you don't spot it, there's no point continuing. But what a heartbreak for Wesley So there.
Wow.
Imagine how he will feel when he finds out. All credit to Titas Stremavicius, who played a tremendous match, defended this tough endgame today, put pressure yesterday, put pressure today, all the way, and managed to beat one of the hardest men to beat in chess, Wesley So. But it's the worst feeling in chess. You resign and you're told, it's a draw. You just make these 3 moves and there's nothing that can happen. Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Poor Wesley.
I gotta say, I had somewhat similar experience resigning, but at least I got to play the tiebreak the other day.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking. Peer Svidler has done it multiple times, of course, but I thought he was alone there. Ooh, this is rough. Kudos to Stremavicius, the biggest upset we've had so far in this tournament. Moving on to the 3rd round. Let's have a look around at what else we have.
We have 4 games in progress currently.
Frederik Svan is winning now.
Completely winning.
This is even over. Bishop e4, rook a5, controls the pawn.
Yeah, Donchenko is still trying.
Frederik has won, so he goes to the 2nd round, overcoming Idis Gurel. Not easy. Great job by the young man from Lübeck. Donchenko is still trying. It's still not winning. It still looks winning, but
still looks winning. Is still a draw according to the machine. Right. Murzin against Maya.
Murzin has to win. Lost the first game.
Yeah, he's nowhere near winning as of yet.
Which board are they on?
35.
Yeah, got it.
Both 35 and then...
Doesn't look winning. He has to keep trying. At least he has the strong knight. But White's construction looks extremely stable. So another upset in the making there.
And then Kartik is apparently
was better, right?
Apparently winning. Yeah, apparently winning against Arvin. At least he was a few moves back.
Yeah, one of these bishop endgames, but he picked up a pawn along the way, and the white pawns are fixed on quote-unquote the wrong color, because they can be attacked by the enemy bishop. Still don't know how you win, but I guess you...
I guess you go to f1 somehow.
On an unexpected journey.
Yeah, and then if you are met from d1, this is where you somehow organize b6 or f5 or a5,
If you are even.
There is a pawn move, you are telling me. I know. Yeah. It's like this could be a Zugzwang. This could be just a Zugzwang.
This is a Zugzwang. Now the bishop has to abandon this diagonal, and then we come after these pawns. The game is over. Ugh, I'm still recovering from the Wesley so shock. But yeah, this, if Kartik were to eliminate Aravind, would be another significant upset. Aravind 2-7-13, Kartik 2-5-76. And he's outplayed him in both games, so no luck or anything.
Yeah, he was dominant in both games, failed to win yesterday, but now seems to be on track.
He's gone a slightly different route, but it doesn't spoil anything. Bishop d4 played. Bishop game actually draw, or is he bluffing?
No, I don't think he's bluffing.
Oh, no, this would even be winning for white. You don't want that. Yeah, bishop h4.
Bishop h4.
Having none of it.
Actually, he's finding some sort of a Zugzwangs, even the way it is, because like now the bishop comes to e1, black bishop that is, right?
Yeah, or you can.
This one is still winning, right?
And bishop e1 will still clinch it. Okay.
Yeah, not much to commentate on. Like we are left with 3 games, Maya and Mozin, as well as Anton Gicharo and Donchenko.
Yeah, those will take a while, but they both look quite... Yeah, they will take a while, but it's unlikely they will find a winner. Well, this... Okay, let's get to the current position. This
bishop
just looks
e1,
winning.
King c4. How to make it...
At some point you send your king this way, maybe you throw in bishop d2 to take some more squares. Bishop f2, king g4, and then you go on this trip. I don't know, king d4, do I even want this? I guess I don't want this.
Yeah. Yes, I guess that explains what he wants, right? He wants, like, clearly win the pawn without giving up his e-pawn, and that's why hesitation and a bit of maneuvering. Bishop d2 played. Yeah, apparently still winning no matter what.
Bishop f2.
I mean,
you can always get to the winning construction, but he has to make up his mind at some point.
He can go bishop e3, I imagine. Bishop e3, bishop, and then go to g4. So that the king will have to go all the way back to d1, right? So here, g2, d1. Yeah. And then there should be the way. Bishop f2, right?
Now
bishop
look
d2,
for
bishop d4.
Swings like this one, for example. And then the pawns start dropping. Okay, so Kartik on the way. Another upset.
Is it this time of the day where we are trying to figure out how many tie breaks we will have day 3 of round 2?
I don't know. I don't have easy access to results, but you can do some research.
I can try to just count them manually. So Gukesh wins, Erigaisi wins, Prague is the first tie break. Then Wesley so could have been a tie break.
Say again?
So Prague, 1 tie break. Abdusattorov. We were told 27 tie breaks.
I was going to let you count now that I got the information. It's 27. I was enjoying your manual labor. But 27 tie breaks.
Yeah, very impressive. So my theory in 1/3 going for the tie break is...
This is more than a third.
Yes, somewhat shaken with this recent data.
No, of course, the more you advance in the tournament, the more similar playing strengths become. But yeah, for round 2, 27 feels on the high side. good news is they can only play one move at a time, so we should be able to cover them all. Tomorrow, same time, same place.
Yeah. What is this F3, Anton Donchenko, this F3 thing?
Apparently it's fine. I thought Black had hung a piece, but of course he hasn't. The bishop goes away, can give a check here, but apparently still nothing to see. White just waits.
Yeah, because I thought there was like a huge success of last 50 moves of maneuvering, that you've provoked the pawn to F3, and now it's like everything changes, but nothing changes. Right. F4. And it only makes sense if you think, because if there is a pawn which is hard to attack with the bishop and the king at the same time, it's a G3 pawn.
Yeah. No, apparently there's nothing to do. It's very surprising.
Yeah.
Okay. The two bishops are better if there's targets on both sides of the board. Well, here.
Wait, and if you... Okay, if I get king G1, do you have to give a check? No, you don't have.
At some point we have to give a check, but maybe I'll wait for bishop F2 and then give the check.
Yeah, that is fair. Now, I think a king H1...
all the way.
But then you'll have rook H2 check. That is important.
H1...
No, it actually loses.
No. But I need to be able to give a check.
Yeah.
So I wait like this. Another checkmate. Okay, I gotta give the check. It's hard.
Yeah, hard not to give a check. Anyway, so that one is going. Kartik winning. Murzin, no.
Murzin is not gonna win.
He'll keep trying, but somehow, something went wrong for him in the previous game.
Very much so.
Wait, so on a minor upsets, Ivan Zemlyansky knocks out Ray Robson out of the World Cup, winning the game yesterday and achieving a draw today. What else?
David Navarra lost to Grebnev. Another small upset.
He lost the match, or today's game?
He lost the match.
Salem won against Mishra. Did he win? Yeah, he won a match. Okay, these were like more or less evenly matched by rating, but
Mishra hasn't lost for like 820 games, no? So to beat him in classical, it's quite an achievement.
And also with black, which is feels like even more impressive.
Tougher.
Yep.
There we see. David Anton, the man from Madrid, nowadays lives in Dubai. Madrid was too small for Mr. Anton.
We have Grebnev Navarra as the starting position on analysis board. Yeah, let's maybe
let's not do that. Where was this game again? Help, help, help. I'll find it.
61.
Breathe in, breathe out. Yeah, Donchenko still trying to make something happen with his bishop pair. And now it's a crucial moment because White has to go F4, which
F4 is the only move.
Never so easy to change the structure. Then again, F4. It's kind of logical because you don't want to allow Black to play F4 himself.
And that would be winning, right? Because you're going to create an additional weakness, and
new weaknesses.
The king is kind of cornered. Yeah.
So it's F4.
It's an important moment.
Go home to Dubai for Anton. Is he going to do it? Nino Anton, thinking about it, 2 minutes.
Well, yeah, that is...
Yeah, F4 is just a fortress.
Yeah, it's not like you need a lot of time, right, to make up your mind, because there is no...
He's barely in time, because here, King F1, he doesn't have a check, but he has one more move to go Rook A2. before bad stuff happens.
Hang on. So after King G1, this is where we give a check, right?
Yeah, after King G1, we have to give a check.
King F2.
Now we can wait again. Check. King F3.
King F3.
Pin,
so you can, yeah, but I mean, I imagine you could have kind of gotten scared a bit of like King coming to F3 and so on. But yeah, F4
he did play F4,
showing his class. Showing his class
for the task. The only other breakthrough you have is like some G5, H takes G, H4, but apparently it's never.
That's yeah,
never enough.
Not the end game where this idea works.
Apparently not. Is that and the Kartik game, our last remaining games? Georg Maya is still playing.
Yeah, and so we have three. Yeah, we have three in progress. Yeah, Maya with Murzin. But yeah, Maya almost like showcases. You have absolutely no way to make progress.
No, okay. Kartik is completely winning now, so that should be over soon. Bishop D2. E3 is one way, Bishop E1, Bishop E5 or Bishop anywhere. Okay, let's switch to that. Maybe we'll see the end of it.
Another, yeah, maybe minor, but we should call it upset. No, I mean, it is, what, it's almost 150 elo points difference,
yeah,
right?
It's a serious upset. You play Bishop F6, which is also good. Still after Bishop E1, at some point you want to wrap it up, go E3. If White plays E3, he has another weakness.
E3.
This can just be collected.
Right, and if you go Bishop E1, Black
Then
goes
E3, yes.
E3, Bishop G3, Bishop C3, and the point is that after Bishop F4 you even have King F2.
Don't even give this guy, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, the game is over. The upset is in. Kartik defeats Aravind, the much higher rated player, and moves on to the third round. That leaves us with two games, both of them fairly drawn. Germany's Alexander Lutsenko is trying to defeat David Anton from Spain, and there we see Kartik and Aravind discussing their game.
All right, so move F4 was played on move number 84.
Are you preparing to count till
Donchenko's? Yeah, because it's very
34, whatever it is.
It's very comfortable because if
hang on, something happened. He did not keep his checking distance. King H2, King F1,
Bishop D4. What happens now?
Rook A2, Bishop D4, and somehow it's gone. He had to put
Hang on
on
a second.
H3. I'm
What's
not sure I understand what's going on. This is. You can't get.
Do we understand what? Okay, Rook D.
You can't get the Rook to square where it's
study-like stuff.
Check, and here you get checkmate.
Man, study-like stuff.
Oh,
Bishop E4, but what went wrong? King H2 was.
You had to go King H3 apparently.
Wow.
Then after, let's say, King F1, Rook A2, Bishop D4, you can go Rook D2. And there's no Bishop G1 check. That makes a difference.
Wow.
You get time to give this check.
Wow, but that is...
Just as we were proclaiming it a draw, Donchenko grinds him down.
Yeah, almost like...
King H3 played. Now, Bishop to F3, and you're in all these conundrums again. If you go Rook C2, let's say, check, check. Check.
Now it's just a forced checkmate, yeah.
The mate is coming.
And
it's just mate, actually, after Bishop F3.
He plays the move, and yeah, like the best move is G4, which...
Best move is resigns.
Best move is resigns, yeah, fair.
Three players made a comeback, we're being told, in round number 2, leveling the scores. Nils Grandelius, Argentari.
And Gegeli counter against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
And
so that was... that was quite impressive. Musin is still, well, theoretically he's still trying, but he's nowhere near of making any progress. Bishop f3 on the board.
Yeah, let's wait for the
Alexander
handshake there in the Donchenko-Anton game. Because now,
all David Anton is on
resignation.
Seconds, and
it's just no move.
Yeah.
Yeah, very beautiful construction. He's played some move, but
will
not help.
I guess he played g4, or what could he possibly play? Yeah,
it goes g4, but
okay. The way to checkmate is everything.
It doesn't matter. Any move wins now, but
anything. Bishop takes wins as well, right? I mean it does.
The least clean way, but it has to win. If that's not winning, what is? Well, of course, you go fg or hg. And now it should even be checkmate quickly. No, like
Bishop c3.
F2, g3.
Bishop e2 also where bishop c3 welcome.
Yeah, also good. Now anything wins, of course. Okay.
Yeah. Now I'm kind of starting to see stalemates everywhere, but
Not
like
here,
with the f-pawn,
yeah.
with the f-pawn.
If you move the f-pawn, it's going to be bishop e5 mate.
In one. Yep. Bishop g3. Bishop c3 on the board, and
enough and
Anton
resignation.
Picaro had enough.
Yeah. So tough after you defended for 84 moves then to spot the difference between king h2 and king h3.
Yeah, that's incredible. And again, like, kudos to Donchenko for keeping trying. I don't know if the initial f3 was forced, but then apparently
yeah, it was kind of
David Anton had to find one more precise move that he been able to.
Yeah. Pretty good day for the Germans overall. Frederick Svane wins against Gurel. Donchenko eliminates Guijarro. Keymer, of course, eliminates Kovalev. Bluebaum wins against Adli. Rasmus Svane goes to tie breaks. Kollers goes to tie breaks. And I think only Niklas Huschenbeth was eliminated. So overall, successful day for the German delegation.
Which is plenty of people.
So far, let's see how much company I'll have by round 4, but we shall find out.
So, shall we switch to the only game remaining, which is Georg Maya versus Volodar Musin?
Because I guess so.
It's not much happening.
It's the only game in town.
Yeah, it's not much happening. Musin keeps kind of shuffling around. By the way, let me...
There's not much he can do.
Let me check, yeah. So, last capture and last pawn move has happened on move 63.
Okay,
and now
this is move 94.
94, so 31 moves. 31 moves. And black has, well, theoretically black can play f5 and just like continue from there.
Does it help after something takes f5?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, yeah, maybe not anymore now that I'm thinking. There was a moment where black could have played f5 and like get the king on f6 or something. Yeah, now
that doesn't look winning.
Yeah, it doesn't look winning, but I mean, just to stop this 50 moves rule just immediately and torture us all a little bit more. Yeah, I guess we should be able to wait, but let's see how long this goes.
To the producers, this will be a draw, but it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, it probably will take a while. So the biggest upsets once again. Wesley Saw leaving us after today's resignation.
By resigning in a drawn position, that is the true heartbreak.
True shocker.
G3, he resigned because thought he was losing both pawns, which is true, but he did have this amazing resource, h1 queen, takes king h3, king f3, king h2, bishop g2, and probably saw this far and saw he was losing the pawn.
Well, hang on a second. Yeah, this one is a stalemate, but also white doesn't have to play king f3. White could try to run to the a pawn there, right? No. I mean, you accept the h1 thing, so you go king, whatever, f3, yeah, here, and then you try to run, and that's why b4 was so important.
Yeah, because here you make a draw.
Yeah, so takes. There was a moment in this game where black got to decide, do you exchange on a4 or you keep both pawns, and now you're just like...
No, and after Wesley did that correctly, because to me it seemed more natural to exchange, get rid of pawns, but I thought he would survive. But did not happen. Yeah, there was a big upset. Some smaller upsets were made along the way. Jan Nepomniachtchi, two-time vice world champion, is out. And a lot of the matchups are going to tie breaks. Okay, 64 games. It's not like 64 matches. It's not like the favorite is going to win all of them.
Yeah, so that
wouldn't have to play that. Just give Vincent Keymer the World Cup title. He's the highest rated. He'll go home.
Right. Move 97. Meanwhile, in this only game remaining, Georg Maya holding Volodar Murzin, the defending world rapid champion, at bay.
That is true. You can still maneuver around, but
yeah,
it's hard to break this construction with just a knight and a rook. You do your stuff, but white just waits somewhere.
Yeah.
And there comes the horsey.
So the knight went to g6, right? Yeah.
Yes.
King f2, not impressed. Plays king f2.
White defense,
quickly.
Sort of straightforward. It's also very hard to blunder anything, like rook b2 you get out of the way, knight f4 you get out of the way.
Yeah. Knight f4. So it's move 98. And what did I say? 63. We are looking at move 113 for white to be able to claim a draw if no pawn move occurs. Yeah, so far it's not clear how you even make white alternate from this setup, like having the bishop on f1 with the knight on f4 or bishop on e2 with the knight on e5. The king is not getting anywhere. No, there's just no way.
Nah, there's to do really.
There's just no way.
And throwing an f5, gf5 is just an attempt to lose the game. It doesn't give you any practical chances or whatever, so...
Yeah.
No, it's a draw. Of course, the players know that, but Murzin has to continue.
Right.
Rook b1.
And since
at least you can't move.
Since you've done the count for the success of German players, now me currently living in Turkey, and yeah, I mean, I know Ivanchuk was the only representative and he lost, so let me count what happened, like let me do the math for the Turkish guys. So this Gurel is out, Yaz Edomush is in, and Mustafa Yilmaz will be playing the tiebreak tomorrow against Busanshi. Yes, and that would be it. Okay, more moves made.
Check was given. Rook will be moved somewhere.
Okay.
All pieces are moved to squares. King will be moved to a square.
Rook b7.
Black can probably send his king to h6 if he so chooses. The problem is that's sort of the end of the road.
Yeah, well, get it to g7.
Play F5.
Play
G
F5.
F,
I mean, I'm
F6,
of course like
Rook
dreaming,
takes D6,
dreaming. Yeah.
E5, and we lost 2 pawns. Also, D6 will be hanging along the way. Nah.
No, I mean, you could go F5 with the king on E7, right? So you go here.
But why?
No, maybe Rook D7. No.
Yeah,
first.
go whatever.
No, without going F5. Like, I mean, let's keep the pawn for now. Let's keep the pawn for now. So Rook D7, and yeah, let's pretend that I go F5, G5, King F6, and then you go to the 8th rank, right, or whatever you do.
Could probably.
Yeah, King D4. No, that's unfair. I was playing for a win.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's unfair.
Knight goes back to G6.
Weren't you supposed to defend passively? That's what I thought was the drill. Knight back to G6. This knight had been to E5 though, I remember.
This knight has seen things.
Remember, it's been to E5 not so long ago. Yeah, so the question is, was this game ever better for Musin, or he...
Was it ever exciting?
He was actually much better, say, around move 35. Well, at least Compi tells me that.
The structure looks like black was better at some point.
He had chances, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He had chances, but maybe just briefly. Maybe just briefly. Okay.
All right, guys.
8 more moves, Jan. We have to endure 8 more moves.
No, this is great fun. Not for Volodar Murzin, of course.
No.
With all our whining, it's completely understandable and correct, of course, facing elimination, that he tries everything he can.
No, of course.
Position doesn't give anymore, but we will never blame a player for trying.
No, I mean, here it's absolutely understandable. It's like... Even if you have a slightest chance, like you absolutely have to do it.
Having said all this, dinner does close at 10:30, which is in 2 hours.
No, I mean they've exhausted the position by then. Also, we have delivery. Right. So knight d7.
Yeah.
Everything good.
Oh, the knight tries a new square.
Yeah. C5. C5, yeah, that's...
At least it takes the rook.
Takes the rook, gets rid of the rook on the 6th rank.
But I don't need the rook there.
And this is where I go. Brilliant breakthrough with F5 and get the king on E5.
Welcome to do your breakthrough at any moment.
And king goes.
Here comes the king. Now, how do we defend? Oh, now
there is something.
This is the dream.
Yeah.
Okay, I will have to defend better. Maybe here.
Yeah, I guess like rook c6 is also a thing, right? Like just always eyeing this d6 pawn. Which Maya, by the way, played immediately.
Rook c6.
Rook
yeah,
to
makes
c6
sense to keep in touch with the d6 pawn. And I guess we've also been here before. No, I've seen some knight e5, rook a6, knight g6 maneuvers in the past.
Oh yeah.
Knight goes to c5. Now must make move.
Must make a move, right?
I like this move.
Bishop d1 played? Or
go back. No, I just like it.
Just hover with the bishop.
That's what I would do. But he moved the king, which also looks reasonable.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
Back and forth, yeah, precisely.
So, tomorrow it's tie breaks. According to our count, 27 of them. One of those will be Faustino Oro against Vidit. The other 26 we shall ignore. But still, watch the show 3 p.m. local time.
There will be Prague, though. I'm not sure if we get
Do not care.
If we get praise for ignoring Prague, I don't think we will. There will be Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Do not care.
Mamedyarov.
Vidit Oro.
Vidit Oro. Yeah, that's true. That will be our main focus. Gotta cover the young guys.
Only focus.
Yeah.
But there will be 12 camps on the 12 top boards, so you can watch them on different YouTube channels.
The same YouTube channel?
In the description. Same YouTube channels. It's all FIDE Chess, but they have individual streams.
Individual streams
for the top 12 boards.
All right, 108. 5 more moves without moving a pawn.
You only got 5 minutes to save the world.
Let me double check, not to look silly.
Please,
yes, bishop takes. Move 63. If you could click on move 63 and check with me if all the pawns are on the same squares. It seems so.
Yes, the structure is easy to remember. Pattern recognition comes easy to chess grandmasters like us. Still the same.
On move 108.
I'm sure they had a good time.
Well, Musin might.
So is he going to go F5? He needs to time it well.
He needs to time it well.
The problem is it never makes any sense unless you get some
that's true. Other than
the king comes to F4, knight to E5, rook to B2.
Yeah, other than like stopping 50 moves rule, it doesn't have any other
helping,
any other point. Okay, but yeah, let's try. So if I go F5 here. G5 and yeah, here I can't even
E5, not
can't
bad.
Even bring the king any
you can
closer.
Go F6 and you can probably shuffle a bit. Just
no, but then
helped
yeah,
your situation.
Yeah, but then my king is it's not even clear what I want. Yeah.
Or you could make a run for it. Give a couple pawns. Put the king on F4. At least some activity. This is still 0-0. Maybe this is the best chance. Hard to see how black wins. But
he probably doesn't. I don't think he does. Well, knight e5.
He's also making it tougher to time it.
Yeah.
This might be it. Move 109.
So I don't know if...
D7.
If Maya kind of tracks it down, like how many moves precisely were played, if he... marked his...
it's not that hard to look
I believe
for the
previous
last X on your score sheet.
Yeah,
no?
previous score sheet already by that point. Okay, I'm not sure how many moves these score sheets have. Is it 60 or... Yeah, king to c7, and now at some point our...
Come on, Volodara, this is not the way.
Our digital board at some point will stop allowing us to make moves because it will start
half
playing
and
half.
Won't allow our expert analysis, like move the king back and then move the king back here. Stuff like that. We can no longer visualize.
Right. B3 here. Yeah. No, now you can't even get like... I mean, you're probably still not losing by going F5 and F6, but it's
a bit pointless. And he put the king far away from the E5 square. No, it's a draw. What can you say? Murzin made a valiant effort, but there's just no way to make progress. Why would there be, frankly, in a 4 versus 4 rook bishop versus rook knight where white doesn't have a single weakness?
Yeah, now that you've mentioned David Navarra lost his... well, so he lost the match.
He's out.
I just realized. Yeah, he lost the match. Rasmus Swane made 2 draws against Ralph Mamedov. Right.
Yep. The betting markets were not upset.
One more move to play F5 for black.
Ooh, this is exciting. Is he going to do it?
Rook
Rook
B6.
B6. New try. Offering the rook exchange. But Meyer, he's not wasting any time. Claims the draw on
by
50.
saying, I will not take... Yeah, I mean...
I will not take.
I will not take. I'll move the rook.
I will move the king. He can take, but it will be too late.
Right you are. He can... Okay, now you guys have to sit at the board next to it and replay.
They are correct. This game will end in a draw. They will reconstruct on a board far, far away.
Seriously? That's what they will do.
That's what happens. And they will count to 50 together.
This is somewhat surprising that you have to reconstruct if you can just click and move 63
I'm
and
not
then...
sure, yeah, that's how it used to be done, maybe. We've moved past that. But we have come to the end of today's show. We should, of course, first of all, thank the organizers for making this fantastic event happen here in Goa. The All Indian Chess Federation, the Goa government, all the parties involved. And we should thank you for watching the show.
Being subscribed to the channel. Sorry to interrupt you.
No. Of course, everybody